Chapter 301. On the way to Pingyongwan, Empress Yan asked again how to deal with Shenfu. She never thought that Shenfu had a love for her, and she was so crazy, but she had always been worried about his poisoning of his colleagues and poisoning herself. A woman's heart is soft after all. Thinking of Shenfu's loyalty for so many years, and several times desperately trying to save her, Empress Yan conveyed her meaning to someone through Feng Nishang. Let Shenfu go. Yi Daishanzi slapped his chest, vowing to say that after the interrogation last night, he had followed her will and let the person go. According to Shenfu, he had lost all thoughts, and since then he has returned to the hidden mountains and forests and no longer touches him. Dust matter. Shenfu is indeed gone, but instead of returning to the mountains and forests, but evaporating from the world, such a powerful master cannot be used for his own use, and of course he cannot be used by the enemy. What's more, Shenfu's fascination with Yan Empress is so crazy. Give Yi Daishanzi 100 courage and dare not use him. The best solution is to let him evaporate from the world, and he is gone. The boy lied. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating. The Queen Yan was sitting in the car and could not look at his eyes. Seeing that he said so confidently, she believed it. In the evening, Yi Daishanzi and his entourage arrived at Pingyong Pass. At this time, the Yan army was frantically attacking the city at any cost. Zhugeo's general Yu Tongluo personally supervised the battle. Hearing that the emperor had arrived, he ordered his deputy to pass and led a group of senior generals. Hurry downtown to welcome you. Flat body. Yi Daishan said with a false right hand, and said solemnly, in very times, don't have to be so cumbersome. Keep everything simple and go to the city. Yu Tongluo was busy leading the way. A group of high-ranking generals followed closely, surrounded by a large group of guards and Yilinwei. Yi Daishanzi ascended to the top of the city. The Empress Yan temporarily tied her long hair and changed into a men's suit. She was supported by Feng Nishang and Dan Junqi, both in black armor, on the top of the city. Raise the dragon flag. As soon as Yi Daishanzi climbed to the top of the city, he immediately ordered Yu Tongluo to raise the yellow dragon flag representing the emperor. The emperor? No. The generals hurriedly dissuaded him. The emperor personally supervised the battle. Although it greatly encouraged the morale of the soldiers, it also became the primary target of the Yan army's attack. Cold arrows are hard to guard against, and the hard-grinding boulders thrown by the boulder is even more chilling. If there is any accident to the emperor, their heads will have to move with them. With a sound of zheng, the Emperor Yi Daishan reached out and drew out Yu Tong's sword, pointed directly at the city, and shouted loudly, my sons and daughters of Dazu, I am here to accompany you to kill the enemy and protect your homeland. The rising of the yellow color dragon flag has caused an uproar on all the soldiers on the front of the city. After hearing the Emperor's roar, everyone's blood boiled. Long live the Emperor's roar was higher than the waves. The guards of the city morale rose to the limit in an instant. Danzi handed the long sword back to Yu Tongluo. Let him command, stand on the top of the city with his own hand, and inspire the soldiers to fight bravely. There was Yulinwei holding a shield in front of him, and there were peerless master guards such as Leaf, Xiao Wuzik, Xiao Yuzi, and Xiao Milengjian, and grinding boulders were nothing but a show of fruit. Of course, the show was very successful, and the morale of the soldiers was unprecedentedly high. The soldiers were as if they had been beaten up with blood, and they were all extremely excited, slashing and slashing the enemies who had climbed to the top of the city fiercely. Yan Empress stood in a later place, always paying attention to someone. She felt a lot of feelings about his performance just now, and there were rumors outside that he was a faint and incompetent great monarch, and Diezu would sooner or later be defeated in his hands. Now that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, does Jun have the courage and tolerance? The two words Fun Jun definitely don't use him. But the Madman Emperor is quite suitable. The majestic monarch of a country has come to the forefront to supervise the battle. What is it that he is not a lunatic? The Queen Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed, and she looked at him carefully for the first time, not knowing why, although she only saw him in profile, but the outline seemed to be a very handsome and fascinating person. Just this appearance. I don't know how many young girls are swinging for him. His body is not very strong, but he stands on the top of the city like a mountain, giving the soldiers incomparable encouragement, and his long robe flutters in the wind, extremely free and easy. The slightly pale jade cheeks of the Queen Swallow slowly floated with a swing blush. At that time, although she was lost by the fascination, she still remembered what happened during the period. Someone's combat power is quite scary, and it's only strange if you change to a normal man. You don't have to throw away your armor soon. Although she is the only favorite of King Yan, she has never had such an unforgettable and wonderful feeling. A woman has had such a time, and it is not a waste of life. Ouch! How could I think of this kind of thing at this time? Empress Yan felt her cheeks burning like fire, and she was ashamed of her embarrassment. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were attracted by the fierce battle, and no one noticed her strangeness. Well, I admit it. Anyway, I don't suffer much. The Queen Yan took a deep breath, put away the distracting thoughts in her heart, and began to watch the entire battlefield carefully. The battle was extremely fierce. Every one of the Yanjun climbing up to the top of the city was knocked down by steel knives and stabbed through the body with a spear. The dead body was thrown down as a stone by Zijun. Although she did not, it was close to the city wall, but it was conceivable that the corpses of Yan army soldiers must be piled up below the city. On the left, a Yanjun tower was slowly approaching. Before it reached the city wall, it was thrown into a fire oil tank by the guarding Zhou army, and then ignited with a rocket. The Yan soldiers on the tower turned into firemen, making a stern cry, jumping off the tall towers one by one. Another tower was not far away, but was hit by a giant crossbow on the top of the city for 4 arrows and collapsed. All the Yan soldiers hiding in it fell to death. On the right, the 3 arrow towers erected by the Yan army were also shot by the lethal giant crossbow arrows, and they collapsed. And the archers on the arrow towers also fell into meatloaf. The roar and killing resounded through the sky. Soldiers on both sides were fighting bloody, and there were casualties to each other. However, Zijun, relying on the strong defense of the city, and various heavy weapons with terrible lethality, as the Yan army on the siege party, suffered heavy casualties. The Empress Yan closed her phoenix eyes and sighed helplessly. This is a war. It is cruel. After a great battle, how many people will die and how many families will lose their husbands, fathers and brothers? During the Great Zhou dynasty, the climate has come, and once the kingdom of Jin is defeated, which empire on the entire continent can compete with? Whether you don't believe it, this is already a fact. The Golden Army, which has always been defeated by field battles to shock the mainland, has lost countless elites. The great Khan Nurchi is helpless and defeated. It is only a matter of time. Now, she is a phoenix who is in trouble, and she can't do anything. She can only pray that Guan Mingkai can retreat rationally, otherwise, blindly attacking will only increase casualties. Even if the Zhou army is given a certain amount of pressure, it will only delay the kingdom of Jin. Only time for defeat. Yi Dacian stood standing at the head of the city to supervise the battle. The offensive and defensive was fierce, and there were casualties. He suddenly remembered something and frowned and asked, "Old General Yu, why didn't the soldiers use the thunder and rockets?" Chapter 302 God's Will. The Emperor Yu Tonglue rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Isn't it too a pity that the old minister thinks it's just used up like this?" The veteran general felt that the use of a weapon with terrifying lethality such as Hongshan was too wasteful when defending the city. If the two armies are facing each other on flat ground, it will be practical at the critical moment, and it will inevitably have a miraculous effect and even determine the outcome of the entire battlefield. Thunder, rockets, and explosive drugs. These things were deployed and dispatched by the Ministry of Defense, but he was reluctant to use them. They were all piled up in the armory and were guarded by heavy soldiers. The Emperor Yi Da was speechless. The old general would really save him, but now the soldiers are fighting bloody, and the casualties are not small. Even if there are a lot of people in Dezhou, but if there are more soldiers killed, the pension will be the same. A terrible sum of money. Although Yi Daishanzi almost vomited blood on the spot, he still respected this loyal and veteran general. He smiled and said, "Master Yu, there are so many things. I'm afraid that you won't be able to use it up. I'll see you later. Just go back to the Ministry of War and inform Master Duga to send you another batch." See the Emperor. Yu Tongliu knelt and thanked Longjun immediately, grinning, saying that the Emperor only favored the three major legions. In fact, the Emperor still cared for the frontiers everywhere. He gave an order, and the armory opened the door. Boxes of bombing thunder, rockets, and explosives were quickly transported to the city. The bombardiers who had been idle for a long time threw them down the city. Sky thunder and explosive drug pack, cast a rocket. In fact, any soldier who has seen the grenadier throw once, learns immediately, but the Emperor Yi Dai has a holy life. Except for the grenadier, no one is allowed to touch these things. The purpose is nothing more than keep it confidential. For this reason, each legion and the border troops stationed in various places have added Shinji battalions. The soldiers of the Shinji battalion are responsible for handling giant crossbows, thunder chariots, and thundering thunders. Below the city, with the bombing thunders or packets of explosive drugs thrown down, the Yan army under the city was blown to the ground, falling down in pieces. The nearest place to the city wall was even once appeared in an unmanned vacuum. In the era of cold weapons, the battlefield of the confrontation between the two armies was crowded with thousands of soldiers. The wooden grenades and explosives packs, which were originally not so powerful, produced extremely terrifying lethality. Often a thunderbolt thrown into the crowd can blow up a dozen people. Not many people are killed on the spot, but the wounded soldiers also lose their combat effectiveness in pain. If they are not bandaged in time for rescue, they will also die from excessive blood loss. Seeing the Yanjun wounded soldiers struggling and crying all over the city, everyone in the city couldn't help laughing out proudly. These new gadgets just put on the battlefield. The lethality is really terrifying, and it is chilling. The fighting spirit is lost. The grenadiers threw 3 rounds and killed a large number of Yan soldiers. Guan Mingkai, who was in front of the formation, commanded with a gloomy face and ordered Ming Jin to retreat. He knew that Zijun had such a lethal weapon, but thought it was very difficult to make. The Emperor of Diezu only equipped his favorite 3 legions, and the general frontier army didn't have it at all. So he was relieved to order his subordinates to attack the city. After violently attacking for more than 10 days, the city's position has changed hands several times, and the fighting has been extremely tragic. He has never seen Zijun put into use such a chilling horror weapon. Guan Mingkai is even more sure of the guess in his heart. Who thinks he is now witnessing it with his own eyes. How horrible the thunder is. The morale of the enemy soldiers was unprecedentedly high, and the enemy had suffered heavy losses, and their morale was lost. They were even more shocked by the terrifying lethality of the thunder. It is not suitable to attack the city today. Watching the Yanjun retreat like a tide of water, Zijun on the head of the city burst into loud roars. Yan Empress looked at the cheering soldiers around her. She let out a faint sigh, and witnessed the terrifying power of thunder. She believed in her heart that no matter who it was, she could no longer stop someone from sweeping the mainland with their steps and ambitions. Maybe, God's will. So be it. That's all. The world is peaceful. At least, the people will no longer suffer from the flames. After looking away, she became more and more calm. When Yi Daishan came to the general's mansion, Yu Tongliu ordered his soldiers to clean up the mansion, and moved out with a group of high-ranking generals and vacated them for the emperor's temporary residence. No need to trouble the general. I only live for 1 night, and I will return to Beijing tomorrow morning. Yi Daishanzi waved his hand. First heard of the chaos in Yan's country. The Prince Cha Shengxing succeeded in usurping the throne. Guan Mingkai desperately attacked Pingtung, and happened again at the inn. After such a thing, his thinking was a bit chaotic, and he hurried to Pingyong to see what happened. In fact, after calming down, we will analyze it carefully. As long as Yu Tongliu is guarded properly, Guan Minkai will not want to capture Pinyong Pass. Although Guan Minka's first department is known as a 300,000 army, the actual combat troops are more than 150,000. Pinyongguan is stationed with 150,000 frontier troops. In the case of equal forces, as long as Yu Tonglue made no mistakes, Guan Minkais don't even think about conquering Pinyong Pass in 100 years. Furthermore, since Zhashengxing has just ascended the throne, he hasn't settled on the dragon chair yet, and he is too busy to cleanse the aliens. No matter how much he cares about the Battle of Bingtong, for at least a few months, Guan Minkai doesn't want to get anything except his team. Reinforcement, even important military materials such as grain, grass, weapons and equipment cannot be supplied, and the troops have to be withdrawn for rest for at most half a month. After clearing his thoughts, Yi Daishan took a sigh of relief, and staying in Pinyongguan had no meaning anymore. It would be better to return to Beijing to love his concubines. It is estimated that when he returns to the capital, the legendary fairy Yan is afraid. Arrived that night, Yi Daishan stayed in the general's mansion temporarily for one night. This night, he was tossing over and finding it difficult to fall asleep. It was not because of the new place, but because he was used to falling asleep with his arms around the beauty. However, he came out this time with only Feng. The neon clothes are accompanied by one to serve. Because the Yan Empress body was still weak, Feng Nishang stayed at the Yan Empress temporarily, and Yi Daishan could only count 1, 2 or 3 with his arms around the big pillow. In the early morning of the next day, after having breakfast, the Emperor Yi Da, surrounded by guards and Yilinwei, set off and returned to the capital. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Yu Tonglue that you just need to guard Pingtong for me, which is a great accomplishment. As for going out of the city to fight or something, even if Guan Minkai withdraws his troops, he is not allowed to go beyond the gate of Pinyong Pass. It's no wonder that he was a bit wordy this time. Yu Tong Russell thought that offense was the best defense. He was also good at offensive, not good at defending the city. The reason why he was sent to guard Pingtongguan was because of the military commander in the DPRK. There are not many things that can make him attractive, and Yu Tonglue has the name of a butcher and sits in Pingtong, which has a certain deterrent effect on the Yan army. What he was worried about was that Yu Tonglue was greedy or hot-headed, and took the initiative to attack. In case Pingtong falls under Guan Minka's tricks, the trouble will be great. Chapter 303 Reversal during Emperor Yi Da's return to the capital. Outside Hanmu City, the northernmost border outside the Great Wall, the Great Zhou envoy secretly met with the commander-in-chief of the Chu army, Zhu, and the two parties reached a secret agreement. That night, a messenger from the Wulai herdsman entered the city. The next day, the guard of Hanmu City, Dulikai Xionqing, surrendered. The Chu army entered the city, and Dulikai brought his family under the guard of the personal guard, and a few confidants came to the camp of the Eagle Legion in Chengbai Bay. The reason why the Chu army commander Zhu was willing to accept this agreement was that Zhu was in the honeymoon period of politics and diplomacy, and the other was that he stormed Hanmu City with heavy losses and was able to peacefully occupy Hanmu City. He was naturally willing to accept it. Of course, according to the agreement, apart from taking away the family and a few soldiers, no things in the city are allowed to be taken away by the Tulispa. Zhu also treats the residents of the city, which is a great joy. The guardian of Hanmu City had no reinforcements outside and had little food, grass, and weapons. He originally planned to coexist and die with the city. However, an autograph from his father-in-law Bolingxian made him see the vitality and was more pleased to accept it. This peace agreement. When people are desperate, of course they are desperate, but if there is a silver lining, who will give up? Julai Tsai, his guards and more than 100 confidants stayed in the camp of the Flying Eagle Corps, while the family members were escorted by the Zhou army to the imperial city of the Great Zhou. Afterwards, Gong Tangfeng led the Eagle Corps to evacuate from Chengbai Bay, and the Chu army took over the camp. 3 days later, Gong Tangfeng led the Flying Eagle army to Poxiguan. The barracks stretched for dozens of miles. He did not order to attack the city. He only besieged the three gates in the west, south, and north, leaving the east gate alone to allow the soldiers and civilians to enter and leave the city. There were 70,000 defenders in Podjaguan, but there was not much food in the city, and when the great kingdom suffered a defeat and there was no reinforcements, the soldiers and civilians in the city were naturally panic. After the siege of the Eagle Legion, a large number of residents in the city fled with their families. There are many tribal warriors who drove away, taking advantage of the opportunity to stray. The defensive generals desperately suppressed and killed many deserters, which eventually led to a mutiny. Mutiny soldiers led by Ali Herder fighters killed the defending commander and Jingo officers, opened the gates, and surrendered. Gong Tangfing led his army into the city, and immediately closed the city gate to block the news. Nerchi withdrew to Shengjing. At this time, Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf army was slowly advancing towards Shengjing. Nerchi built two large camps outside the east city gate to prevent Zijun from trapping Shengjing to death. At this time, he did not know the news of the surrender of the Dulai Thorn, the soldiers of Podjaguan mutiny, and the surrender of Xiangguan. After returning to Shengjing, he immediately sent people to the Wulai herdsman to let Boling take his family to take refuge in Shengjing. The name is refuge, which is actually under house arrest. This is also Nerchi's dark hand in testing Boling Xian. If Boling dared to come first, it means that he is loyal to Dakin. If he does not dare to come, he has already become alienated. In order to prevent Boling Xian from changing, he has left behind and quietly left 100,000 troops in Yueyang City and Shiwiji. If Boling Xian does not bring his family out of the city and comes to Shengjing, the 100,000 troops will immediately attack Fengma City, destroy the entire Wulai herdsman. After reading Nerchi's personal letter, Boling sneered a few times. Nerchi really wanted to attack him. Fortunately, he had already made up his mind to join Diezu, and only then received the secret report from the Black Guard. Yueyang City, Nerchi's 100,000 army is hidden in the Shiwiji area. Boling has been a patriarch for decades. How can he be a fuel-efficient lamp? After making various deployments secretly, he brought his family members out of the city under the protection of 5,000 tribal warriors. Shengjing. Nerchi's eyeliner is naturally hidden in Fengma City. Seeing Boling Xian really took his family to Shengjing, he immediately flew back to Nerchi. The commander of Sanyang City and Shiwiji was Sanage Sulimu. When he heard the news for the first time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, it was the time when Darjin Nation was in danger. If Boling first fell to Diezu, for Darjin Nation, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Of course, he was worried that Boling Xian would play the trick of escape the Golden Cicada, and then sent 10,000 cavalry troops to hang behind Boling Xian's team to confirm that he arrived in Shengjing before he was relieved. This is what Father Khan has repeatedly told. Don't mess it up. The third elder brother, Sulimu, is now proud of the spring breeze. Father Khan allowed him to take control of the army. Naturally, he had the meaning of writing. When things were done, he was appreciated by Father Khan, and his sweat position was in his pocket. Boling Xian's brigade marched slowly, and even stopped from time to time for sightseeing. It took a day for dozens of miles to go. As the sky darkened, Boling Xian's subordinates set up a camp with great fanfare, and the Jinjun generals who were hanging behind had no choice but to order the camp. In order to prevent Boling Xian from leaving in the middle of the night, a large number of rangers were sent to monitor Boling Xian's camp. Boling didn't change any time. Everything was normal, and General Jinjun fell asleep peacefully. When he was asleep, he heard a loud roar in his ears. He woke up suddenly and yelled to his soldiers, "What happened?" The soldiers rushed into the big account and reported, "My lord, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack." Where did the enemy come from? The commander was stunned for a while before he realized that it was Boling who reversed it first. He yelled, "Quickly, lead the horse." At this time, the Golden Army camp that was attacked was chaotic, shrouded in darkness, and I couldn't see how many enemies there were. There were people running chaotically everywhere, There were loud roars and killings, and rockets all over the sky. Fly in chaos, shoot the camp tent, and quickly ignited the camp tent, and the fire was red in the air. Children, kill with this king. Bowling first swung his scimitar and led 5,000 tribal warriors into the camp of the Golden Army. On the side of the camp, Fox Xion led 10,000 tigers and leopards into the camp like a torrent of iron and steel. The Golden Army had no defense at all, and was rushed to the battle. After being flanked back and forth, it quickly collapsed. The leader was led by Fox Xion. The gun fell. The fire was soaring to the sky, red in the air, and the third elder brother Su Limu, who was far away in Yueyang City, also saw him. His face was pale and shocked. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed. The generals raised the tent, and the 100,000 troops gathered urgently, fiercely rushed towards Fengmushing. One of the purposes of Bowling Xian was to delay the time and wait for the tiger and leopard cavalry to arrive to meet him. The second purpose is to see if Gong Tangfeng's Eagle Legion can get around the back of Sanyang City in time, join forces to encircle and wipe out the 100,000 army of Sanage Su Limu. At this time, the thunderous third elder brother Su Limu led a murderous army to the Fengmushing. Regardless of the fatigue of the soldiers, he ordered a violent attack on the Fengmushing and looted freely for 3 days after breaking the city. For Jin Bing, this was undoubtedly a bloody excitement. The soldiers howled and waved their weapons, desperately launching an attack on Fengmu City. Chapter 304. The fairy is finally here. Bowling, the head of the Ulip pastoral clan, had secretly made various preparations before he set off. After the secrets lurking in the city passed on the news, Tunis immediately took action and took the small amount of gold soldiers in the city and made all the details. After being detained, the recalcitrant was killed on the spot. After eliminating the dangerous elements in the city, Tunis assumed the position of patriarch, mobilized the whole clan, prepared for the war, and made all the preparations before the army of Sanage Zurimu was ready to arrive. Facing the crazy offensive of the Golden Army, the entire city's soldiers and people fought back. This is related to the life and death of the Wulai herdsmen. All the old and young women in the city took up arms and consciously went into battle. The Cypriots were not good at attacking fortifications. In addition, the third elder Zurimu was so angry that he lost his senses. He swung his army forward, and the heavy siege equipment failed to keep up. He just erected a ladder to attack the city forcibly. Under the stubborn resistance of the defending army, the successive 3 waves of attacks failed, and the losses were quite heavy. Third elder brother Su Limu didn't expect that Fengmushing would be so difficult to conquer. But, already jealous, he ordered Fengmushing to be conquered at all costs. Nearly dawn, the logistics brought in heavy siege equipment such as stone dumplings, towers, and arrow towers. The Golden Army's morale was greatly boosted, and the siege went crazy again. The two sides fought bloody battles, and the fighting was extremely tragic. Su Limu was under the command of the former army, and a ranger came to report. The left wing found Wali herdsman cavalry with a capacity of more than 20,000. He immediately ordered his army to lead 15,000 cavalry to fight, and continue to lead himself. The army attacked the city. After a while, another ranger came to report, and Bowling, the head of the Wulai pastoral clan, took the lead in killing 5,000 Iron Knights from the right wing. Su Limu was so angry that he could not wait to lead his army into battle, cut off Bowling Xian's head as a urine pot, and he ordered another general to lead 10,000 horses to fight. If he couldn't cut off Bowling Xian's head, he would mention himself. Head back. The right-wing cavalry came into contact with Bowling Xian's 5,000 cavalry. Hu Xion's tiger and leopard cavalry suddenly slammed out of one, and with a sharp steel knife, it cut into the golden cavalry array abruptly. The array was cut off. The two armies were joined by the army, and the 10,000 golden army only resisted for a short time before it collapsed, and the soldiers fled in all directions. Hu Xion and Bowling ignored the fleeing golden soldiers, and directly led their troops to kill Su Limu's main formation. 3 princes did not expect that the 10,000 cavalry on the right would be defeated so quickly, and hurriedly led the army to fight. The tiger and leopard cavalry outside the Megatron Great Wall had already made the golden soldiers shudder. As soon as they fell into the siege, their morale immediately fell. In addition, these cavalry were not elite, they were all improvised troops of various tribes, and it was not enough to defeat so quickly. As soon as the two parties contacted, a huge fire suddenly ignited in the direction of Sanyangshi encirclement, billowing thick smoke, obscuring the sky, and then, a tiger army slammed into the back of the Golden Army, but it was Gong Tangfing's Flying Eagle Legion. Three elder brothers Sulima led an army to attack Fengma City. Sanyang City and Shiwiji were empty. Gong Qingfeng, who had arrived in a hurry, deceived the city gate with tribal warriors. At the same time, he attacked Sanyang City and Shiwiji and attacked Sulai in time. The rear army of animal husbandry. Reinforcements poured in from all directions, and Tunis, who was guarding Fengmushing, ordered the gates to be opened wide, and the whole army attacked. The third elder Sulimu, who was trapped in the siege, was so frightened that his face was scared. Fortunately, his subordinates desperately guarded him, smashing a bloody path from the left wing and fleeing. In this battle, the coalition forces annihilated more than 30,000 people, captured more than 40,000 people, and seized a large amount of military materials. Among the 40,000 prisoners, only a few thousand golden men were decapitated by the angry Ali herdsmen. The rest were fighters from all tribes. Most of them were willing to support Bolinxian. The few who did not express their opinions were imprisoned and waited. Their patriarch stated his position: there is a way to survive, continue to be loyal to Nurchi, kill. At this time, excluding Huxion's 15,000 tigers and leopards, Gong Tangfing's 200,000 eagle regiments, plus some small tribes who were indifferent to the Golden People, there were nearly 40,000 human staff outside the tribe. The Blinxian tribe has mobilized, and the Yulai herdsmen alone have 200,000 fighters. With the support of some small clans nearby, there are another 50,000 fighters. The 500,000 alliance rested for 5 days and had a short break-in. After the logistics of the Greats arrived a large amount of weapons and equipment and grain and grass. After that, the vast swing to Shenjing, wherever they passed, some smaller tribe either flees to watch the wind, or the tribe surrenders. Good news is frequent. The Emperor Yi Da, who has returned to the capital slowly along the way, is happy to close his mouth. The war has been developing in accordance with the good direction he originally set. If there is no accident, within a year, the kingdom of Jin will be wiped out. When he was overjoyed, he was not dazzled by the victory. He sent an envoy to Dayton City and ordered Tang Feng to strengthen the defenses of Poju Pass and Dayton City to prevent the Chu army from suddenly tearing up the alliance and declaring war. The Queen Yan understood every step of the chess game, and couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. This boy was really counting 3 moves, one link, every step of the way. The strategy was profound, and it was amazing. Looking at the whole continent, the emperors of the past, who people can compare to him, Pua herself has devoted half of her life and effort to revitalize the great Yan kingdom, but it turned out to be only Nankyaman. No matter what God's will is, she will no longer worry about these things if she is sex. From now on, she is just a commonplace. The women who pass through. After looking away, Empress Yan felt more relaxed than ever, and the corners of Dan Hong's lips showed a leisurely smile unknowingly, adding a bit of sway to the soul. Yi Daishanzi accidentally saw that his eyes could not help but straighten, but the Empress Yan's eyes were jealously rolled. What do you look at? Haven't you seen enough? The body is given to you. She raised her chest like a demonstration. The peaks and mountains stood tall, and the beautiful curves were undoubtedly revealed. At that moment, Emperor Yida's soul was out of his body, and when he lost his soul, he almost fell off his horse. A meaningful smile appeared on Yan Huang's jade cheeks. She was confident of her face and charm. The title of the #1 beauty in the Great Yan Kingdom was not for nothing. As for those in the harem of Daisy, looked a little bit green with the fox charm technique of bewitching men. It took a long while before Yi Daishan came back to his soul and coughed desperately to cover up his gaffe. For a while, he couldn't help feeling a lot. Although ancient times were far worse than modern times, in some respects, it was now. It's absolutely incomparable. The feeling of being an emperor is just cool. You can do anything wrong. Messy, a mess, hee. Near the imperial city, a messenger Fakey came to report that Fairy Yan had entered the palace a few days ago. Because of her special status, Queen Jin received her personally. She is currently staying in the palace, waiting for the return of the emperor. Wow, the legendary Fairy Yan has finally arrived. Yi Daishanzi was so happy that he rubbed his hands, and he had long been thrown out of the clouds for the mysterious door's interference in royal affairs. He wished he could fly to the palace now and see the fairy's peerless appearance. When he was so proud, he almost wanted to fall off his horse again. So the Emperor Yi Dia got off his horse and rode in a spacious and comfortable carriage. He lay down comfortably against the pile of soft brocade. Suddenly remembering something, he sat up abruptly, lifted the curtain, and hooked his finger at Wai Wuxiu. Chapter 305. Wai Wuji leaned in front of the car and cautiously said, "What is the Emperor's order?" Yi Daishan's face sank. "You think of a way for me. I want to be a fairy." Wai Wuji was stunned for a long time before reacting. He couldn't help thinking, if it is an ordinary woman, even a well-known lady, Miss Jinjin, even if she is suppressed by the imperial edict, she can be suppressed to yield, but this Fairy Yan has a special identity. It's definitely not what the power can give in, but it's really a bit troublesome. This guy is used to sexually touching those 12 character beards, his eyes twitching chaotically. With an air of contemplation, Yi Daishan knew he was thinking, and didn't bother him, put his hands on his head, lay back, tilted one foot and swayed, looking like a gangster in the market. The Emperor is also a human, and he also eats whole grains. He has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why has no time to accompany the Emperor? He has long been accustomed to seeing him. It also shows that the Emperor regards him as a confidant. This makes him feel happy in his heart. The thickest thigh, of course, must be the Emperor, can hold it. There is no advantage. It is needless to say. This servant carefully put down the car curtain and continued to turn his mind. Xuanmen, in general terms, that is, to see through the mundane world's red doors, but not at all. At least, in terms of food, if you don't abstain from meat, all disciples in the door can marry. When people get married, in short, they are detached and special. Fairy, that's not even the incense of the world, and the people worship. The ordinary tricks are useless at all. The Emperor really gave him a terrible problem. Headache. Wai Wuji desperately scratched his head. The Emperor also had this habit. When thinking about problems, he would also be used to scratching his head sexually. While having a headache, a gust of wind came, and the curtain was slightly raised. Wai Wuji saw the sitting position of a gangster in the car again, and he couldn't help but move. Hey, yes. Fairies, they are naturally serious. Their words and deeds must be the ladies among the ladies. To deal with such serious women, there is only one word, lay. I will wrap you up and grind you so hard that you are not afraid of not surrendering. Of course, the premise is that you can't let the other party feel disgusted with you. Hearing the murmur of the boy, the Emperor Yi Daishan smiled happily. Ashamed of my chief military officer, I have yours. After I go back, I will reward you. Isn't the little treasure brother in King Daxia's the deer and the tripod just like that? Cheating and kidnapping, overlords bow, all kinds of methods are used, playing is just a trick. Hee. Thanks to the Emperor. Wai Wuji was happy to thank the Lord Longjin quickly. On the way, Yi Daishan's mood was so good that he could not wait to fly back to the capital immediately. However, taking into account the body of Yan Empress did not recover, he could only restrain it. Passing through a small town, it was too late to see the color of the sky. Danzi ordered to stay there, and another black-clothed wife he sent a lot of materials. After reading it, he grinned and smirked. Last time he said that he was still not completely sure about the customs of the southern fans in the Yan Kingdom, so he ordered people to search for relevant information, and after he was sure that it was true, he was completely relieved. Feng Nishang is really busy these days. She has to serve the Emperor and Empress Yan at the same time, which will be serving the Emperor to take a shower. Sending the Emperor back to the room, Xiao and I rushed to wait for the Empress Yan. After the bath, we have a meal, followed by fruit tea. The tea is brought out from the palace, and the special tribute tea is tribute from all over the world. Queen Yan lay half leaning against the pile of brocade quilts, and groaned for a long time before she politely said to Feng Nishang, "Nishang, you have a message, let him come over." When she said this, she didn't know how much courage she had plucked up. This bastard, without half hesitation before, this club pretended to look like a gentleman, which made her teeth itchy with hatred. That layer of thin paper has been pierced, and sooner or later you will have to face it. It will be even more embarrassing if you keep it like this. No matter, since you are the emperor, then let the slave open the mouth. Calling the Queen Yan, Yi Deshanzi's heart was thumping. To tell the truth, even if the Yan Kingdom has such a strange custom in the southern part of the country, it still makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Such a chaotic, in later generations, not only will be pricked on the backbone, but also to squat in the classroom. He asked Feng Nishang to bring a pot of water and wine, and took a few big mouthfuls, before he dared to meet the Queen Yan. Wine is a heroic courage. Entering the room of the Queen Yan, the Emperor Yi Daishan suddenly became stupid. He didn't know how to call the Queen Yan, his mouth open wide. His stupidity made the Empress Yan unable to hold back, chuckled, and laughed low. The concubine has seen the Emperor. Yan Empress smiled sweetly and bowed her body. Flat body. Yi Daishan was stunned for a long time before reaching out to help. The Empress Yan helped him sit down naturally and stood behind him, helping him to knead his shoulders, and at the same time said softly, "The nickname of the concubine body is not Dot." Her movements are very gentle, yet it makes people feel unspeakably comfortable. It shows the gentleness unique to women, and also makes men feel unspeakable comfort and sense of accomplishment. To dominate the harem, not only must there be a strong support behind you, but also an extraordinary ability and wink. If you talk about this fascinating charm, she is the Grand Master of the Grand Masters. Those of the great Zaharim, she is much tenderer than she is. This art of fox charm is a profound knowledge. It can't just be seductive, it must be natural, and it must not be feminine and pretentious. It must incorporate all the psychology of a man so that he feels that he is the most powerful and powerful in this world. A man, this kind of psychology of a man is greatly satisfied. Even if he can't pet the harem alone, it is a great blessing. The Emperor Yi Daishan was already happy and dizzy at this time, and the extremely natural words and actions of the Empress Yan disappeared from the embarrassment invisibly. Chapter 306 Fairy Yan. That night, the Emperor Yi Daishan stayed in Empress Yan's room grandiosely. This night, for him, it was both fragrant and stimulating but also tormented. The Empress Yan's body had not recovered, and he had excess energy. He could only do his best to restrain it. For someone whose resistance is close to zero, the pain is as painful as possible. After daybreak, after breakfast, the brigade continued to set off. Along the way, pedestrians watched with curiosity. Immediately, the knights were clearly armored and majestic, guarding several ordinary carriages. They did not know that one of them was sitting in the current carriage. The emperor just guessed that it was a certain powerful official. In the car, Yi Deshanzi, who was half lying down and leaning against him, closed his eyes comfortably, humming strangely in his mouth, enjoying the magical ventriloquism of the Queen Swallow. Last night, I stayed for the whole night, and my eyes were red because of the anger, and Empress Yan avoided acting as a firefighter to put out the fire. Before Yi Deshanzi had wished to fly back to the imperial city, he would hope that the journey would be a little longer and walk a bit slower, so that he could enjoy the endless gentleness of the Yan Empress. It's a pity, no matter how slow you go, there are times when you get to the Imperial City. 2 days later, the team arrived in the Imperial City. Dan Jiangmin, the chief minister of the cabinet, led a group of civil and military ministers out of the city to welcome the holy driver. Seeing Dan Jiangmin with a tired face and a thin circle with grey hair on his temples, Yi Daishan couldn't help sighing, and he helped Dan Jiangmin, who was kneeling to meet the holy driver, and said with regret, "Danj, you have worked hard." Yi Daishanzi is indeed distressed. Dan Jiangmin is the first minister of the cabinet and the prime minister's national affairs. He has shared most of the affairs for him. What is more rare is to find someone who is both capable and loyal, knows his ambitions and fully supports him. Minister. Sharing worries for the emperor is a matter for the minister. Dan Jiangmin was so touched that his old eyes were a little red. With the emperor's caring words from the heart, he has no regrets in this life. Back at the palace, the first thing Yi Daishanzi did was to give Dan Jiangmin a 7-day holiday, and ordered the inner palace guard to escort him home, and asked the first master of Xinglan Zhaoti to bring a bunch of ginseng tonic. Dong Dong follow. Dan Jiangmin was moved to tears for a while, and the civil and military officials also made their eyes red with envy. It was worth the emperor's care to receive such care from the emperor. Empress Jin led the harem concubines out to greet him with joy. Looking at the beauties with different temperaments in front of them, Yi Daishanzi grinned and smirked. Being an emperor is so good. Bai Ling, Yunai and other female clubs are dressed in palace costumes, looking at the real dragon emperor with different expressions, and they have mixed feelings for a while. This person, alas, really doesn't know how to say it. Yanayu has seen the emperor. A beautiful lady in white checked her head with a single palm. Her face was calm, and Gajing did not wave. This is the legendary Fairy Yan. Dan Zi couldn't help holding his breath, and carefully looked at Fairy Yan in front of him. The undulating and beautiful contours, like a mountain, are simply born to nurture the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth. Like hibiscus coming out of the clear water, as natural carvings, so simple and simple. Under the curved willow eyebrows, bright and deep eyes Gapan Shengyin, brilliant and exciting, and the skin is crystal clear like jade, which makes everyone fascinated by it. The spotless white color dress is flying in the wind, making it more attractive. Light, beautiful appearance, and refined. The Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help being shocked by her exquisite beauty, and for a while, he was dumbfounded. Queen Jin gave a light cough, and sighed helplessly in her heart. The Emperor is fine with everything, except that there is a bad problem that can't see a beautiful woman, but this Fairy Yan has a special identity. I hope he won't be foolish. The Emperor Yes soul returned to his body and smiled freely. The arrival of the fairy is really the blessing of my great Zhu. I had a deal with Wai walking on the road before. First of all, I had to give Fairy Yan a good impression, at least not to make the other person disgusted. So Yi Daishan tried desperately to converge, and did not show the slightest impolite look of Brother Pig. Pretending to be a gentleman of Qianqian, he suddenly remembered Leaf, who was a natural and deadly enemy with Xuanman. He turned his head and looked around, but did not see Li Fei's figure. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that she had left quietly. That night, the Emperor Yi Dai hosted a banquet to entertain Yanayu in the harem, accompanied by Queen Jin. This was the highest standard of entertainment. When the Empress Yan and Xianran met with their mother and daughter, they had mixed feelings for a while, and naturally there were many things to say. The concubines of the harem were busy showering and putting on makeup, waiting for the emperor to summon them with joy. During the banquet, after drinking for 3 rounds, Yi Daishan asked, "Fairy Yan is here this time? I don't know what is important." He has regained his composure from the previous surprises, and his campaign against the kingdom of Jin is progressing smoothly. Within a year at most, he will surely destroy this enemy country that is a great threat to Daizu. For this battle, he not only prepared for 2 years, he did not know how much effort he put in, but also put all his efforts into the whole country, and will never allow anyone to interfere or destroy. If Xiniuwa, who is in charge of the profound door, dares to interfere, he will definitely turn his face. The army encircles and suppresses the Xuanman. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Dan's red lips, and Yanyu opened her mouth lightly. Yanyu will go down the mountain this time, first for her practice, and secondly for her teacher's order. Yi Daishanzi raised his sword eyebrows, waiting for her next words. A trace of tension surged in his heart. I hope Xiniuwa didn't have the intention of interfering, otherwise, even the fairies who were inexhaustible in the world, he would have to turn his face. Yanyu's eyes rolled up and down. She glanced at him, and said calmly, I heard that many masters from various countries have secretly sneaked into the Great Zhou dynasty. If they want to be against your majesty, Yanyu is ordered by her master to go down to protect your majesty. Yi Daishanzi breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately lifted his spirits. Xiniuwa meant to support him, and this old lady was still acquainted. Experts from various countries sneaked into the Great Zhou secretly. Needless to say, you know why. Huai has reported this news several times, but Yi Daishan disapproved it. However, Leaf, who usually has bugs, quietly left at this time. Let him lose an extremely powerful man, which made him somewhat lost. If he can't get Leaf, it must be a big pity in his life. Brother feels that he has done well enough, but Leaf seems to have become an essence, and the oil and salt are not soaked, so I can't guess her half-thoughts. What? When asked about Yanyu's practice, Yanyu did not hide anything. She had a 3-year appointment with Leaf. During this period, she had to improve her cultivation level. She had been in retreat for more than a year without any progress. She had to go down the mountain to see if she could have a breakthrough. In the past few days in the palace, apart from practicing, she humbly asked Suzalan, the #1 master in the palace, and benefited a lot, but she never made a breakthrough. With regard to martial arts, Yi Daishan didn't have the slightest interest. He was only interested in the Emperor's heart. He had a deep understanding of the beauty of this martial art, and he had to practice it even if he tried his best. However, most of the time it is spent on political affairs and picking up girls, and has not yet broken through the 5th level. Thinking of the guest coming to the inn and almost cutting it in the hands of Empress Yan, he could not help but swear secretly that this time, anyway, he would have to spare some time to practice, not only for himself, but also for the harem of crabs. Chapter 307. Fairy Yan was ordered by her teacher to protect herself. By the way, he was practicing in martial arts. Of course, he had to stay in the palace. Danzi was happy and smiled. He wanted to get close to the fairies. Naturally, he had to be in contact with her from time to time to have a chance to soak. That night, the Emperor Yi Daishan went to the hole as a star, rushing around the scene, and he was very busy. The Emperor had been away from the palace for nearly 2 months, and the concubines naturally missed it very tightly. However, there was only one Emperor, and he could only wait patiently, who was young and wolf. Yi Daishanzi stayed in the palace of the King dynasty that night. Empress Jin's generosity made him both grateful and a little sorry. Naturally, he should accompany her more as compensation. Little don't win the wedding. The emperor stayed at Qianqing Palace on the night when he returned to the palace. Don't mention how happy Queen Jin was. After all, you have a conscience, but they helped you with 7 concubines in one go. This amount of belly might be the only one in the world. Such a silly woman. Stupid is stupid, but a smart woman should know when to play stupid and when to be smart. At least, everything she has given has been rewarded. The emperor is fierce and fierce. She can't fight her alone. She has to pull the concubine on her own. Although a bit absurd, in the harem, she seems to be used to it. Besides, the emperor is even more absurd and evil. It's not that they haven't learned anything before, and it's shameful to say it, but isn't it true that the joy of the boudoir? Anyway, they like it. After tossing in the middle of the night, after Queen Jin and concubines I fell apart, the Emperor Yi Dai rushed to the bedroom of Li Xiangming and Gixun non-stop. When Li Xiangming and Gixun were suddenly summoned into the palace by Empress Jin, they were already anxious. When they knew Sumion's true identity, they felt a lot of feelings in their hearts. Hate, of course. There is a little bit, just hate someone for concealing the two of them so badly. However, when someone comes to the front line, it takes 2 months to go, and the bit of hatred in my heart has long since disappeared. Without a trace, it is more worrying. At this meeting, the two women were a little at a loss, and all the things they had planned before were thrown out of the sky. The Emperor, Li Xiangming, who has seen a lot of big names, speaks out first, and is full of blessings. An old husband and wife, are you still so productive? Yi Daishan leaned close with a smile, and put one arm around him on the front line. I don't want you all the time, am worried that you are not happy in the palace. Living in the palace? Of course the two of them are not very happy. There are too many rules in the palace. If they accidentally violate them, they will be punished by Queen Jin. If someone is there, they may be able to intercede for them. The two of them were trembling in their hearts, and they went through day after day with care. Gixun gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand, wanting to pinch him severely, but she didn't dare to think about it. At first, she didn't know his true identity and thought he was just the son of a family. Now that she knows it, she naturally can't follow sex. And in order to, after she was accepted into the palace, Tan Yuntang's business was handed over to Hai Yui for full control. Empress Jin was very smart and did not interfere. What to do with the emperor after returning, that is the emperor's business. Hubu Shangxue Li Jin worried that his sister was unhappy or being bullied in the palace, but came to visit from time to time. Empress Jin suddenly brought people into the palace. It was a bit abrupt, but it was relieved to think about it. The emperor always runs out like this. It's not the same thing. It makes people worry about the accident. Now, at any rate, they are all the emperor's people. What is missing is only a name and ceremony. This is necessary. Moreover, the emperor originally promised in person that if he didn't fulfill it, he would fight his life to seek justice for his sister. Feeling the restraint of the two women, they are no longer as casual as before. In fact, the Emperor Yi Da is also quite helpless. The identity of the emperor can crush people to death. It's dawn, so naturally he has to get up and go to court. The Emperor Yi Daishan, who drove 2 games in a row, is still a little weak at this moment. It seems that the fourfold emperor's heart is still too much to bear. No, I won't go to court today. I have to make up my sleep. The emperor, you must take care of your dragon body. Suzalun's worried expression, man, which one is not good? But like the emperor, there are very few things like this. He is very worried that a young emperor will indulge in wine and sex, emptiness, ruining political affairs, and turning a great Zhou empire into a lust. Make it like before. I know. Yi Daishan yawned and went into Rufy's bedroom to make up his sleep. When his head touched the pillow, the boy screamed. Suzalun looked worried but helpless. If the emperor continued like this, sooner or later he would have trouble, and he had to think of a way. Bai Ailing, Yunai and other 5 women stayed in their dormitory anxiously, until afternoon. Yi Daishan, who had a long sleep, appeared with a smile. I have seen the emperor. The 5 women hurriedly bowed to blessing, with a pretty face and cautious expression, even a little uneasy and nervous. Yi Daishanzi could only sigh helplessly. The 5 women are as cautious as Li Xiangming and Gixun. Alas, it would be great if they could sex as freely as before. Suzalun, the chief general manager of the internal maternity supervisor, sat in his own room meditating. He is old and not as energetic as before. Most of the things that serve the emperor are handed over to his 2 apprentices, Xiaozixi Liuzi, and he will give advice from time to time. The 2 should pay attention, what should be said, what should not be said, etc. After thinking about it for a long time, Suzalun couldn't think of a good way. If the emperor can train the emperor's heart art to the 7th level, Yi Yushu will not be a problem, but the emperor is too busy and has no time to concentrate on practicing the heart art. Furthermore, his training time was too short, and the reason why he was able to reach the 4th stage was only through the use of a few dragon and tiger guards' pure essence. After thinking about it, he got up and went out to the imperial study room, picked up the emperor's heart from the desk and carried it into his arms, then swaggered back to his room, flipping carefully page by page. In fact, after the death of the Emperor Xian, he personally kept this emperor's heart, and he kept it in his mind without missing a word. The inner strength of the emperor's heart was strong to fierce and unparalleled. Back then, the ancestors used this skill to fight on the battlefield and founded the Great Zhou Empire. However, this Megatron continent's skill is just the opposite of the sunflower secret that he has practiced. If it is similar or the same, he can sacrifice an unfathomable skill and transfer it to the emperor to help him practice the emperor's heart. To the seventh realm. When the emperor was young, he liked to stick to him. It could be said that he was able to take care of him. In his heart, the emperor was like his own son. Lao Tzu paved the way for his son's future. However, is there any way to quickly improve the emperor's cultivation base? Su Zilun's head hurts. Chapter 308. On the second day, the Emperor Yi Dai went to preside over the court affairs, and decreed that Li Xiangming, Gixun, Bai Ailing, and Yunai were concubines, and the Queen Yan was the wife of Fugo. Although there is no grand ceremony of marrying into the palace in the 8-tried sedan chair, for the 7 women, they are already very content and grateful. You know, the imperial concubine is second only to the queen, and under the imperial concubine there are Zeoyi, Zaorong, Zeoyun, Xui, Xiurong, Xiyuan, filling Yi, filling capacity, filling you are 9, and after the 9 there are talented people. What, in short, they can be regarded as reaching the sky in one step. Nowadays, there is an atmosphere of celebration in the entire court, and good news from the frontier pass frequently, and the Emperor Longyan rejoices. Who will miss such a good time for flattering? Among the people, from the streets to the alleys, the common people are also discussing border wars. They all feel that the bloody soldiers in the front are raising the prestige of the Great Zhou dynasty, and everyone is proud of it. After the dispersal of the dynasty, the 2 Shangxiu masters from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Husbandry stayed behind, led by the eunuch, and entered the imperial study room to face the saint. The emperor, Hubu Shangxiu Li Jin, has a frowning face. It is reasonable to say that his sister has been deleted as a concubine. He should be happy, but at this moment, the expression on his face is as if someone borrowed his money and didn't pay it back. Of Yi Daishanzi waved his hand and said with a grin, Li Aking, I know that you are very hard, and those who can do more work, I see it in my eyes and remember it in my heart. He understood that Li Jin was complaining and crying for poverty. This is also normal. In order to destroy the Golden State, which is extremely threatening to Dezhou, Emperor Yi Dezhou has exhausted all the power of the country. Think about nearly 1 million troops fighting outside the Great Wall. The consumption of food and grass is terrifying, plus various expenses such as weapons and equipment, military salaries, stipends, and expropriation of migrant workers' wages, and I don't know how much money I will burn every day. In war, it's just white money. The Ministry of Households is in charge of money and grain. As the Minister of Finance of the Empire, Li Jin is naturally aware of the financial data of the empire. Although the situation in the empire is now better, the taxes and silvers paid in all places are transferred to the account and immediately have to be transferred. Not only did he fail to save a couple of silver when he transferred it out, but on the contrary, the huge expenditures reduced the originally abundant treasury. So how could it not be painful? The Ministry of War, which is in charge of the national military status and other functions, has the same headache as Dugajin, who is also the official book of the Ministry of War. When a war breaks out, the general military service is 1 or 2 for every 15 households. After the raid on Yunyang Yunwu 2 passes, it has been drafted. After the Chengbai Bay defensive battle, another one was drafted. The current emperor ordered another 3rd draft. The purpose was to trap Shengjing to death with superior forces. The frequent recruitment of strong people and the large number of them was the founding of the Great Zhou Empire. Since then, the most conquest of the emperors in the past, the pressure can be imagined. Dugajin and Li Jin were somewhat pitying the same a few days ago. They both had a headache for conquering the Golden Kingdom. For this battle, the emperor had exhausted all the power of the whole country. The battle has been fought until now. It has been difficult to fight. Had to bite the bullet and hold on. Yi Daishanzi consoled for a while, praised again, and waved his hand to let the two leave. Although he knew that he had exhausted all the power of the whole country for this battle, it was a waste of money and a lot of money, but the situation is still relatively optimistic, and good news are frequent. The people have not yet complained. Harem. Yan Yu has a special status and enjoys extraordinary special treatment in the palace. At least, in the palace, she comes and goes freely. She woke up early in the morning and after having breakfast, she went to Suzalun, the chief inspector of the house attendant, to discuss martial arts. Although Suzalun lived in the deep palace for many years, his cultivation skills were unfathomable. He had few rivals in the rivers and lakes. With extraordinary insights, Yan Yu asked him for advice and benefited a lot. Today, she came to Suzalun's room under the guidance of the little eunuch as she had done a few days ago. Seeing Suzalun, she couldn't help looking shocked even though she was in a state of mind, and said in shock, "Manager Su, what happened?" Although Suzalun is more than 60 years old, he has lived in a deep palace for many years. His skin is white, there are not many wrinkles, and his hair is more jet black like young people's hair, and he looks a bit rejuvenated. But at this moment, Suzalun's white hair was like snow, and he was as old as a dying old man, who might die at any time. What important thing can make him grey hair overnight? Even if Yan Yu's state of mind is like still water, and the waves are calm, she can't help but be surprised and curious at this moment. Our family is okay. Suzalun's lips showed a weird smile, and suddenly he took a big step and poked it out with a finger. Yan Yu didn't think that he would make a sudden move. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, she didn't have the slightest defense, and besides, the cultivation base between the two differed by several levels. Yan Yu was furious. "You!" Suzalun grinned and said with a dark smile, "Fairy Yan, our family is offended." "You! What do you want to do?" Yan Yu's meridians were restrained, and her body was weak. She was hugged into the inner room by Suzalun. She couldn't help being frightened. According to rumors, the eunuchs were unable to personnel, psychologically distorted, and the methods of torturing women became heinous. Some powerful eunuchs even learned to marry wives and concubines like normal people. She didn't know how Suzalun would torture herself. Although the eunuch could not be regarded as a man, if a woman who defended herself like a jade suffered this humiliation, she would definitely live without a face in this world. Suzalun put her on the soft chair and said something in a low voice. The panic and anger on Yan Yu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a bit of lost, even with a little expectation and excitement. Suzalun said in an eunuch's unique feminine and harsh tone, "If Fairy Yan agrees, he blinks." Yan Yu's breathing couldn't help but become a little quick. This was the most important decision she faced for the first time in her life, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and hesitant for a while. In the Imperial Study Room, after reading some memorials, the Emperor Yi Daishan began to remove the distracting thoughts from his heart, and began to adjust his breath and movement. Let Tan Jiangmin serve as the cabinet's first assistant, the Prime Minister's national affairs, which is his attempt to decentralize power. He has eased a lot, but the burden on Tan Jiangmin's shoulders is as heavy as a mountain. Of course, he has greater authority. During the days when he went to the border, the various departments of the imperial court were operating normally under the auspices of Mr. Tan. Major and minor matters were basically approved by Mr. Tan. Those memorials that were passed to the imperial study and piled up into mountains were approved by Mr. Tan. After that, wait for the emperor to review it. Of course, if the emperor disagrees with Tan Zhao's decision, he can cross it at any time and renegotiate the implementation. Yi Daishanzi knew that the fourfold emperor's heart formula was not enough to soothe the concubines of the harem, so he had to raise his spirits and start serious training. However, there were too many distracting thoughts in his mind. and it was not a good material for martial arts training. He sat quietly for a long time, but he couldn't get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the midst of a headache, Suzalan, chief of the internal attendant superintendent, came in, and the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help being taken aback, and said in surprise, "Old Su, you ... what's wrong with you?" Even Yanayu, whose heart is still in the water, was surprised to see him, let alone him who is exquisite and vigorous. Suzalan bowed and saluted. "Thank the Emperor for your concern, the servant is okay," and Fairy Yan asks the servant to pass a message to the Emperor. Chapter 309. It depends on the Emperor's ability to pick up girls. Old Su, the Emperor Yi Daishan, who came to the quiet room with Suzalan excitedly, didn't expect that he would suddenly make a move, and he couldn't help being frightened. Suzalan knelt down and kowtowed. The Emperor forgives sins, but the slaves and servants are also in need. He didn't feel the slightest murderous aura in Suzalan's body, and the expression in his eyes was even a little offensive and uneasy. Only then did Yi Daishan relieved his heart. In fact, with Suzalan's cultivation base, he wanted to kill himself. It was easy and a chance. There are so many hairy. What the hell are you going to do? Yi Daishan had a gloomy face with a very unhappy expression on my face. Although Suzalan is not malicious, but think about that, he is the dignified true dragon emperor. He has made meridian acupoints for you to arbitrarily manipulate, and everyone is very annoyed. Suzalan hurriedly said in a low voice, "The slave servant is loyal to the Emperor, but please rest assured, the Emperor." Yi Daishanzi could not move his whole body, so he could only be at his mercy. "The Emperor, please forgive the slaves and maidservants to be presumptuous." Suzalan carefully hugged Yi Daishanzi in front of the tent, and helped him sit cross-legged on the mat. The heavy curtains were lifted open, revealing a magnificent face that was exquisite in the world, and the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help but open his mouth. Fairy Yan sits cross-legged in front of him. Her face is as calm as water, deep, and her eyes are so clear that there is no trace of impurities, with an indescribable appeal, which makes Yi Daishan feel a kind of saying no at this moment. A sense of tranquility. "The Emperor, forgive me." Suzalan sat cross-legged on the mat between the two of them, then closed his eyes, cleared all the distracting thoughts from his heart, and began to do the work. What does this old castrate want to do? Yi Daishan's eyes tumbled chaotically, and he opened his mouth to ask, only to realize that his mouth could not be opened and closed at all. Dare to be that when Suzalan hugged him over, he easily controlled his dumb acupuncture point. The curiosity in this servant's heart became stronger and stronger, and he blinked desperately to Fairy Yan, trying to ask Fairy Yan the reason through his eyes. I don't know if Fairy Yan was restrained by Suzalan's meridians like him, and still reluctant to make a sound. Fairy Yan still sits cross-legged with a calm expression, without blinking his eyes. Seeing that his eyes blink a lot, simply close your eyelids, like an old monk entering Ding, indifferent to everything around him. My fork. Ignoring brother. Yi Daishanzi is hot with his sex pattern. If it weren't for the meridians to be restrained and unable to move, he would definitely stretch out his wolf's paw to test whether Fairy Yan would respond. He gritted his teeth and glared at Suzalan, but this old castrate had already closed his eyes and did his work, ignoring his existence, making Yi Daishan so angry that he almost vomited blood. Suzalan still closed his eyes. His left palm stretched out slowly, and with a touch, his palm was already touching Fairy Yan's palm, and Yi Daishanzi felt an invisible suction force coming. People hadn't reacted yet. Suzalan's right palm has been glued. In astonishment, I suddenly felt a gentle force coming from Suzalan's right palm, flowing along the arm into the whole body, sod meridians and 8 major acupoints, and finally into the Danshan big acupoints. The Emperor, please hold your breath and guide Zeni Yuan. Suzalan's yin and yang weird sharp and harsh voice suddenly came from his ears. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Yi Daishan knew that Lao Su was helping him open up the acupoints of the meridians and help him break through, so he couldn't find a good thing with a lantern, so he wouldn't refuse. The Sunflower Secret Code is a very feminine and weird unique evil skill. Men cannot practice it, and women who are born with yin cannot practice it either. Only eunuchs can practice it. It is against the powerful and domineering emperor's heart tactics. If you lose directly to Yi Daishanzi, it will only be counterproductive. For this reason, Suzalan had racked his brains, and his hair was all white overnight, before he thought of a solution. The world of martial arts is inseparable from its sect. In the end, all rivers, yin and yang, and the 5 elements, mutually regenerate and restrain each other, and the cathode generates yang while the anode generates yin. He first loses the extremely yin internal energy of the Sunflower Secret Book to Yanayu, using her as the carrier. After Yanayu's washing, he sucked back some of the true essence and transmitted it to the Emperor Yi Da. The Xuanmen Inner Gong mental method, known as the most authentic Inner Gong mental method in the world, is actually not the case. There are many kinds of Inner Gong mental methods in the world, and many of them are quite pure. Like the Emperor's Inner Gong mental method, it is a very pure Inner Gong mental method. It's just that the inner strength that is cultivated is completely opposite. The inner strength of the Xuanmen is indeed very pure, and what is even more rare is that Yanayu is a pure yin body. The weird inner strength of the Sunflower Secret Code has been washed and merged with the pure inner strength of the Xuanmen, and transformed into yang to strong, which is just right for Yi Da. The requirements of the Emperor's heart art practiced by the Emperor. Suzalan knew that his life was approaching, so instead of burying it in the coffin with a body of unfathomable true essence, it would be better to complete the Emperor and Yanayu. The Emperor can almost be said to have brought him up with one hand. In his heart, he was already the Emperor's own son. So he decided to pass some of his skills to the Emperor to help him quickly improve his cultivation. And Yanayu, as the carrier of the true essence washing, of course, has great benefits. She can use Suzalan's feminine to soft true essence to double her own cultivation level to reach the level of Leaf. Leaf has repeated adventures. Her cultivation is unfathomable. She is almost like a bug. Even he is 7 minutes jealous. It is normal for the concubines of the harem to compete for favor, in case she is in a bad mood someday suddenly. If no one in this palace can suppress it, the trouble will be great. The Emperor's heart is nothing more than balance. He served 3 generations of emperors and naturally understood the mystery. Therefore, Suzalan decided to become Queen Yanai and make her a strong opponent to restrain Leaf. Of course, the premise is that the Emperor has to get Fairy Yan, and later he still has a hand. He has done everything that can be done for the Emperor, and the rest depends on the Emperor's ability to pick up girls. Yi Daishanzi could feel the vigorous and pure inner strength constantly pouring in from Suzalan's palm, swimming through the large acupoints of the meridians throughout his body, slowly converging in the big acupoints of the Danshan. Gradually, they merged into the surging ocean, and then rushed back, rushing away the acupoints of the major meridians in the body one by one. His internal strength cultivation base does not flow at all. Suzalan's forceful penetration of internal strength and acupoints to open the veins is like a person being forced to penetrate 10 gallons of water. The pain caused can be imagined. Yi Daishanzi's face because of the severe pain. His muscles were twisted and became hideous and scary. Yi Daishan greeted Suzalan's ancestors in generations and times in his heart, but he couldn't help it anymore. The vigorous and pure internal force kept pouring in, forcing he had to fight his destiny and turn a pitiful internal force to guide him. The surging internal energy rushes to open the acupoints of the meridians throughout the body. Waves of pain followed, and the pain became more and more intense. He could only grit his teeth desperately to support it. At this time, Suzalan's face became paler and paler, and steamed white mist emanated from the top of his head, filling the quiet room. Chapter 310 Fairy, I am destined to you. The acupoints of the meridians throughout Yi Daishanzi's body were expanded by the surging force, and it seemed to have expanded to the limit, and his body seemed to expand and grow, and the boundless pain made him scream wildly. What? He didn't know how long the intense pain lasted. He suddenly felt a sudden shock in his forehead, and the pain suddenly disappeared without a trace. Hey, it's no more pain. Yi Daishanzi touched his swelling body just now. At this moment, he felt unspeakably energetic, and the real energy of the big point intention was full and swollen, and he couldn't wait for it. Roar a few times to vent. Old Su, are you okay? Seeing Suzalan, who was sitting cross-legged next to him, closed his eyes. His skinny old face was full of wrinkles, like cracked old tree bark, which looked extremely frightening, and Yi Daishan was taken aback. Don't move, Manager Su is dead. The soft voice of Yanayu sounded, and only then did Danzi remember that Fairy Yan was sitting in front of him, with a heavy curtain hanging down somehow, separating the two, only to vaguely see her slender and moving. The posture. Dead. Yi Daishan couldn't help being blank, his mind went blank for a moment. Did this old castrate leave like this? Fairy Yan behind the tent sighed faintly. General Su is a martial arts wizard in the world, and Yanayu can only repay this great favor in her next life. With Suzalan's help, she has made a qualitative leap in her cultivation level. As long as she refining and fusion of the large amount of true essence stored in the Danshan Da, she can reach a higher level, and then she will be able to fight Ulinu. Of course you have to thank you for such a great favor. Yanayu stood up slowly and stretched out her hand to lift the tent, but when her bare hand touched the tent turned into soot. Yanayu couldn't help but sighed in her heart. This veil must have been unable to withstand Suzalan's unfathomable internal energy impulse, and it was all turned to ashes. She froze for a while, seeing someone staring straight at herself. She froze for a moment, and suddenly the whole body was cold and whistling. She looked down and couldn't help screaming, and her two hands instinctively covered the vital parts. With a grunt, Yi Daishan, whose soul was hooked away by the white carcass in front of him, swallowed with great difficulty the fairy's beautiful carcass. He even had a clear view of it. Fortunately, he had passed the age of nosebleeds earlier, otherwise, he would be crazy. Squirting out. Hey, no, why is it so cold all over? Yi Daishan felt strange, and when he looked down, he couldn't help being stupid. The clothes on his body were okay just now, and it would also break off in pieces, turning into a big light pig. And the terrible one is the terrifying gun. Fairy Yan pointed angrily. This time, the embarrassment is getting worse. This fellow jumped up instinctively, not wanting the powerful internal force contained in the body to naturally urge him. His body soared into the sky, frightened him screaming, people in the air. His hands and feet danced, help. A white gauze shot at the right time and wrapped his body, but the shameful Fairy Yan got into the outer veil, covered his body with the veil, pulled off another veil, and rolled it into a cloth. The strips shot out quickly, entangled Yi Daishan's falling body. Yi Daishanzi touched the ground with his feet. His center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to the ground with his ass. The pain made him grin in a weird look. His ass hurts as if it is about to split in half, but his eyes are staring straight at Fairy Yan, who is wrapped in a gauze tent. The silk-woven palace gauze is already thin and almost transparent. Even if it is wrapped in a few layers, it is difficult to hide the beautiful curve figure. What's more, it is faint, hazy, and more seductive. For this Yi Daishanzi, whose resistance was close to zero, it was undoubtedly even more lethal. This is the legendary Fairy Yan, a rare sight in a century. Yi Daishan no longer cares about his look like a pig brother, staring desperately, for fear of missing something. Yanayu was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack to get in. Although she was facing someone, she might feel that Sumion's eyes were staring at herself wolfishly, and her mind must be full of nasty thoughts. She was ashamed and annoyed, but very helpless. She didn't expect Suzalan's inner strength to be so powerful that it would make her. If the man behind him was someone else, even a first-rank member of the Imperial Court, she would kill with one palm to protect her innocence. But this person made her feel helpless. Before going down the mountain, Master repeatedly told him that he is a sacred monarch who has never met in 1,000 years on the wild continent. He will end the disputes on the continent and save the people in the deep and fierce waters. It is all on him. The fog must protect his safety. Can't kill, but his innocence. At this moment, even if her heart is still like water, her heart is still in chaos, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. After a long while, she tore off another gauze tent and threw it backhand. Yi Deshanzi, who was swallowing wildly, suddenly realized that his eyes were dark, and his whole person was covered by the gauze tent. He then recovered his soul and pulled down the gauze tent to wrap himself up, but the big tent was raised high. He got up from the ground, rubbed his sore butt, and coughed slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean it, but what? Seeing him apologize in person, Fairy Yan was ashamed, but it was more or less better. It happened suddenly, and I really can't blame him at all. To blame, I can only blame Suzalun for being too strong. But there is still something to do with this guy, Yi Daishan said solemnly. But, do you want to hear the truth? Yanayu was stunned for a while and said, the truth. Rao is because she is icy and smart, and she can't keep up with her thinking, and she doesn't understand what he wants to say for a while. It's not that she can't keep up with her thinking. Although she is icy and smart, she has been practicing with great concentration on the top of Fairy Peak. She has very little experience in the world. In addition, Yi Deshanzi's thinking jumps too fast, unless she is always by his side and knows his habits. Sexual people will slowly get used to his jumping style of speaking. If Leaf is present and hearing his words, she will surely turn her eyes white. If this servant pretends to be serious, then there must be no formality in the back. Yi Deshanzi smiled and said, Fairy Yan's immortal posture is magnificent, and it is exciting to see the unparalleled face of the fairy. That must be the blessing of a century of cultivation. I must have repaired it for 1,000 years and 10,000. Shut up. Yanayu was ashamed, annoyed, and helpless. The servant said in a serious manner, complimenting your unparalleled appearance, which makes people stunned. In the back, listening to you is not right. If you let it go, he went on talking nonsense. Really embarrassingly embarrassing. After 100 years of cultivation, one can see the face. 1,000 years and 10,000, one can see. Is this human? Is it the words of the dignified emperor of a country, the sage king who is rare in 1,000 years? Yi Daishan gave a light cough. Actually, I want to say, Fairy, I have a predestined relationship with you. Chapter 311. Yanayu did not say anything. Although she lacks the experience of the world, it does not mean that she is stupid. The fate of a certain population, but there are many meanings. If you argue with him, you will only become more entangled. The wisest way to do this is to shut his mouth tightly and treat his words as wind in his ears. Yi Deshanzi was wrapped in a simple gauze skirt, touching his chin with one hand, admiring Yanayu's celestial beauty. Tsk Tusk, look, how white the skin is, crystal clear like jade. It must be as smooth as silk satin, tender enough to pinch water. Look, this curvy figure, Nima, the world's #1 supermodel. I'm afraid it can't be compared. What's more, people still practice martial arts, no matter how slender the legs are. If you just clamp the legs. Well, you know. This fellow unscrupulously admired Fairy Yan's exquisite beauty in the world, and the look of the wolf had already stripped the layers of the skin on Fairy Yan's body. It was nothing to watch carefully. Here comes the hungry tiger to pounce on the sheep. Although Yanayu turned her back to him, the thorny feeling on her back made her very uncomfortable. She seldom goes down the mountain. This time she went down the mountain and walked all the way to the imperial city. The passers-by she met were all a stunning and pious demeanor. She was also used to it, but the look in someone's eyes was too evil. Now, that kind of domineering and strong possessiveness made her very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. In addition, the two of them were in the quiet room, and the clothes on their bodies were all turned into soot, and the spring was full. Now they are only wrapped in gauze tents. The atmosphere is strange and uncomfortable. She is trying to urge some fuck off, don't want to. Hearing Sumyeon's voice in her ears, the exhaled heat even sprayed into her ears, making her feel tight, and instinctively moved a few steps away. Fairy Yan, do you know any masters who have sneaked into the territory of my great zoo? Yanayu replied helplessly. Yanayu doesn't know, but those people must be dead men. Your Majesty must be careful. Xuanman is regarded as a martial arts master by Jianghu martial artists, because of their worship and respect for Xuanman, but not all Jianghu martial artists are like this. At least, the magic door is the dead enemy of Xuanman, and there are some scum of Jianghu, the same, regarding chivalrous Wei as a natural enemy. Furthermore, there are many Wu friends who are working hard for a dozen silvers under the reward. All the mysterious and chivalrous are all clouds. Huang Chengqing's gold is true. Those people will naturally earn it if they are desperate. As for how many famous masters wanted to assassinate the Emperor of Diezu, it is not known. Xinyu also heard these wind noises before sending powerful disciples down the mountain to protect the safety of the Emperor of Diezu. Oh, how good is the star palm? Yanayu couldn't help but startled again. This boy's thinking jumped too fast, right? In fact, the Emperor Yi Da was speechless, desperately delaying time. Fairy Yan did not dare to face him, only turned his back. He was happy to admire Fairy Yan's beautiful curvy figure desperately. Of course, the peerless god soldier is hideous and inflated, glaring at the sky. Anyway, there are only two of them in the quiet room, and besides, his appearance, Fairy Yan can also see it. Anyway, it's the same thing, and Fairy Yan being alone in a room. The atmosphere is very ambiguous. Master. Her old man is in good health. Yanayu hesitated for a while and then replied slowly. Master and Leaf suffered a bit of internal injury. She was able to recover after a while, but she was in a very bad mood. The reason was that she was very bad. Understand? Yi Daishanzi said again. Well, when the war is over, I plan to go to Dandu Mountain for a walk. Welcome. Yanayu replied a little helplessly. She could see that she had nothing to talk about, and it was just to delay. The reason was self-evident. She went on to preemptively said, Your Majesty cares about the world and manages everything. If you can take time out of your busy schedule to entertain Yanayu, Yanayu is grateful. So I won't disturb your Majesty. Yi Daishanzi grinned and grinned. Although he was chasing guests, he said it was extremely comfortable in his heart, and he liked it. He walked to the door of the quiet room and shouted, Come here. Slaves are here. The voice of the little five came from outside the door. Yi Daishan asked him to find a set of his own clothes and a set of women's clothing. Although the little fifth son is puzzled, the Emperor's words are imperial decree. How can he be negligent? As soon as the order goes down, the little eunuch finds his clothes. Yi Daishanzi put on his clothes unscrupulously in front of Fairy Yan. With her back to him, Yanayu heard the whispering sound of his dressing, her heart throbbing wildly, her smooth jade cheeks were burning like fire, but she couldn't blame anyone. This quiet room was just a little bit like that. In place, the only gauze tent that blocked the melt was also torn off by the two of them to wrap their bodies. After Yi Daishan put on the clothes, he smiled and asked, Should I call the palace maid to come in and serve the fairy to change clothes? No. Yang Xian was taken aback, and quickly refused. The lone man and the widow were in the same room, which had already caused criticism. If someone came in to see her like this, it would really be impossible to clean up after jumping into the Yellow River. Yi Daishanzi had long known that she would refuse, and smiled and handed the women's clothing that had been brought in, and said softly, I don't know if it fits, fairy, don't blame it. Yanayu took the clothes backhand, what happened, and asked about this. Don't know if this guy is sincere. Still deliberate. Yi Daishanzi knew that he should go out, and staying there would only arouse the disgust of Fairy Yan. He stretched out the door, suddenly turned his head, and said with a very serious expression, Fairy Yan, I have two more sentences from truth from the bottom of your heart. Yanayu didn't say anything. Anyway, the clothes were delivered. She was not in a hurry for that moment, but she didn't know what his two truths were from the bottom of the heart. Silence is the default. Yi Daishan's face showed an upright gentleman's apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." Yan Yu didn't say anything, but she felt much more comfortable in her heart. This incident was originally an accident. No wonder he was at all. Furthermore, the dignified True Dragon Emperor apologized face to face in a sincere tone, and all her face was saved, even though she was still in her heart. Most of the annoyance in existence has also disappeared. Such a sincere apology should be from the heart. But what is his second heartfelt statement? Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "Fairy Yan is so beautiful and unparalleled, even if I kill me, I still want to watch." With such a huge contrast, Yan Yu was stunned for a long time before she gritted her teeth and squeezed out a word, "Go." She was ashamed and annoyed. She raised her hand to smash the thing in her hand, and suddenly remembered that it was the clothes that covered her body, and then put it down reluctantly. This faint lord really angered her. Which pot does not open, but which one to mention? Yi Daishanzi grinned and smiled happily, but it's a pity that Fairy Yan turned her back to him and couldn't see the expression on her face. But, as you can imagine, it must be very rich. The molesting should also be stopped. He opened the door. The expression on his face couldn't help but his mouth was open. Chapter 312. At the door, Leaf smiled like a flower, and called out the Emperor. She was naturally charming, and she had the charming charm of swinging people's heart. She also practiced the technique of inner charming. At this moment, she deliberately did it, and she was full of power for men. The lethality. Yi Daishan couldn't help shivering, and his whole body was soft. But the peerless soldier was angry at Zishan. He hurriedly bowed slightly and coughed slightly. "Leaf, you are not." Leaf chuckled and said, "The Emperor, the slave originally planned to travel for a few days, but he was worried and had to come back again." A pair of fascinating peach blossom eyes aimed at the half-open door. She chuckled and said, "The slave listened to the people in the palace saying that there have been foxes in this area recently, and the slave is worried that the Emperor will be stunned and will cause major events in the world. Regardless, so the slave returned." Yi Daishanzi coughed desperately, staring at the nearby guards and scolded, "Did you not hear it? Don't hurry to find it." A group of guards screamed, all scattered, pretending to be random searches. Inside the room, Yan Yu, who had already put on her clothes, was both ashamed and annoyed. However, she felt guilty in her heart, so she could only stand silently in the room, waiting for the people outside to disperse before daring to come out. The so-called slap is not sound. Leaf saw no movement in the room, and she suddenly felt completely convinced that this pair of dog men and women must have been inside before, and cursed a vixen in her heart. But at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable feeling. This guy is so capable. The sow fox who pretended to be very holy on the surface was only a few days old, and he hooked it up. This dead man is really easy to change, and his nature is hard to change. Hey, this guy seems a little different today. Leaf blinked her fascinating eyes, staring at someone closely, and her curving eyebrows slowly wrinkled, her pretty face concealed with a solemn expression. This chi is calm and free, and the inner light of the divine light is clearly the supreme realm of the three-flower gathering. He has not been there for a few days, and he has reached this realm. In surprise, she stretched out her slender hand and grabbed Sumion's big hand. With a little luck, she immediately felt a powerful rebound force from Sumion's hand, dissolving her dark energy into invisible. What a hell! Yi Daishanzi didn't know that Leaf was secretly trying her own inner strength cultivation skills. Seeing that she took the initiative to hold her hand, his soul came out of her body. "What's the matter?" Linu stared at him and asked. "Even a martial arts wizard, it is impossible to reach the sky in one step, unless there is some adventure, let alone the aptitude of this servant is only superior. And it has not reached the level of a wizard." "What's the matter?" The Emperor Yi Daishan, who was taught by Solf, looked blank, and didn't understand what Leaf meant. Is this dead man really fascinated by the sow fox pretending to be holy? Leaf, who was full of hatred in her heart, slammed hard and the Emperor Yi Daishan immediately let out a strange cry. He felt a powerful and incomparable feminine and dark energy rushing, and couldn't help but startled. Leaf. What's the matter? Leaf glared at him, slowly dissipating the internal energy gathered. Not the enemy of life and death, she naturally did not have the full internal energy, and moreover, Sum Yeon's body protection magic naturally resisted her internal energy. Jin, resolved into the invisible, there was no harm at all, just a shock to someone. Yi Daishanzi was stunned for a while before he understood what she meant. The guy blinked his eyes and mobilized the muscles of his face, showing a mysterious expression. Well, it's the result of the double repair. Li Feiguang's jade cheeks soared into red clouds. There are also records of yin-yang dual cultivation methods in the magical martial arts book, which can indeed accelerate the internal strength cultivation of both sides. But, speaking of it, it is indeed a bit shameful, neither know which martial arts predecessor invented. However, having said that, if the two parties are married couples, there are indeed great benefits to doing double cultivation together, but she is lonely and widowed. Where can she be married? There is no end to martial arts. I don't know how many martial artists are pursuing the extreme realm of martial arts. They have spent their entire life, but it is difficult to see their paths. They are either too fanatical and paranoid and go crazy, or they are crazy. Although she is a genius, but she is not crazy enough. But if she finds the way, how can she not be tempted? However, this kind of training method is really a bit of a headache and difficulty for her. Why do women have to marry husband and son, be a good wife and mother? Well, if she is willing to cross this threshold, there may not be a man in the world that she might be fond of. This one in front of me is at best half a sloppy one. Just married so aggrieved. She felt a little wronged. What's more, when Master was alive, she once said that men are not good things, and when she thinks about this, she feels a headache. But his women seem to be very happy. When she traveled through the famous rivers and mountains, she overheard some village women conversations. What they said: only a woman who is a mother can be regarded as a real woman. As for the women of the village, the shameful topics of the women in the village, such as the joy of the boudoir, have also made her heart chaos, curious, confused, and a little bit Moming's nervousness. In short, the feeling was a bit weird, and she couldn't tell why. Seeing that her expression was a little weird, Yi Daishan's expression was confused, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Yin and yang, surrounded by a large group of court ladies and eunuchs and guards, he accompanied Leaf to the Hall of Cultivation of the Heart. This boy didn't know how many levels his current cultivation level had reached, and he was a little eager to try, and walked to the front of the palace. Next to the big stone pillar, he carried his inner strength and shot out with a palm. With this palm, he had achieved 10 successful powers, and when the palm was shot out, there was a deafening sound of jowl. There was a loud bang, the crushed stone shot, and the large stone pillar carved with flying dragon auspicious clouds shook fiercely, and then cracks appeared. As the cracks continued to expand and expand, the solid stone temple collapsed with a bang. Are you crazy? Fortunately, Leaf reacted quickly and pulled him away in time so that she was not buried alive by the collapsed stone palace. Yi Daishan looked at his palm stupidly, and it took a long time before bursting out a burst of wild laughter. Milk and milk like a bear. Brother is so cool. The Emperor's heart art is clearly recorded. When you reach the 7th level, you will make a deafening sound of jowl when you run your internal energy. The 8th level is the opposite. The move is silent, but the eruption of internal energy is more and more intense, strong and domineering. It is said that it can melt gold and iron, and I don't know if it is true or not. In short, his current cultivation level has reached the 7th stage, and of course he is so happy that he roars a few times to vent his excitement. When he was happy, he couldn't help thinking of serving 3 generations of emperors. Suzalun, the loyal chief supervisor of the housekeeper, could not help but sigh and sigh. This old castrate, the best man in the world. Chapter 313 Fairy Gus. The power of Yi Daishan's palm squeezed everyone present. For a long while, all the guards, court ladies and eunuchs all knelt down in unison. The Emperor Shenwu. Flat body, both have rewards, ha. Yi Daishanzi grinned, not to mention how happy he was. Mom's brother immediately became a supermaster. So cool. The Emperor is wise and martial. All the people present knelt down again and thanked the Lord Longjin for them. The white money is the real good stuff. The expression on Li Fei's pretty face has become a little more complicated. Sun Yun's cultivation is simply ascending to the sky in one step. Then, isn't Yan Yu, who has double repaired with him, also ascends to the sky in one step? Of course. She is not at all worried that Yan Yu will be better than her. The so-called master is lonely, and she doesn't feel like finding an opponent. That's really boring. Having a rival that is comparable will only be fun in the days to come, and so will she more motivation to practice. However, even if the two of them cultivated both yin and yang, in such a short period of time, the cultivation base should not have soared so terribly. There must be some hidden truth in this. People have curiosity. People like Li far more curious than ordinary people, not to mention martial arts training. The front hall of the Hall of Cultivation of the Heart collapsed, a small place. Someone cleaned it up. Under Leaf's relentless entanglement, the Emperor Yi Da revealed the whole story. All of this is based on his own sex fate, and an unpredictable cultivation base cost them both. It turned out that it was such a thing, and Leaf was relieved that this old eunuch was really loyal. But I don't know how much Yan Yu's cultivation base has been improved. Are you qualified to fight her? At this time, she was a little eager to try. Yi Daishan naturally understood Li Fei's thoughts at the moment, but he couldn't stop it. The two were naturally hostile, and they had a 3-year appointment. This battle was unavoidable, but anyone injured would inevitably make him feel distressed. As for the yin and yang double cultivation, it is pure nonsense. The purpose is, he just wants to seduce Leaf. He is not worried about this matter. What happened in the quiet room? Fairy Yan will not tell you what happened. This guy made a small summary in his heart. Fairy Yan is like a fairy who does not eat incense. She lives in seclusion on the fairy peak of Tandu Mountain all the year round. He has too little contact with the outside world, and is as simple as a piece of white paper, without any flaws. So now, it's much easier to deal with. Such a simple, while Yuki's lineage was indeed a real killer. Leaf. This really caused him a terrible headache. This girl has become a fine girl. She is not soaked in oil and salt, and she can't see the slightest thoughts in her heart. It is very difficult to soak her hands. Yi Daishan's current state of mind, if in the past, he was the kind of calmness, retreat from difficulties, and easily satisfied. Now he has the invincible aura of the true Dragon Emperor. This vision, this state, is completely different. It's the same. According to the common saying, a wife is worse than a concubine is worse than stealing, and a steal is worse than not stealing. That kind of process makes a man feel more enjoyable, satisfied, and fulfilled. Therefore, he enters in trouble and must trick Leaf into him. The dragon bed, otherwise, he will have regrets in his life. The Hall of Cultivation of Hearts collapsed, and such a big movement naturally shocked the entire palace. Empress Jin and the concubines all ran over after hearing the news, and they were relieved to learn that the emperor was safe. The emperor and Leaf would be in the Hall of Nourishing the Heart. Queen Jin didn't want to go in, so as not to embarrass them. Speaking of this concubine, she was really helpless. The Witch of the Magic Door mixed into the palace to confuse the emperor, and even dared to assassinate the emperor and her. But the emperor had no feelings for her, and still treated her as a concubine. Wait. Secretly, it's not that the Duga family had never played with Yinxiu, and sent some superb masters to kill. As a result, they all evaporated from the world. Even the most powerful ancestor of martial arts was not Leaf's opponent. He was injured and fled. After that, his father repeatedly warning, Li Fei's martial arts cultivation is almost invincible in the world. Don't provoke her. The best way is to pretend to be deaf and dumb, when she does not exist. The family tried their best to help Leaf. The emperor never forgets her again. What else can she do? He only obeyed his father's admonition and pretended to be deaf and dumb. The only thing that made her feel relieved was that the emperor still pampered her. No one could shake the seat of the Donggong Empress. She was content with this alone. In the quiet room, Yan Yu made sure that all the people outside had gone. Then she opened the room and came out. She couldn't help being stunned. A little far away from the door, a dozen or so court ladies and eunuchs were standing up, and when she came out, they all saluted respectfully. Yan Yu single-handedly checked her head, which was regarded as a return. She felt that her cheeks were a little hot, and her heart jumped suddenly. After all, what happened in the quiet room was too embarrassing to tell her. In fact, she also knows that these palace ladies and eunuchs are here, waiting to converge General Sus body, but she feels a little guilty in her heart. Always feel that the eyes of those palace ladies and eunuchs are a little weird when they look at themselves, as if they know everything. Made her feel a little uncomfortable. Those palace ladies and eunuchs were indeed looking at Yan Yu, and they were a little curious. The emperor and Fairy Yan had been there for a long time, and suddenly asked someone to bring 2 sets of clothes. What happened here? Fairy Yan was originally dressed in a water blue color dress. This will change to a goose yellow color palace dress, which is quite fitting and adds a bit of charming charm, but her expression is a bit unnatural. However, their status is humble, and even though they are so curious, they dare not discuss it face to face. This is to cut their heads. After Fairy Yan left, these court ladies and eunuchs only entered the quiet room, carefully condensing General Sus body, not daring to be sloppy. But the emperor personally spoke, to be careful to converge and prepare for a thick burial. An important figure in the palace passed away, but the servants were very busy, making all kinds of preparations for the funeral. Suzalun served the Emperor of the Great Wednesday in his lifetime. He was very beautiful before his death, and it was also beautiful after his death. Yi Daishan gave him several terrifying titles. The most powerful one, and the first class loyal and valiant. He knows that he must be thankful. A physically impaired eunuch, no matter how high his official position is, he can't reasonably be granted a lordship. But the authoritarian Yi Daishan doesn't care about so many. Lao Su is so loyal and so loyal. What's the big problem of suffixing several titles after death? Besides, it was just a title of nothingness, and it didn't cost him a piece of copper. Suzalun's funeral was very grand and beautiful. Moreover, the emperor appointed it to be buried in the tomb. It was so overspec that many old ministers in the DPRK were jealous. What a privilege is this? This old eunuch is still so beautiful after death, and he is more angry than others. On the 4th day after the funeral, the battle report from the Shengjing front line was passed to the hands of Yi Daishanzi. Chapter 314. In Shengjing and Nerchi, relying on the city, 2 large camps were built outside the east gate, and 200,000 troops were stationed in order to prevent the Zhou army from trapping Shengjing to death. The Black Wolf Legion's large camp was built on the grass 5 miles away from the East City Gate, and the 3rd Legion's large camp was further behind. The tents were connected one by one, stretching for 10 miles, and the battle flag was flying like the sea, with great momentum. It's so big that even Nerchi didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, but ordered the army to defend with danger. If Mu Chunfeng wants to trap Shengjing to death, he must first defeat the 2 Golden Army camps outside the city. The Golden Army defends itself according to risks. If it is attacked, it must suffer heavy casualties. He must also beware of the sudden attack of the defenders inside the city. Have to lose the battle. Although the Golden Army was defeated in a row, its vitality was greatly injured, and its morale was low. But the impact of its iron cavalry still made people not dare to underestimate it. Fortunately, Nerchi's various deployments were expected by the emperor. It was necessary to attack the 2 large camps outside the city. Moreover, there was no short-term combat, as long as the logistics supply line was not cut off by the Golden Cavalry. Ensure all the supplies of the army. This battle, Diazu will win. The group army has been stationed outside the Shengjing city for 10 days. As the commander of the three armies, Mu Chunfeng, apart from tightly guarding the soldiers and guarding against the Golden Army's attack on the camp in the middle of the night, seems to have no active offensive movement. However, in the rear, the huge logistics transportation team is very busy, and various military materials are continuously transported in and accumulated in the barracks. In the Battle of Shengjing, the Emperor Yi Daqing was a national mobilization. For the third time, he ordered the recruitment of young men and women. The number of logistics transportation alone was 300,000. To ensure the safety of the transportation line, there were heavy soldiers and large numbers along the way. Among the cavalry, all tribes who returned to the Great Zhou dynasty were assigned a certain proportion of their fighters, and they were divided into cavalry troops, guarding the logistics transportation line, and the scouting range was expanded to 300 miles away by the scouts. Several golden cavalrymen tried to harass the logistics transport team. They were either slaughtered by Huxion's tiger and leopard cavalry, or they were surrounded and wiped out by a large number of cavalry. On the head of Shengjing city, Nerchi, the great Khan of the Golden Kingdom, was surrounded by a group of elders and generals, observing the Zhou army camp. This Shengjing defensive battle will be a battle for the life and death of Dajin nation, but Nerchi did his best to make various meticulous deployments. However, the Black Wolf Legion had been camped outside the city for more than 10 days, but they had not sent troops to challenge or attack the camp, which made Nushi feel a strong sense of anxiety. Fighting a protracted war, this is very detrimental to both parties. Dakin lacks food, that's for sure, but it's okay to last a year or a half. The Zhou army has been stretched too long. This logistics supply is very inconvenient, and the daily consumption is equally astonishing. If this is the case, even if it wins, it can only be a tragic end. The lunatic Diazu is better than a fox, and he definitely won't make such a bad move. There must be a demon if something goes wrong. Nerchi's brows were frowned into the word Quan, but he was thinking hard. But he couldn't understand what Mu Chunfeng was playing. He carefully thought about his various arrangements again and confirmed that there were no faults. This heart is a little at ease. He really couldn't see what the other party was doing. He could only wait for the other party to make a move first. The generals and all the elder brothers all asked to play, and he scolded them as a dog blood sprayer. Amnesty. Father Khan, the wind is strong in the city, so go back and rest. With children guarding, you can rest assured that your Father Khan is strong. Eighth elder brother Minayu cautiously persuades. Nerchi sighed. He has a dozen sons, dead, crippled, and crippled. Now there are only a few left. Eighth elder brother Minayu is still too young and lacks ability, but he is no longer suitable. Now that he has been selected, he can only be entrusted with the important task to train him into a successor to the sweat position. Now, he wants to devote all his energy to the 100,000 troops on the Great Thursday, which is near the city, and even the traitor Ajitai has no time to pay attention to them, let alone those tribes who have betrayed Dakin and surrendered to Great Zhou. At this moment, he was covered with grey hair, even his beard was all white, and his face was carved with vicissitudes of wrinkles. He did not see that he was once the king of the prairie, but a dying old man. Father Khan, why don't you take the initiative to attack? Minayu asked in a low voice. Although Dakin lost a streak, there were still hundreds of thousands in Shengjing city. Can't figure it out. Nerchi sighed. These sons of his are fierce generals, who charge and fight. But this brain is not very useful. Protracted war is certainly not good for Dakin, which is severely short of food and lack of various materials, and it is also bad for the Great Zhou army, which is too long and has inconvenient logistical supplies. It depends on who can support it. At the same time, there is a very dangerous hidden danger in the Great Zhou. Even if many tribes betrayed and submitted to the Great Zhou, if the Shengjing city cannot be captured for a long time, the tribes who surrendered to the Great Zhou will inevitably become unwilling. Bolinxian, the old king, is ambitious and wants to be the king of the grassland. If the war changes or is in a state of stalemate, this will inevitably change. For Dajin nation, It is an excellent opportunity to reverse the unfavorable situation. When he repulsed the enemy, he freed his hands, then cleaned up the guys who betrayed him, and put them to death one by one. In the next few days, although the two sides of the confrontation were drawn and filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, they were all at ease. Before the storm came, he always seemed particularly quiet. Although Liu Kai had a strong sense of anxiety in his heart, he could not see Mu Chunfing's intentions, and only waited for the opponent to make a move in a strong anxiety. After the 18th day, the Black Wolf Legion finally changed. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Mu Chunfing almost ordered a full defensive formation. The Third Army placed a dense defensive formation on the left flank of the East City, and led an army in the Middle Army, and also listed a dense defensive formation. The Right Army attacked the left camp of the Jin Army. Nurchi stood on the top of the city, squinting his old eyes, watching Zhu Jun's various changes and Mu Chunfing's dispatch. Impeccable. But they were all in his expectation. If you want to trap Shen Jing to death, you have to defeat him. The two large camps built outside the city. As a result, the forces will be dispersed. In the city, 100,000 cavalry is ready to go. As soon as the fighters appear, they immediately open the gates and attack with all their strength. If they can defeat the enemy, this battle will surely turn things around. Unfortunately, all his wishful thinking was lost. The invention of the gun pill and the thunder chariot, coupled with Waiwuzi's insidious tricks, and Nurture's deployment were all within Yi Daishan's expectation. The strength is equal, even when the strength of the Golden Army is more. The fool will play a tough battle with you. Mu Chunfing endured for 18 days before he went out to fight, in order to implement the Emperor's strategic intent, and patiently waited for a large amount of explosives and thunder chariots to be delivered from the rear until the camp had accumulated too much. Only after the explosives and the thunder chariot ordered the army to be dispatched. Chapter 315 The Battle of Shenjing in front of the right army of the Black Wolf Legion. 300 carefully restructured thunder chariots were laid out, and soldiers from the Shenji camp were busy loading huge arrows with thick arms. This batch of thunder chariots that have just arrived is a second-generation product that has been carefully improved. Compared with the first generation of thunder chariots, they are more durable, lighter, and have a longer range of fire. In the Battle of Shenjing, the Emperor Yi Dai had enough capital. The Jinga veteran guarding the big camp suddenly turned abruptly. He saw the Black Wolf Legion put out so many thunder chariots that had caused the big golden cavalry to suffer, and his face turned pale. The Black Wolf Legion made it clear that it only wanted to bombard the camp with thunder chariots, instead of using soldiers to launch a strong offensive and hand-off hand-to-hand combat. This time, the trouble was big. Quickly, send someone into the city and ask for your sweat. Hu Tuoli yelled, how terrifying is the power of the thunder chariot with explosives, but he has witnessed it with his own eyes. Many big golden warriors are killed in this terrifying big under the killer. Above the city, Nushi also saw the rows of thunder chariots posed by the right army of the Black Wolf Legion, and his face turned pale. Mu Chunfing's intentions, he saw it, damn it. Thunder chariot, this damn explosive pill. The Black Wolf Legion didn't need to engage in hand-to-hand combat, and could bombard his two large camps carefully deployed outside the city. His response was very quick. He immediately issued a series of orders, ordering the cavalry from the two battalions outside the city to attack immediately. You can't let the Black Wolf army attack Zuodang like this. At the same time, he ordered the cavalry that had already assembled in the city and was ready to attack. In one, the rest waited to change, catching good fighters before attacking them all. Before the messenger ran down the city, the right army of the Black Wolf Legion had launched an attack on the left camp of the Golden Army. As the long sword in the officer's hand slashed down, the 100 thunder chariots in the first row shot at the same time, and the huge arrows with thick arms whizzed into the air, covering the camp of the Golden Army. In the camp of the Jin Army, dozens of heavy weapon dumplings were erected. But the shooting range was not as far as the thunder chariot, and the big tank formation was just outside the shooting range. The boulder carts have all become bluffing decorations. The arrow was bound with explosives, and the giant arrow shot into the camp. When it landed, it exploded with fires and choking smoke. The tents connected to each other were quickly ignited. With the help of the wind, the fire started to burn. A lot of huge arrows fell into the dense group of soldiers, and the golden soldiers smashed up and down, and the flesh and blood flew around. The rest were all chaotic and fleeing out desperately. The entire camp was shrouded in fire, and if you didn't escape, you had to turn into a roast pig. The entire left camp of the Golden Army was like a colony of ants that blew up their nests, and there were soldiers rushing around in chaos, fleeing the flames one by one. This was a perfect opportunity for the cavalry to attack, but Mu Chunfeng directly ignored it, and only ordered the Thunder Chariot to stop after 3 consecutive rounds. The three-way army still did not attack, but waited for the Jinjun cavalry to attack. The east city gate was wide open, and a burst of iron knights gushed out of the city like a tide of water, forming a line on the flat ground. The commander of the right camp of the Jin army also received Nurture's order later and immediately assembled the cavalry to attack. Zhuo Daing's commander, Ku Chuli, was surrounded by his own soldiers and fled out of the flames in a rather embarrassing manner. At this time, Nurture's order also happened. Ku Chuli hurriedly gathered the troops, the cavalry assembled, and then bypassed the burning camp and launched an attack on the right army of the Black Wolf Legion. The Golden Cavalry that emerged from the city took the lead in contact and battle with the Chinese army of the Black Wolf Legion. In fact, the distance was still far away, and the charging cavalry took the lead to compensate for the terrifying power of the Thunder Chariot. Many tribal warriors and their horses were torn to pieces under the continuous fire of the giant arrows, and fragmented human and horse organs were scattered all over the grass. Crossing the death blockade formed by the Thunder Chariot, and then a long-range arrow net constructed by a crossbow. Under the long-range coverage of the armor-piercing cone, the Gold Army's casualty rate is even greater. Only the second wave of attacks is in front of the battlefield. For a while, there was a vacuum in the charging zone. Only arrows and stable-like human corpses and horse corpses were all over the floor. Zhu Junbing was approaching the Shengjing city. The Jinjun's call for active participation was very strong, but it was always suppressed by Dezhu. Immediately, the tribal warriors were highly motivated to fight, but soon, in the thunder of the Black Wolf Legion, under the shooting of the chariot wheels and the arrow net, these living tribal warriors trembled one by one. The Zhou army's weapons were really terrifying. The left and right passers-by of the two armies also quickly fought fiercely. The situation was the same as in the middle. With the terrifying lethality of shooting the Thunder Chariot and the long-range arrow net, all tribal fighters were shivered. This is a battle. It's a massacre. The cavalry fell in pieces before they rushed to the enemy's line. The other side had even more powerful explosives that were useless. Who wouldn't be afraid? Pass the order, Mingjin retreat. Above the city, the gloomy Nushi closed his eyes in agony. Those are all elite soldiers of Daijin, who have not rushed to the front of the Black Wolf Legion. The loss was so heavy, he couldn't fight it. What is terrible is that Zhuo Daing, which was built with a lot of hard work, was burned down. I believe that tomorrow, the Black Wolf Army will repeat its pretense and use the same method to burn Right Daing. His efforts were all in vain. Now, the most troublesome problem is how to prevent Zijun from trapping Shengjing City to death. If trapped to death, the trouble will be great. Shengjing is the capital of the Great Golden Kingdom and the foundation of the country. If it is lost, on this prairie, immediately the sky is completely changed. And those large and small tribes who seem to surrender are afraid that they will immediately surrender Dakin as if they are Bolinxian. Retreat and give up Shengjing. The city has accumulated a large amount of grain and grass, weapons and equipment, as well as the gold and silver jewelry and slaves that have been burned and looted for so many years. These cannot be taken away. If you want to abandon these, who doesn't hurt them? The order to withdraw troops was issued. Although many generals were unhappy and puzzled, who would dare to resist the fate of Sweat? After leaving nearly 2,000 corpses, the cavalry of the Golden Army of the Three Armed Forces retreated. Dinji, Zhuo Daing still raged into the sky, and the spinning commander Hu Tuli could only lead the remaining soldiers and horses to temporarily retreat into the city. Mu Chunfeng did not order the chase, and the army retreated into the camp to rest. Although it was a painful torture with 0 casualties, the generals still felt uncomfortable and failed to kill the enemy in front of them. They had an extraordinary martial arts. I can't play it either. Mu Chunfeng also smiled bitterly. The emperor's trick was really too shameful. It was so effortless to break Nurchi's large camp carefully arranged outside the city. I wonder if Nurchi would be so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. That night, several golden cavalrymen took advantage of the cover of the night to attack the robbery camp, but they were hit head-on by the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion who had been wary of them, practicing archery target for shooting technique. This cavalry was completely wiped out, and there was no one to live. Because it was night and the line of sight was unclear, it would be useless for you to raise your hand and surrender. You can directly cover it with a long-range arrow net for dozens of rounds, and then stop until you don't see a standing figure. Chapter 316. Early the next morning, Mu Chunfeng repeated his tactics, and then set up a thunder chariot to bombard the right camp of the Jin army, even if it was just an air force battalion. If there is indeed no one in the big barracks. Yesterday, Zuo Daing was bombed into a sea of fire, and the number of tribal fighters burned to death by the fire was more than 1,000, and more than 3,000 were injured. How dare Nurchi let the soldiers stay in the camp and die? Outside the city, he still left 2 armies, so as not to trap Shengjing City to death by the Black Wolf Legion. However, the problem of camping gave him a headache. It would take a lot of manpower and material resources to build a large army camp. Chunfeng only needs a few blows with a thunder chariot to burn it all up. At present, he can only temporarily wrong the 2 armies outside the city. After the Black Wolf army blasted the right camp of the Golden Army into a sea of flames with a thunder chariot, they continued to form. Then, a large number of young and strong migrant workers began to dig the dirt after the formation. Most of these hard laborers were captured tribes, soldiers and their families. The young men in the Great Zhou dynasty were paid for their work, and they could get some minced meat for every meal. Those tribal captives were free labor. There was no human rights at all. If they were slow to work, they would be beaten with whips by the supervised soldiers. Those who dared to resist on the spot, grid kill. These captives were all captured by the tribal warriors united by the knights in a sweeping sweep of the small and medium-sized tribes around Shengjing. The only ones who were unwilling to surrender were this miserable field. Mu Chunfeng was still soft-hearted and didn't start killing. Instead, it was the tribal warriors who had been chased by the Golden Men and killed the tribe before. They were determined to avenge the dead tribesmen, but they were cruel to start. The so-called number of people is great. Even if you are slow to work, one person digs a hole, and a big deep ditch is quickly dug. Above the city, Nurchi's face became more and more gloomy, and the Black Wolf Legion dug a trench with one goal: trapping Shengjing City. This is an arrogant scheme that a fool can see, but you just can't help it with him. Do you lead the cavalry to attack? People are waiting there. The thunder chariot and the long-range arrow net coverage. This loss is painful. Even if you rush through these 2 death zones at any cost, you still have to break through the enemy's stance defensive formation. Whether you can break through it is still unknown. Nurchi's head seems to have swelled n times, making him feel very painful. People are playing with a conspiracy on the table, but you are very helpless about it. Could it be that God is going to die? In half a day, a trench with a width of 6 meters and a depth of 3 meters lay across the east gate of Shengjing. The excavated soil was piled behind the trenches. Piles were placed on the trenches and horizontal slabs were added to form a mud wall. 4 tall towers were also erected on the main gate area. After that, every 10 meters apart, there was a tall building, which was condescending to monitor the movement in the city and act as a narrow tower. In the front of the trench, a horse trap is dug, and then the sharpened wooden branches are inserted to effectively resist the impact of the horse. The Black Wolf Legion has put on a posture of trapping Shengjing for a long time. I believe that in a few days, trenches will be dug to the other 3 city gates. After that, the Zhou army can stick to the danger and only need to invest a small amount of troops. Shang Jingqing was trapped to death. The big-headed Niu must come up with a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, Shengjing will surely defeat itself when there is no food inside and no reinforcements outside. Returning to the palace, he immediately called the civil and military officials to discuss matters. "You guys, what is the solution?" After Nurchi spoke, he closed his eyes and rubbed the painful temple with one hand. This is a scheme devised by Ywazi to damage the extinct households, and put it on the table in a fair manner. Is it so easy to crack? All the civil and military officials were arguing about this correct solution, and the whole Jinliuan was chaos. Finally, they discussed a few countermeasures. Either give up Shengjing City, retreat to the west, enter the vast desert, temporarily recuperate, and then make a comeback. Of course, it is impossible to take away all the large amounts of food, weapons, equipment, iron ore, etc. accumulated in the city. A large number of residents, wounded, and slaves cannot be taken away. They can only be sacrificed. After all, they are bound to be hacked during the retreat. The interception and pursuit of the wolf army did not know how many more people would be killed or injured. Another feasible method is to hold part of Shengjing, and then a few powerful generals will lead an army, cruising around Shengjing, robbing the food road, cutting off the enemy's long supply line, looking for fighters, and letting the Black Wolf army be lethal. A blow to reverse the entire unfavorable situation. Finally, Nurchi reluctantly accepted the second method, Shengjing, which is the capital of Dakin, the foundation of the nation. Once abandoned, the tribes on the prairie must betray Dakin and take refuge in the Great Zhou Kingdom. When the time comes, he will be even more powerless to recover. After further discussions, Nurchi selected 5 generals, including Baij Minayu, and ordered them to lead 40,000 cavalry troops, scattered around Shengjing, looking for opportunities to cut off Dazhu's logistics transportation line and contain them. Part of the strength of the Black Wolf Legion. Among them, 8 princes were the commander-in-command. After capturing the fighter, the 5 armies immediately assembled and launched a fatal attack on the Black Wolf Legion. These 200,000 tribal warriors are all pure cavalry. They are highly mobile, and Mu Chunfing suddenly felt the pressure has increased. However, he still insisted on implementing the strategic intentions drawn up by Yi Daishanzi and continued to dig trenches, until Luodia Shengjing City was trapped to death. To busy Shengjing City on all sides, he had to spread his forces across the 4 gates of the east, west, north and south. He also had to guard against the 5 golden cavalry cruising out from behind, and the long logistics transportation line had to increase the protection of troops to ensure that there was nothing wrong. Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Daishan calculated that Nushi would use this trick for the 3rd time and ordered a large number of young men to be enlisted in the army. These new recruits acted as the important task of guarding the Shengjing city. Although the combat power was low, they defended and defended. Equipped with weapons such as the lethal Thunder Chariot and Sky Thunder, plus the teachings of a few veterans, it can also be used. The Emperor Yi Daishan played Han Xin's pawns, and the more the better. In this way, the powerful Black Wolf Legion will not be too scattered. At least, Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Legion and the 3rd Legion were confined under Shengjing City in order to trap the city. Fox Howl's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and a large number of cavalry are also protecting the long logistics supply line for the time being. Can't get out. Fengma City, Gong Qingfing's Flying Eagle Legion and the huge coalition of various tribes headed by Bo Lingxian, after a short rest and break-in, slammed into Shengjing City. Wherever the army passed, some small and medium-sized tribes either surrendered or fled after hearing the wind. The coalition forces grew bigger and bigger, reaching 600,000 people, claiming a million army. The momentum was so great that even Niu, who was sitting in Shengjing City, couldn't help but change his face when he heard it. Chapter 317 Fairies' Troubles. The war progressed smoothly according to the expected general direction. Yi Daishanzi smiled happily. Shang Jing's decisive battle determined the survival of the kingdom of Jin. If there is no accident, this battle will be a complete victory. Of course, the battlefield is changing rapidly. In a fleeting moment, the Emperor Yi Daishan still reminded the commanders on the front line again and again that everything depends on the situation of the battle. Don't worry or hesitate. When you make a decision, you must be decisive and seize the opportunity to kill Nushi. One strike. Yi Daishan was in a very good mood. That night, the servant tried the power of the seventh emperor's heart out in the palace of Qian King, and killed Empress Jin and concubine Zai to beg for mercy. After that, he got into Li Xiangming and Gu Ziyun's bedroom, followed by another game, and finally stayed in Yan Empress' bedroom. Empress Jin is really helpless about this alternative custom of Yan Guo's southern fan. This is a mess. However, there is such a custom. What can she say? I had to spread the word. Who would dare to chaotic about this matter and ransack the family? I have never seen the dignified and noble Empress of Donggong so mad. How dare the little palace ladies and eunuchs in the palace dare to chaos their tongues, unless they are too impatient to live. As for Yi Daishanzi, there was a little bit of it at the beginning, once reborn, and secondly ripened. After a few times, he had no worries. It was unscrupulous. However, this servant was not so ridiculous that he didn't get involved with concubine Yan. What are you flying together? On the luxurious bed, Yan Yu sat cross-legged, but she didn't know why, but it was difficult to calm her heart. If she can't hold off all the distracting thoughts in her heart and force her movement, she will easily become confused. She sits cross-legged for a long time, and finally uttered a faint sigh, got out of bed, walked to the window, and stared at the scenery outside the window in a daze. Since the scene in the quiet room, her heart lake of Qingbu has begun to ripple, and her heartbeat will always blush in an inexplicable heartbeat. Even if it is the mysterious technique of silent movement, it is difficult to make this chaos. Heart calm down. Before going down the mountain, Master once said that if the root of emotion is not broken, it will not be possible to break through the 7th level of the Sunyu Zen Sutra. The 8th level is even more of an emotional barrier. It is possible to break through if the root of emotion is cut off. However, last night, when the lake in her heart was rippling, she dissolved and merged Suzalun's true essence, and broke through to the 9th realm in one breath. What do you say? Master Suen V Zen Sutra is still stagnating between the 7th and 8th levels, and after more than 10 years of energy, it is still impossible to break through. Could it be that the master had misunderstood it? The 8th level of emotion is not to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but to let the flow go. After thinking for a while, she took up a pen and wrote everything that happened in the palace on the letter paper. However, she only took a single stroke of what happened in the quiet room. After writing it, let the Xuanmen disciple who followed send the letter back to Tandu Mountain, Fairy Peak. Afterwards, she held her cheeks in her hand and sat at the table in a daze. I don't know why, the scene in the quiet room always appeared strangely in her mind, making her blush and flustered. She was originally an orphan and was adopted by her master since she was a child. She has stayed on the Fairy Peak to practice martial arts with great concentration. She is a pure female disciple. Even if she goes down the mountain occasionally, she only comes into contact with ordinary folks. Those ordinary folks, to her respectful as a god, so respectful that he dared not even look at her straight eyes. And in this deep palace, facing the young emperor of the Great Zhou Empire who had a lot of criticisms, the slightly funny and unscrupulous words gave her a fresh feeling of annoyed but not annoying, that scorching domineering the look in the eyes, the faint smile on the corners of the lips. I don't know why. It makes people blush and heartbeat even more strangely. The Xuanmen, although it is a Fangwei Taoist gate, is responsible for supervising the royal family. This is the rule set by Taizong, the founding country of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the Xuanmen was a transcendent existence, and no emperor of the Great Zhou dared to ignore it. Xuanmen, regardless of the heart, Xuanman Master Xiniuwa didn't support this person much at first, but the Yi family has only been left as a legitimate heir to this generation, and it is helpless to support him. Princess Yuning is also the legal heir, but if she supports her to ascend to the great treasure, opposition from both the ruling and the opposition must be very strong. The consequences are so serious that Xuanman cannot predict and control it. What Xiniuwa hopes is a stable Great Zhou Empire, not an empire of internal chaos. Someone's various deeds after ascending to the throne made the Great Zhou Empire more and more decayed, and Xiniuwa, who was in charge of the Profound Gate, became even more disappointed. In desperation, he was planning to take the risk to support Princess Yuning. He never thought, after hearing that he was seriously ill, the sex of the mind has changed. Subsequently, the political affairs and the new innovations he implemented made people feel refreshed. The most important thing was that they benefited the people. Xiniuwa dismissed the idea of supporting Princess Yuning and watched the changes. Subsequently, the various measures and innovations he carried out won the hearts of the people. The resolute decisiveness revealed the power of a generation of princes. Xiniuwa believed that the killing caused by the implementation of the New Deal was normal, and even agreed to reward him for the decisiveness. Old ideas have long been entrenched. To implement a new policy that benefits the country and the people, it must touch the interests of some people. It is necessary to use the momentum of thunder to remove the obstacles. Once the achievements are completed, let alone the emperor. Next, someone's performance made Xiniuwa more and more satisfied, and the decayed Great Zhou Empire also healed and recovered at an incredible speed, regaining its former glory, and even surpassing the strongest. Sheng Zishi Yanyu accompanies her all the year round. The most heard of is this person's name and his various deeds. As for some of his bad habits and behaviors, Xiniuwa doesn't take it seriously. Man, 3 wives and 4 concubines, Bennett is quite normal. The emperor, the 72 concubines of the 6th court of Sangong, and it is even more natural. Yanyu has been influenced by her master since she was a child. If the master thinks it is right, she thinks it is right. Master thinks that someone is a good emperor. In her heart, someone is a good emperor. Therefore, in her vague impression, someone has always been a rare sage king. Precisely because of the influence of this kind of thought, she did not arouse her much resentment towards Sumion's frivolousness. It just made her feel a little unnatural, but it made her feel a little fresh. What worries her most is what happened in the quiet room. According to the deep-rooted old concept, she is already out of touch. To keep her innocent, either kill him, then mutilate herself, or commit herself to marrying. How does this tell her to choose? As a result, this holy fairy who dared not to blaspheme was immediately troubled, and Furuibo's heart became more and more chaotic. Master, what should disciples do? The more she thought about it, the more chaotic her heart became, and people were lost. In desperation, she had no choice but to stop thinking about this headache problem for the time being. After all, she and Leaf still had a 3-year appointment. It represents the Xuanman. It is about the honor and disgrace of the Xuanman, and we must fight with all our strength. When I was thinking about chaos, a disciple from the Profound Clan came to report, and the emperor came up. Chapter 318. Mocking the fairy. Hearing someone's name, Yanyu's heart jumped, and her smooth jade cheeks turned red inexplicably. What happened in the quiet room really embarrassed her. She still has a headache about it. Endless. She took a deep breath, and Lian stepped out to welcome her. First, she was the emperor, and second, she was her temporary scented boudoir. If an adult man came in, this gossip was inevitable. Standing in the outer hall with his hand held by Yi Deishanzi, he couldn't help but see Fairy Yan coming out of Lianbu. Today's Fairy Yan wears a white dress, spotless, elegant and holy, and dare not profanity. His face without the slightest powder is as bright as the bright sunshine that cuts through the valley, which makes the heart excited. The Emperor Yanyuji bowed her head, and when she came into contact with his scorching, she seemed to have a faint smile, but there was a deep look in her eyes, and her heart jumped out of nowhere. Fairy is really a special, bright and fascinating person today, so that my harem has lost the color. The smile on Yi Daishanzi's face is thicker, and the Emperor's heart has reached the 7th level of him, has squeezed into the ranks of supermasters. This eye and ear power is far beyond normal. Fairy Yan's heartbeat and breathing are a bit chaotic. This is the instinctive reaction of a guilty conscience. As long as there are ripples in her heart, this story's there. This boy's words of praising Fairy Mayan seemed a little frivolous, but the expression on his face seemed so sincere, which made people want to be annoyed but not annoyed, so I can't help him. In the eyes of ordinary people, fairies who do not eat the incense of the world are holy and noble, can only be admired and worshipped, and cannot be profaned, but in the eyes of Yi Daishanzi, women who are known to have 7 emotions and 6 desires are more challenging sex. Yan Ayu's smooth jade cheeks floated with shame and blush, and her curved eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and then she stretched out helplessly. Sum Yeon's words were indeed a little frivolous to annoy her, but he could see his sincere face. She couldn't get upset by her smile again, so she could only let out a helpless sigh. If someone else said this, she would have left long ago, but she was the Emperor of the True Dragon, and she was ordered by the Master to protect him, and furthermore, in her heart, she believed that he was the most sacred Emperor of the age. Fairy, please. Yi Daishanzi smiled and made a gesture to ask you to go ahead. Yan Ayu was taken a step, and Lian Bu moved lightly, and went to the outside of the hall, but in her heart, she was thinking, what is the Emperor looking for? Yi Daishanzi strode forward and walked side by side with her, leading her to the Imperial Garden. At this time, the sun is shining, and the garden is full of flowers. It is extremely colorful, and the breeze sends bursts of refreshing floral fragrance, which is fascinating. It's so fragrant. Yi Daishanzi suddenly twitched his nose. His face was drunk, and he didn't know if it was the fragrance of flowers or the virgin fragrance from Fairy Yan, or both. It's really fragrant. Although Yan Ayu is brilliant, but after all, she has too little experience to hear the deep meaning of eating tofu in Yi Daishanzi's words. Fairy Yan is so innocent. Isn't he a bit too evil? Tan Ziyi scratched his head. This guilty thought only flashed in his mind. Concubine Yan's mother and daughter had both received it. What's wrong with molesting a fairy? He smiled and said, in my imperial garden, there are many strange flowers and weeds planted. These flowers are in full bloom, and they are all in full bloom, but each has its own advantages. However, with such a station in the garden, all the flowers have lost their beauty. The moon and stars are utterly desolate. Yan Ayu heard it. This is Guoguo's flattery, and a shameful red cloud floats on her smooth jade cheeks. She is a saint of the profound clan. Her status is lofty, second only to the head teacher, and the disciples in the family are respectful. It is the ordinary people who don't dare to breathe when they see her. She is almost as if she is a mortal fairy to worship. No one has ever praised her for her beauty, and no one has spoken to her in such words. Although a little frivolous, there is only a faint irritation in her heart, more shame and novelty. Don't move. Yi Daishanzi suddenly had a serious expression, as if something serious had happened. Yan Ayu didn't understand, so she had to stand still, and her right hand stretched out the 5 fingers of her right hand to form an orchid finger tactic. Yi Daishanzi, with a serious expression, reached out and plucked an unknown flower, and Yan Ayu was fooled by his bold move, and she didn't react for a long time. Yi Daishanzi inserted the flowers on Fairy Yan's cloud temple, stepped back a few steps, looked at it with an expression of seriousness, and nodded in satisfaction. Only this fairy orchid is worthy of it. Fairy orchid, a kind of strange flower in the wild continent, only blooms once in 100 years. Each plant only bears 2 flowers. The fragrance of the flower is intoxicating, and the fragrance is said to last for hundreds of days. It is a very precious medicine material. The Emperor doesn't know if it's true or false. Anyway, this flower is very hard to find, and it's even harder to plant. Love it very much. Fairy, please forgive me for being abrupt. In fact, I just think that only this flower can bring out the holiness and nobility of the fairy. It is hard to be self-evident at the moment. No wonder, ha ha. Shame and annoyed Yanayudan's lips were open. Yi Deshanzi had already apologized first, with a sincere expression on his face, making it impossible to doubt that his words were from the heart. Dang people's heart-to-heart laughter suddenly sounded from among the 100 flowers. Oh, what a beautiful girl, what a lover and concubine, no wonder the world says that you only envy mandarin ducks but not immortals. Amidst the laughter, the naturally charming concubine Leaf flashed from among the 100 flowers and gave a salute to Yi Deshanzi. Zhao Didi said, the slave accidentally disturbed the emperor's good deeds. The emperor Wanwang forgive the sin. The slave is not intended, but this lingering love story pierced the slave's ears desperately, and the slave just didn't want to hear it. To tell the truth, the slave would be shocked when he heard it. As the saying goes, I would rather demolish 10 temples than destroy a marriage relationship. The slave's fault. You can blame the slave when you are old. Leaf smiled, her palms closed, and she bowed to the sky a few times. Yi Deshan didn't expect that Leaf would be in this imperial garden. This would suddenly come out, which was a bit horrible. Yanayukieo's face sank, her big sleeves flicked, and she turned and left. Leaf chuckled, Sister Yanayu, that fairy orchid is really beautiful, and the slaves are envious. Yanayu's figure has disappeared among the hundreds of flowers. Leaf was talking freely, and she sighed heavily. Slaves are so faithful. There are so many men in this world, so no one gave a flower to a slave. Where's your child? Yi Deshanzi looked at the direction Yanayu was leaving, and coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 319 Wife's Obligations. The emperor, the slave broke your good deeds, you wouldn't blame the slave? Leaf chuckled. Today, she wore a water blue color palace dress, a bit less seductive, a bit more charming. Xiaomun's waist swings the willows in the wind, adding a bit of swing to the charm of the people's heart and soul in the elegance. For this witch who has become a spirit and is not soaked in oil and salt, the Emperor Yi Deshan is really helpless, and she is the only one in the world who dares to speak to him in this tone, but he quite likes this way of speaking. Yi Deshanzi sullen his face, mobilized the muscles of his face, and squeezed a very serious expression. Weird, why not weird? It took me a lot of thought to coax Fairy Yan, you have to pay. Linu giggled, how can the emperor pay for the slave? Yi Deshanzi looked at her with a smile. Fairy, there is only one in the world, or else, you should pay for a unique witch in the world. I must be very happy. These words, but eating Gyogo teasing, changed to another woman. I was afraid that she would have been so angry and left. Linu just giggled and said, if you pay, you will pay. It is impossible. The emperor can eat a slave. Nothing. Her frequent smiles were already full of fascinating magical powers. At this moment, she stood up like a demonstration. She was deliberately provoking and deliberately fascinated the dead. With a grunt, Yi Deshan swallowed hard, with a helpless smile on his face. Leaf, you know, my resistance to beauties is zero. You seduce me like this. Murder. Regarding Leaf, he is really helpless. He has been trained to perfection, and he can't see the slightest thoughts in her heart. This will put on the look of a gentleman. You really want Lard to be blinded and dare reach out. I'm afraid that there is another unjust dead ghost in the palace of the king of Yama. Lin Yujiao smiled and said, the only witch in the world. Isn't the emperor talking about slaves? That means, the slave is here. If you want to claim compensation, just let the horse come. Yi Deshanzi didn't have the courage, although his emperor's heart has reached the 7th level, but Li Fei's cultivation is unfathomable. It is simply a Bude-like existence. Does he dare to provoke it? Besides, he has a terrifying internal strength. In terms of martial arts moves, he is still at the level of a kindergarten. It seems that he has time to practice the Overlord 10 killing technique recorded in the Emperor's Heart to deal with Leaf, a horror level master who has a good practice and a bug. If he wants to be hard, He is definitely looking for death. The only way is to use a soft word formula, coupled with a lay word formula. He mobilized the muscles of his face, showing a pitiful expression. Leaf, you are also my favorite concubine anyway. You have 3,000 in the harem, don't you? Another deep meaning of this is that we are also husband and wife anyhow. As for you, shouldn't you fulfill the responsibilities and obligations of a daughter-in-law? Of course, this is also true and false, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Anyway, Leaf is not disgusted with this kind of dialogue that is similar to flirting and cursing, so Emperor Yi Da used it as much as possible. This time, it finally had some effect, and there was a faint blush on Leaf's smooth jade cheeks. Facing Leaf's jealous white eyes, Yi Dacian grinned, and he was cheered in his heart. He thought that you really practiced to the supreme state of not soaked in oil and salt, so you would be shy. He. As long as you still shy, there are weaknesses to be found. Linny rolled her eyes and snorted. The slave will not accompany the emperor. The emperor will go quickly. Sister Fairy is afraid that she will be heartbroken and she needs someone to comfort her. She just said to leave. Her delicate body shook, and she was like a ghost, and her face disappeared out of thin air in Yi Dacian's face. It's a weird light gong. Yi Dacian's eyes straightened a little bit. Mom, you can skip learning martial arts. This light gong must be learned first. If you can't beat others in a fight, you can go for it, right? Keep your life first. He just did what he said, and immediately turned around and left the royal garden, and asked the little six who accompanied him to go to the royal study room to fetch the emperor's heart art, and then went straight to Fairy Yan's bedroom. Yanai was sitting in her room, and her heart was chaos and confused. She did not expect that in the imperial garden, the emperor would have such a bold move, which made her surprised and embarrassed, but she was seen by her opponent Leaf. When she arrived, she sneered and made her pretty face pale with anger. Bickering. She knows she can't beat others. Although she has made a qualitative leap in martial arts cultivation with the help of Suzalun, she still has some differences with Leaf. Of course, even if she fights now, she won't lose like last time. Very ugly. If she can't bear it, she will chaos and plan, and the 3-year agreement is still long. Besides, she went down the mountain this time to protect the emperor by the order of her master. This account will be written down for the time being. The fairy orchid was placed on the table, and the whole bedroom was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, which was indeed very good. Originally, this fairy orchid, when she was angry, she took it down and threw it on the ground. However, after her anger disappeared, she picked it up again. This fairy orchid, a rare treasure in the mainland, was so ruined. Isn't it a waste? However, thinking of the emperor's frivolous behavior, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If this is going to be spread, how can she be a person? At that time, she couldn't get annoyed. The emperor's movements and expressions were so natural and sincere. How could this make her feel so embarrassed? Besides, she hadn't reacted at the time, her mind was blank, and Leaf appeared abruptly. Of these two people, one was born to be a deadly enemy, and the other was simply. Her current thinking is too chaotic, a bit confused. At this time, the Xuanmen disciple who was guarding the door came to report, and the emperor came. Again, Yanai was startled, and shook her head vigorously, trying to calm her chaotic heart, and then she got up to welcome her. I don't know why, when I saw him, there was a hint of nervousness in my heart. Isn't he the nemesis of his own hit? Thinking of what the master said before going down the mountain, you are still bound to death, and you will not be able to break through the 8th level of the Sunyu Zen Sutra. Yanai's heart can't help but jump up suddenly. Is it unfeeling or fall into a mood disorder? Has the master misunderstood the mind-draining tactics? When she came to the temple, Yanai, who was still a little confused in her mind, single-handedly checked her head, which was regarded as a salute. I would like to ask you to give me some advice. Yi Da Tanzi opened the door and passed the emperor's heart in his hand, with a leisurely expression on his face, as if he hadn't been to the imperial garden just now, and nothing happened. Of course, with a bit of sincerity and humility that people cannot refuse. Yana Yu hurriedly condensed her chaotic mind, took the Emperor's heart formula, and read it carefully. The fairy focused on reading the expression of the Emperor's heart, and there was another touching charm, making Yi Daishanzi's sighs straight. Chapter 320 Auntie is here. Yi Daishanzi took a very serious attitude to learn. Martial arts moves can be so-so, but he was meticulous and meticulous. The Shenlong mystery footwork recorded in the Emperor's heart is a godly light footwork, even if Yana Yu, who has practiced the misty footwork of a veggie girl, sees this superior lightweight lifting technique. She also I couldn't help being attracted by the Ao Miao, and sighed in my heart at the same time. A profound and superior technique can make the world warriors fight for their lives at all costs. The Emperor's heart technique, but one of the great magic arts in the wild continent, this servant can just take it out so casually. Why not let Yan sigh? Of course, she couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion in her heart. The Emperor, this is trusting her. Although the Emperor's heart is too strong and domineering, it is only suitable for men to practice, but she can still learn a lot from it, and maybe she can break through again with this, of course, thanks to his trust. The one who teaches very seriously, the other who learns more seriously, is also a teacher and a friend. Everything is so natural, and Yana Yu also unknowingly forgets Sumion's frivolous behavior of giving flowers. The most basic footwork, Yi Daishan is familiar with. What he lacks is only proficiency. Of course, if this light body lifting technique is not based on vigorous internal strength, even if you learn it, it will be difficult to use. Yi Daishan had a bad habit. Everything was about 3 minutes hot at the beginning. After he learned the basic footwork, he started to be a little lazy. Yana Yu couldn't force him to practice hard. She could only sigh helplessly. It's a pity that this masterful magic technique that was once powerful on the mainland, if he practiced hard, within 10 years, the mainland's top 10 masters must be one of him. Elements. Yi Daishanzi wiped the sweat beads on his forehead, and his nose twitched suddenly. Hey, what scent? It smells so good. Yana Yu's jade cheeks couldn't help but flush red. The fragrance from the fairy orchid was indeed very good, and she liked it in her heart, so she put it in her arms and didn't want to. Sumion's nose was so sensitive that she smelled it. Alas, the dignified true dragon emperor, the master Mingjun praised by the master, is laughing and smiling at this moment. How can there be no majesty of the emperor? But like a small gangster in the market. It was almost evening, and it was time for dinner. Danzi wanted to host a banquet and accompany Fairy Yan for a romantic candlelight dinner. However, after thinking about it, he still held back. Fairy Yan is very simple as a piece of white paper without any flaws. As long as the liaisage said by the dog's head soldier Waiwasu is applied properly, it is not difficult to deal with. The most difficult thing to soak is the lily, which is almost not soaked in oil and salt. Concubine, the focus is on her for the time being. Yi Daishanzi ate alone, and at the same time asked Xiliuzi to pick the last fairy orchid in the Yunyuan. After eating, he brought the fairy orchid to the hall of Yangxin. The Yangmin Hall was originally a place where he usually rested, but now it has become the imperial concubine's temporary sleeping quarters, and there are many eunuchs, and the concubine still enjoys the treatment of the imperial concubine. When Yi Daishanzi went in, he saw that the maid was taking the banquet away, and the food did not seem to have moved. Upon questioning, she found out that Leaf was uncomfortable. She just drank half a bowl of blackbone chicken ginseng soup, and lay down early. Isn't she in a bad mood because of Yuan? When Yi Daishanzi went in, the lady of the palace had reported that Leaf was just sitting with the quilt. Her expression was a bit bad. Sick? The sharp-eyed Yi Daishan frowned and said softly, "Is not feeling well?" Leaf nodded gently. Sumion's care made her feel warm. Yi Daishanzi said, "Go, take the Emperor Zhao." "No, the slave is just uncomfortable." Linu hurriedly said, "Just lie down for a few days and it will be fine." "This is so good. How can you get sick?" Yi Daishanzi's face was tight, and he was good during the day, but this would be like this. Can he not care? Yi Daishan glared at Xiao Luzi, and Xiao Luzi, who was still hesitant, ran out hurriedly and summoned Madame Zhao. The slave is just uncomfortable. Lie down and lie down. Yi Daishanzi is really tight. The future daughter-in-law's wife is ill. Of course he is nervous. The medical technology these days is very backward, and a small cold can kill people. Soon, Emperor Zhao hurried over. Leaf reluctantly gave birth, and the smooth jade cheeks slowly floated with a red cloud of shame. Grand Physician Zhao gave a pulse, but knowing what was going on, he just prescribed a few medicine to replenish blood qi. Seeing the tight expression of the Emperor, Zhao Ti whispered, "The Emperor, the Tan Qi of Empress Li is here." Yi Daishan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that women's menstrual affairs are called Tan Qi in this era, and what is called a period in modern times. And there is also a joke called aunt. In modern times, there are a dazzling array of sanitary napkins, which are divided into day and night use. In short, Yi Daishanzi used to go to the supermarket often, and the shelves are full of these things. Even if he is a boy in modern times, he knows it. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. If I came up with a sanitary napkin, I wonder if Leaf could be moved to a mess, and then she would agree with her. Seeing him suddenly become contemplative, he suddenly became radiant and triumphant. Lin Liu frowned. This person, did he think of something happy? Yi Daishan smiled and said with a mysterious expression, "I can think of a good way to help you solve the big trouble." Li Fei's jade cheeks were soaring red, and she understood the big trouble in a certain population, but she understood that a big man, still the emperor of the day, was really ashamed to say such words. Yi Daishanzi said softly, "At most 2 days, do it right away." "I will do it now." Seeing him leaving in a hurry, Li Fei's cherry lips opened, and finally there was no sound. She sat quietly on the luxurious bed, and then raised her hand to touch her cheek, which was hot. Yi Daishanzi came to the imperial study room, took a pen to draw a stroke on the manuscript paper, and then asked Xi Liuzi to call all the best weavers in the silk brocade room, and asked them to cut according to the picture. The material is the best soft and non-permeable fabric. After cutting, it is disinfected by boiling with water, and then soaked in alcohol for disinfection. At the same time, there are a lot of good cotton soaked in alcohol. This fiddle. But even the Queen Jin and the concubines were alarmed when they were busy until midnight, and they ran to see what happened. But the answers they got were kept secret for the time being. The Emperor often fiddled with some amazing new gadgets. Empress Jin and the concubines have long been used to seeing them. This time, what is the Emperor doing? In the Hall of Cultivation of the Heart, there is a maid telling her truthfully. Leaf is both curious and touched. This foolish lord, I don't know what novelty he is making, dare to say that she can solve the big troubles of women. However, to tell the truth, he treats himself. It is really not so good. In his heart, it is really a bit sweet. In fact, if you only look at it from the perspective of an average woman, he is indeed a good man. He is unparalleled, attentive, considerate, funny, and very coaxing. Such a man is indeed perfect. If it is not for his unique identity, I don't know how many women are rushing to marry. Chapter 321 Tan Labao sanitary napkins. 2 days later, when Yi Daishanzi smiled and ordered someone to present a few weird little dong-dongs to Leaf, Leaf was stunned for a long time, and then, the bright jade cheeks slowly turned red. At first glance, these weird little dong-dongs don't know what they are useful for, but after careful consideration, they understand their usefulness. Moreover, just by looking at its design, you know that it is more effective than the methods passed down through the ages. More and more convenient. This is simply a great invention that can benefit all women in the world. Such a thoughtful design is amazing, and it is unavoidable to admire Sumion's imagination. At the same time, the care is even more touching. At least for now, in Li Fei's heart, the image of someone swishes to the limit, strong and gentle, the perfect mate in the world's women's dreams. Leaf, with red cheeks, took the little dong-dong into the dormitory in an embarrassed manner. After a long time, she came out slowly, the expression on her pretty face is even more rich, adding a bit of seduction. The coquettish magic power. I don't know what he thinks. How is it made? Li Fei's heart was immediately full of strong curiosity and desire, but how embarrassed she to ask. After all, this is something a woman is ashamed to say. Yi Deishan's expression was indifferent. Of course he knew that Li Fei's heart must be full of strong curiosity and desire. If he didn't figure it out clearly, he would have been entangled in his heart. Sanitary belts are also available in modern times. However, with sanitary napkins, this thing is rarely used. You can imagine it. It is easy to imitate. Not to mention, in this wild continent, it is really still no one thought of it, let alone a design. Of course it was another great invention of him. As for sanitary napkins, they are made by hand, and the process of making is much more complicated. The focus is on the process of disinfection, which is the most critical step. Use the best, softest, and moisture-absorbing material for the inner side of the fabric, and use the softest and non-leaking material on the reverse side. After sewing it, it is subjected to high-temperature sterilization to form a jacket with filling inside. The cotton is also taken from the finest, sterilized by alcohol and exposed to dryness. Finally, the finished product is stitched with needles and threads. The whole production process is made by the weaver in the silk floss room according to the instructions. The production site and people have been carefully disinfected. This is the stuff of the woman's body. The disinfection is not good, and it can cause inflammation. It can be troublesome. Big. At first, Li felt very awkward after listening to his commentary, but seeing him look natural and serious, the embarrassment and shame in her heart gradually disappeared. In fact, the two talked and chatted normally. It was similar to the flirting between the lovers. The only difference is that the last layer of thin paper is not pierced. Furthermore, in the first few years in the palace, although Master Yiling served as her stand-in at night, during the day, she had to be on the court to confuse someone. Even if she was cautious, but to avoid wearing help, sometimes it is inevitable that the skin touches, holding hands around the waist. It is even more normal. After she was injured, she used the tortoise breath dagger to enter a dormant state. During this first washing process, she was afraid that she would have seen her completely. In this life, I'm really entangled with him. The Emperor. This is a great invention. Should there be a name? Leaf asked in a shy voice while she was amazed and moved. Dan Labao sanitary napkins. Yi Deishanzi blurted out without thinking about it. Leaf couldn't help being in a daze again, and then her jade cheeks flew red, and she gave him a sullen look. God. Li, from his first name, Li, from his own surname, Bao. I'm afraid this touching and intimate gadget is very precious, right? Hey. That's not right. It should be the meaning of the baby. This person really dare to take such a name? She suddenly remembered something. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. My lord, Queen Jin also often uses it, right? As soon as she spoke, she realized that she had made a mistake. This thing was made by him 2 days ago. Even if Queen Jin used it, it was only used today. What's wrong with her today? She made such a low-level mistake. Yi Deishanzi grinned. After I'm done, I will use it for concubine AI first. Empress Jin and the concubines are still waiting eagerly for me to solve the mystery. After hearing this, Leaf felt much more comfortable in her heart. In terms of the ability to charm a man, none of the 10 Empress Jin could compare to her. The only thing she lost was that she had not conceived the dragon seed first. It may not be defeated to Queen Jin even if he stays in bed. Hey, how did I think of this? Leaf's jade cheeks are full of shame and red-tide, and her heart beats suddenly, and she can't help but sigh. If that's the case, Diazu doesn't know what the situation will be. With the master's strength, he can be a puppet emperor who lives in name only. Maybe God's will. Otherwise, how could the great Zhu reappear its former glory? AI concubine, I have always been sincere to you. Yi Deishanzi stretched out his hand naturally, holding her gentle little hand. The expression on his face was serious, and sincere. His emperor's heart has reached the 7th state. and his eyesight and ears are no longer what it used to be. The rhythm of Li Fei's heartbeat has become a bit disordered. How can he not hear it? This will no longer strike while the iron is hot. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Without any hesitation, he immediately hit the snake with the stick, and expressed his heart after eating Gyogo. Not to mention, the body he occupied was originally a handsome guy, coupled with his identity and curious ghost power, and now with this serious and sincere look, for a woman who is pregnant, absolutely 100% lethality. At this moment, Leif's heart is really chaotic. Someone's confession, someone's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, are enough to make her mind fascinated. For a while, she was stunned, her mind it's blank and hard to think. Attacking the city and looting the pool, it is now, with such a great opportunity in front of you? What shit, gentleman Liu Xiaohui, they are all stupid. Without any hesitation, Yi Deshanzi stretched out one hand to embrace Li Fei's soft and slender waist, and with a little effort, he hugged the person into his arms. At this moment, the Emperor Yida's face was full of balls. Is it easy? Leaf has become refined, the oil drove the salt without soaking. I don't know how much it took to develop to this step. It is harder than landing on the moon. Of course, the revolution is not yet considered a success. You have to strike while the iron is hot, and the big killer will be sacrificed immediately. Look at my flames and lips. There was a swing in people's heart. At this moment, Li Fei's mind was blank. The world was spinning, and she was completely lost. Chapter 322. The strong sense of suffocation finally made Leaf come back to her soul. She didn't know when. Her arm was wrapped tightly around his neck and hung tightly in his arms. What made her extremely embarrassed was that her Luo Chang was half off, Sumion's wolf. The paw has actually penetrated into her chest, recklessly. She was breathing hard, breathing desperately, her cheeks were hot. She wanted to stop the reckless wolf paw, but she didn't have a trace of strength all over her body. If she didn't lean on him, she would be soft. Fell to the ground. Well, Leaf was ashamed, but before she had spoken, her cherry lips were sealed by someone again, so the strange feeling that had never been felt once again invaded her nerves and made her tremble uncontrollably. The soul, fluttering away from the body, as if floating on the beautiful heaven. At this time, the Emperor Yi Dai had used all the skills of eating milk. Although there has not been a real siege of the city and the pool, but at this point, it can basically be said to be okay. Seeing Leaf, who was limp in his arms, new cheeks blushing with spring, seductive eyes like silk, and snorting, he finally took a breath. Brother, it's not easy. You killed the slave. The embarrassed Leaf shrank in his arms, panting, and desperately grabbing the reckless wolf paw, but it was still chaos moved. Had to pinch him severely in the fleshy place. Wow! Yi Deshanzi would not have thought that she would suddenly come to such a trick. Hissing in pain, the little 6 and Long-U guards waiting outside the hall all rushed in, seeing the embarrassing scene, hurriedly withdrew, until Leaf was too embarrassed to raise her head, looking for cracks all over the floor. Yi Daishan rubbed the painful place, exposed a pitiful expression. It hurts. Do you want to murder your husband? Leaf did not say anything. She just snuggled tightly in his arms, listening to his powerful heartbeat, and smelling the strange breath that made her feel a little dizzy. The wonderful feeling is still in her mind. The mid-turn reverberated swing, lingering. It turns out that the feeling of intimacy between couples is so strange. No wonder. Master Yiling had a weird expression at the time. When she was in bed at night, she not only uttered all kinds of disturbing painful groans, the sound, even the high-pitched scream. Now she understands that those strange sounds made by Master Yiling are not pain, but uncontrollable satisfaction. In addition, she had accidentally spied on someone. Seeing those favored concubines, she also had a comfortable expression of dying to live. At that time, although she felt that her body was weird, she thought that their voices were painful. Now, after experiencing it for a while, she finally understood that she was all wrong. The feeling that she had never experienced before was really wonderful, and the soul seemed to ascend to heaven. No wonder, there are many people in this world who enjoy this, and some women even lose their reputations because of this. It turns out that it is because of this feeling. Suddenly, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Over the years, has she wasted a good time? The emperor, Sheng Jingyong Bao Xiaoyuzi's voice came from outside the hall. Yi Deshanzi is now in a good time when Wenxian Nephrite is full of arms, so how can he let it go? Rather uncomfortable. Let it go first. Leaf took a breath, gently freed herself from his arms, and said in shame, "The emperor, state affairs are the most important." Yi Daishan said bitterly, "I'm afraid that if you let go, you will fly away again, making me feel bad about eating and drinking." Slave. Just don't leave. The blushing Leaf's teeth bit her red lips. Her expression is as cowardly as she is, adding a bit of enchanting magical power. "Really? Don't lie to me." Yi Daishan was so happy that he almost jumped up. "My heart is very fragile, and I can't stand it." Leaf gave him a shameful look, but a sweet feeling rushed in her heart. He was not talking about me, but me. It was obviously true feelings revealed. After getting the affirmative answer, the Emperor Yi Da yelled in joy, "Long live!" Then, the servant violently hugged Leaf, who was extremely ashamed, took a sip of fragrance, and then ran out happily. This dead faint lord. Leaf was ashamed, and she raised her powder fist to beat someone, but today, her reaction was slow again, and the wicked ran out happily. Leaf suddenly remembered something. She quickly turned her head and looked around, and then patted the towering breasts. Fortunately, the palace maids and eunuchs serving in the palace didn't know when they went out. If a big palace was empty, she is the only one. Touched the crispy chest. My heart is still beating fiercely, my cheeks are also very hot, like a fire, the bones are still crisp and numb, and there is no trace of strength in the whole body. Yi Deshanzi would have been sitting in the imperial study room and reading the Tang newspaper sent back by Shengjing. Under Shengjing City, although Mu Chunfing commanded a total of 400,000 troops in the Black Wolf Legion and the Third Army, not counting the 200,000 young and Zhuang soldiers who arrived from China and nearly 100,000 tribal fighters who had returned to the Great Zhou dynasty, but a handful of the Shengjing City Regiment, besieged. Coupled with the need to protect the long logistics supply line, this force is still too small. After all, the 200,000 cavalry that Niushi left outside the city is too mobile and avoids a decisive battle with the main force of the Black Wolf Legion, which caused great pressure on him. During this period, the 5 golden cavalrymen under the command of Baij Minayu used night sneak attacks on the siege troops to be repelled several times, but the losses were not large. They still constituted a huge pressure on the troops and logistics transportation of the siege. Seek opportunities to annihilate or maimed. If you want to attract Minayu's main force for a decisive battle, you must put great pressure on Shengjingqing. On the 5th day after the siege, the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion dug a tunnel leading to the East City Gate, piled a large amount of explosives in the tunnel, and ignited the fuse. With a loud bang, the eastern city wall of Shengjing collapsed in a large gap about 20 meters wide. The soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion who had been deployed for battle launched a fierce attack on the gap, and the west, south, and north gates launched a feint attack. The city wall was suddenly blown down, and Nurchi was taken aback. He hurriedly mobilized heavy troops to resist. The residents of the city desperately threw various debris into the gap in order to refill the collapsed gap. In order to lure Minayu into the deceit, Mu Chunfing invested a team of 10,000 people in the gap in the East City. The attack was really fierce. The casualties of the soldiers were not small, and the roar and killing sounded through the sky. With a loud and deafening noise, another part of the southern city wall was blown down, and a large gap nearly 20 meters wide was also exposed. Minayu, who was cruising on the periphery, finally couldn't sit still. If Shengjing fell, Darjin Kingdom would be over. He hurriedly ordered the army to assemble and prepared to attack a part of the Black Wolf Legion outside Nanxing. Among the other 4 commanders, 2 commanders opposed the decisive battle with the Black Wolf army and insisted on executing the orders of the great Khan Nurchi. Minayu used power to suppress others, and took the opportunity to deprive the 2 commanders of their military power, and held the military power firmly. Control in your own hands. With an army of 200,000, Minutes left 30,000 cavalry troops to monitor the Flying Eagle Army and tribal coalition forces advancing from the north, and he personally led an army of 180,000 to press down on Nanxing. Chapter 323. Trap. Hundreds of miles away, a large number of scout rangers from the Black Wolf Legion were scattered early. Minayu's army approached to Nanxing. Mu Chunfeng had received the news. After that, a series of orders were issued from the army's commander account at all levels. The generals left one after another. In order to lure Minayu to be fooled, Mu Chunfeng ordered 6 strong attacks on the collapsed wall of the East City, and nearly 10,000 soldiers were damaged. Now, Minayu has finally stepped into a trap, and there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. The strong attack turned into a feint attack, and Mu Chunfeng ordered his subordinates to concentrate on the stone dumping carts and bombard the 4 city gates indiscriminately, sealing the 4 city gates with grinding boulders. This weird action by the Black Wolf Legion aroused Nurchi's vigilance, and hurriedly ignited the soldiers' smoke to warn Minutes. When Minutes saw the skyrocketing smoke that ignited in the city, he hurriedly ordered the retreat. But it was already too late. The main forces of the Black Wolf Legion and the 3rd Legion were pressed from the left and right wings respectively, using dense defensive phalanxes, and the advancing speed was very slow, but it blocked the possibility of Minutes withdrawing troops from the 2 wings. Minayu hurriedly ordered the rear army to change to the front army, retreating from the road. Not wanting, but a ranger came to report. The Flying Eagle Legion and the Tribal Coalition Army suddenly appeared, cutting off the back road. What? Minutes screamed strangely. Isn't Gong Tangfeng's Eagle Legion and Bo Lingxian's Tribal Coalition still hundreds of miles away? Why did it appear right away? Time is running out and he cannot tolerate him to verify the unfavorable news. Minutes glared red eyes, gritted his teeth and ordered the army to break through to the left wing with all his strength. At this time, although Zhejian's encirclement was formed, they were all advancing in formation with infantry. The advancing speed was extremely slow, leaving him a certain amount of time for assault. After the military order was issued, the rear army that had just become the retreat of the front army was changed back to the original rear army, responsible for the rear, and the front army pressed to the left flank. This company change caused the entire cavalry formation to become chaotic. On the left wing of the Zhou army, a tiger army suddenly slammed out. The flying tigers fluttered in the wind, hunting and hunting. The knights were all black and heavy armor, and even the war horses were tightly covered by thick and heavy armor. Wrapped up, the giant gun several meters long shone dazzlingly in the sun. This is how Hu Xiaoyan personally led his 15,000 tiger and leopard cavalry to attack. This time, the tiger and leopard cavalry turned into a heavy cavalry again, quickly surpassing the advancing infantry phalanx, like a billowing steel torrent. The Golden Army crushed into a messy formation. In the previous battles, the tigers and leopards did not participate in the war, and they have been ordered to cruise in the rear, which can protect the safety of the logistics supply line. The soldiers have long been suffocated. The prestige of the tiger and leopard cavalry has spread throughout the entire Great Wall. It is a nightmare for all tribes. It suddenly appeared at this critical moment, and its deterrent effect was great. Many tribal warriors who were rushing forward have exclaimed. Some of them simply held back their mounts and blocked the companions behind them. Some knights had no time to hold the reins, and the horses wanted to knock down the knights on their horses. Mu Chunfeng personally sits on the right wing and advances with an army. Although the 3rd Legion on the left has gone through the iron forging of blood and fire, but its combat power is still slightly lower. He calculated that Minayu would choose to break through from the left wing, so he called the Fox. Yun's tiger and leopard cavalry hid on the left wing, which would attack suddenly, gaining precious time for the advance of the infantry. The heavy cavalry, even the knights and the horses, are draped in thick and heavy iron armor, and ordinary bows and arrows do not cause damage at all. The iron armor in the chute only flashes a few sparks and hits the ground, unless it is equipped with a penetrating heavy armor, a cone. Nurchi certainly understands this truth, but the most scarce thing on the prairie is food and iron ore. How can he have so much iron ore to make a piercing cone? Many soldiers in the Great Golden Kingdom wear cloth armor nailed with copper nails. If they wear a few more layers, they can still resist the penetration of ordinary arrows. Moreover, after wars, even if he has enough iron ore, he does not have enough iron ore. Time to make. Huxion's tiger and leopard cavalry are like tanks galloping on the plains, rumblingly crushed into mine. I use still somewhat messy riding formation, rolling out a bloody corpse road after another. Mine I used judgment on the battlefield was still extremely accurate. He ordered an army to entangle the tiger and leopard cavalry of Fox Howling Cloud, and he led the army to move forward to attack the dense phalanx of the Third Army, so as to make a bloody breakthrough. In the central area of the enemy, Fox Xion led the tiger and leopard cavalry into a rampage, rushing into the formation of the chaotic Golden Army as much as possible, buying time for the encirclement of the army, and changing in such a dense and chaotic central area of the enemy. The heavy armored tiger and leopard cavalry showed a terrifying impact, killing and wounding mine. I use light cavalry in large numbers. The infantry of the Third Corps stopped advancing, and formed a formation on the spot, with thunder chariots lined up in front of the formation, and behind them were tens of thousands of archers sitting on the ground. They used their bows to wind up the strings. Thunder chariot, send a shoot. The officer in front of the formation slashed with his sword, and the thunder chariot, which was already ready to go, shot the first wave of giant arrows. The huge arrow with thick arms carried a powerful and unmatched force, tearing the rushing horse and knight into pieces, and the remaining power remained undiminished, and then pierced the second knight, and then smashed the third knight. The first giant arrow that penetrated into the Golden Army's riding array brought out a puff of blood mist, the stump of the limb was thrown away, and the sorrowful cries were endless. 3 rounds of shooting, lying in front of the formation, was full of broken human corpses and horse corpses, and the remaining Golden Army was still desperately rushing the horse to charge, and the distance quickly narrowed. The first echelon, toss shoot. With an order from the officer, the archers in the front row shot the first wave of arrows, quickly stood up and backed up, and the archers in the second row took their place. In midair, there was a dense rain of arrows, which once blocked the bright sun. Like a rain of locust arrows, immediately marked the blossoms of blood. Pieces of tribal warriors screamed and fell from their horses. Even if the knight who fell from the horse suffered a slight injury, he would wait until the second wave of arrow rain fell on his body. Insert was full of arrows and turned into a big hedgehog. All the knights of the Golden Army understand that they are already in a heavy siege at this moment. If they can't break through the defensive phalanx of the Third Army, they will definitely be wiped out. Retreat, no more. In despair, human potential in fighting will have been raised to the limit. They roared and wielded their sabers, desperately urging their horses, and charging forward under the rain of locust arrows. They fell from the injured horse. The companion stepped into the flesh and ignored it. When the arrow formation was covering long range, the pikeman had inserted a spear into the hole of the thunder chariot, and the thunder chariot was transformed into a simple fortification that could withstand the impact of the cavalry. Behind the tank, there are densely prepared spearmen. The Golden Army cavalry rushed in, and the officer issued an order to shoot freely, and the archer who had replaced ordinary arrows aimed at the dense target, shooting an arrow clasped between his fingers. Send this dense target. Even if you close your eyes and release arrows, you can shoot the target. The first wave of golden cavalry that approached all fell under the dense arrow rain. In front of the formation, there were wounded golden soldiers everywhere. The sorrowful howl of pain, and the sigh of wounded war horses. Chapter 324 The Battle of Despair. The tribal warriors rushing in like a rain of locust arrows shook the horse rope, prepared to lay the thunder chariot, and then tightly grasped the strong rope, urging the mount to run back in order to pull the thunder away. In several battles, the Golden Army cavalry who encountered the thunder chariot suffered a big loss, and there was no way to use a horse rope to deal with the thunder chariot. Not to mention, several thunder chariots were pulled by several horse ropes. Fortunately, the soldiers in the first row dragged the thunder chariot in time, cut the horse ropes with a knife, and returned the thunder chariot to its place. Many tribal warriors jumped off their horses to fight on their backs. The soldiers of the two sides started a bloody handover in front of the battle. The gathering of soldiers became more and more dense, and the archers of the Third Army became chilling. The Butcher. After experiencing 2 battles, the soldiers of the Third Army have already experienced blood and fire. These veterans have long been numb to the killing and the dead. After the war, survival is what they care most about. How many enemies they have killed, they can't remember. Even the recruits who have just replenished the battle damage, in this crazy chaotic battlefield, they have gone from fear, nervousness and nausea to crazy blood. They numb and mechanically drew their bows and shot one another arrow. Such a dense target does not need to be aimed at. Even if it is shooting crookedly, it can shoot one of the targets. Bombardier, throw. The 3rd Legion is not as powerful as the Black Wolf Legion, but the lower-level legions on the front line are all served by experienced veterans. They stare at and fanatical eyes, calmly issue various orders, and win the battle. They can only by earning military merit can they be promoted. They are the ideals of life that they are passionately pursuing in their hearts. The encirclement has long been formed, but it is still being forced to compress the space of activity of the enemy. If the line of defense is breached, the Golden Army cavalry will be able to break through a bloody way to escape. The enemy army is under heavy siege, desperate, must give birth to a desperate heart. The fighting spirit and fighting power that broke out is extremely terrifying. The commander of the Third Army, Zheng Zixia, deeply this point. His army is now facing the history of the greatest pressure, but no matter how much the price is paid, we must hold the line of defense. This is also a critical moment to test him and the Third Army. Therefore, all kinds of new weapons with terrifying lethality have been put into use one after another. The arrow rain in the sky was mixed with frightening thunders, followed by earth-shaking violent explosions one after another in the dense crowd. The mud and grass mixed with stumps and broken arms were thrown high by the air waves. After falling to the ground, the choking gunpowder filled the battlefield, and a large group of tribal warriors fell in a pool of blood and struggled miserably. Seeing the Black Wolf Legion and the Flying Eagle Legion approach, the space continued to be compressed. Minutes was already anxious, and he ordered his subordinates to attack the defense line of the 3rd Legion desperately at all costs to give the 3rd Legion. The Legion caused an extremely heavy pressure. At the head of Shenjing, Nurchi's face was pale and bloodless. He chose Minyu as the heir to the Khan throne, but it was also helpless. The 2 heirs selected earlier died on the battlefield, and the rest the sons are more than martial arts, but not smart enough to stand alone. But Minyu is slightly better. However, he did not expect that his expectations for this son were still too high, and the price of overestimation was extremely heavy. Seeing that Minyu's army was trapped, he was so anxious that he was mad and ordered the soldiers to remove the stones that were blocking the 4 city gates as soon as possible, so that the army in the city could leave the city for reinforcements. The golden soldiers in the city were removing the stones. These discs weighed hundreds of kilograms and were not easy to remove. Outside the city, the Zhou army's stone dump trucks threw stone bullets from time to time, several rounds of blasting and shooting, and the city gate was blocked, and some of the hapless golden soldiers were smashed to death by the boulder. In the center battlefield, Hu Xiaoyan led his tiger and leopard cavalry like tens of thousands of heavy tanks, ramming in the center of the enemy's battlefield, smashing Minyu's army into a pot of porridge. "Children, kill with me." Yiki's leading fox Xiaoyan pointed his spear and led the team towards Minyu's handsome flag. Although the heavy cavalry wore thick iron armor on the knights and the horses, the impact force was increased to the limit. However, This heavy iron armor was also a burden, affecting the speed of the horses. Over time, neither the people nor the horses could support it. Fox Xiao knew this well. He led the tigers and leopards to attack Minayu's army. The purpose was to disrupt the deployment of Minayu and relieve the pressure on the Third Army. The effect was very good, and it greatly reduced the number of troops. The frontal pressure of the three army corps. However, he also felt that the speed of the mount was slower than before. The Black Wolf Legion, the Flying Eagle Legion, and the Tribal Coalition are still advancing, compressing the space under Minayu. But time is not waiting for people, and the physical strength of the war horses and soldiers is exhausted, and it will not last long. The art of war, to capture the thief, must first capture the king. He no longer chased and killed the enemy riders who had smashed chaos, but instead led all the soldiers of the tiger and leopard iron horses, crushing them towards Minayu's handsome banner. Facing the powerful tiger and wolf savannah of Fox Xiao and wearing a heavy armor, Minayu is really helpless. If there is enough space for activities, he can use the tactics of wandering to drag the tiger and leopard cavalry alive. He was exhausted, but God did not take care of him. Neither space nor time was given to him. Seeing the tiger and leopard cavalry rushing towards himself through the waves, he hurriedly led the guards to move and avoid it. The commander-in-chief of the First Army is the soul of the whole army. When the two armies face off, the handsome flag is a guarantee of morale. They cannot be moved easily. The movement of Minayu's handsome flag affects the morale of the whole army to some extent. The front of the Third Army was under tremendous pressure. When the low-ranking officer in front of the battle saw Minayu's handsome flag moving, he immediately ordered his subordinates to shout loudly. Minayu fled, knelt down and surrendered. The roar of thousands of soldiers resounded through the sky, and almost everyone on the battlefield heard it. Many tribal warriors instinctively turned their heads and looked back. No, the handsome flag on the front is moving. Behind is the flying tiger flag that is fluttering in the wind and is chasing after them. The morale they had inspired in the desperate situation is here. It quickly fell in an instant, and many tribal fighters began to hesitate, and the frontal pressure of the Third Army was relieved. Gong Tangfing's Flying Eagle Legion and the Tribal Coalition are advancing extremely fast. The Tribal Coalition is the first to fight with the Golden Army behind the palace. Most of these tribal fighters are cavalry. Bowling first turned to declare allegiance to Dezu. As shown, the future patriarch's successor Tunish took the lead, leading the forward army to flood the enemy like a tide, and soon drowned the 30,000 cavalry behind Minayu Palace. The Jin army lost even the battle, and the elite suffered a great loss. Although minutes had 200,000 warriors, it was mostly a piece of tribal warriors. The combat power was a little weaker than the previous Jin army cavalry. Moreover, he anxious to break through. The only few elites were invested in the frontal attack on the Third Army. The troops behind the palace were hit by Bolingxian's huge tribal coalition forces and soon collapsed. On the right wing, Mu Chunfing sits in the middle army, and continues to order the infantry to advance in a dense phalanx. The cavalry in the army are all dispatched to guard the logistics transportation line. What is left in his hand is all pure infantry. Generally speaking, the infantry will suffer a loss from the cavalry. However, if they are well arranged and rely on a variety of new weapons with terrible lethality, it is not impossible for the infantry to defeat the cavalry. Chapter 325 Sudden change. The three-way army squeezed in the middle, and minutes used 200,000 army had almost no room to move, and a full-scale battle was triggered. Nearly 1 million people crowded in a narrow place, desperately tore and kill. Roaring and killing sounded through the sky. The cavalry lost the space for maneuvering, and almost turned into infantry. The morale of the tribal fighters was extremely low, and the soldiers of the Zhou army were approached. Stabbed the horse back with a spear, was cut over by a machete and a long sword, and many of them were dragged off the horse. The war has evolved into a one-sided massacre situation. Under the guard of the guards, Minayu cut down several Wulai herder fighters, desperately trying to make a bloody path. However, more and more Wulai herder fighters surrounded him. In the melee, a cold arrow shoot. In the center of Minayu's left thigh, he let out a miserable cry, and fell to his horse's back, and countless iron hoofs stepped down, turning into a meatloaf in the blink of an eye. As soon as the coach died, the remaining golden soldiers threw down their weapons in despair and surrendered with their hands high. The few recalcitrants were chopped into flesh by the chaotic blade. Nerchi, with a pale and bloodless face, stood on the top of the city and watched the 200,000 army be surrounded and annihilated until it was wiped out. He coughed violently. "God is dead, I am Dakin." A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person fell straight back, terrified all the elder brothers and the generals, and the guards hurriedly carried the fainted Great Khan back to the palace. Save. In this battle, Minayu's 200,000 army was wiped out. Zhao's army won a complete victory. Half of the golden soldiers were captured and a large amount of spoils were seized. Mu Chunfeng, who was in charge of setting up the bureau and directing the joint operation, convened a meeting with the clan chiefs headed by Bolingxian. In fact, it was just to divide the spoils of war. Mu Chunfeng acted generously, dividing the seized spoils into two halves. As for how Bolingxian divided the dirty with the tribes, that was his business. He is so generous, in fact, to soothe the patriarchs of the tribes who have just returned and are still anxious. At present, unity is the most important thing. These tribes have sent a certain number of young soldiers to participate in the war. In total, there are nearly 300,000. If the crowd is not well controlled, it is very likely to be a big trouble. If you make good use of it, it will be a powerful boost. The patriarchs of all tribes happily followed Bolingxian to leave, busy dividing the spoils. Mu Chunfeng exchanged a few words with the commander of the Flying Eagle Corps Gong Tangfeng and the commander of the 3rd Corps Zheng Zixia, and immediately wrote the memorial to ask for merit. The good news reached the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the Emperor Yi Da jumped up with joy. Nerchi's remaining forces on the periphery of Shengjing were at least swept away. The remaining small and medium-sized tribes were frightened by the massive force of the coalition. How dare to jump out to find death? They either moved their clan to the depths of the Great Desert, or they waited until the Empire's army arrived and immediately surrendered. In short, the elite troops of the Jin army almost lost all of them, and most of the rest remained in Shengjing City. Shengjing City is now trapped to death on all sides and has become an isolated and helpless city. It is only a matter of time before it falls. The walls of Shengjing City are high and solid. Although explosives can be used to blast the walls down, all losses are necessary for a strong attack. Yi Daishan only intends to trap Shengjing City to death. When the food and grass in the city are exhausted, he will force the Golden Army to dedicate the city. Surrender. It is the best policy to surrender the soldiers without fighting. Now, it is time for him to conquer himself, command the army, sweep the prairie, and show his bravery and invincibility. With an order, the entire palace became busy, making all kinds of preparations for the emperor's imperial conquest. Empress Jin led the concubines of the harem to come, wishing the emperor would calm down outside the Great Wall and expand Zhao's territory. Seeing Empress Jin and the harem concubines bit rise, rushing instructs, and the concubines' tears that were heartbreaking, he almost let Yi Daishan dispel the idea of imperial concubine. 3,000 Yilin Y has assembled on standby. Feng Nishang, Leaf, Yanayu, and Dan Junki are all wearing well-fitting armors, showing their saucy and heroic appearances. Even the dog-headed Sergeant Y Wazi also put on a suit of armor. However, this fellow, the appearance is too wretched. Even if you wear a mighty armor, you can look at it as wretched. The Emperor, Emergency Military Affairs, Feng Fu with a solemn expression hurried over, presenting the urgent order. Report. The 800 miles from Pojigwan expedites the Tang Bao. A young eunuch ran out panting, and at the same time presented 800 miles from Pojigwan to step up the Tang Bao. The Tang news of Borneo Pass was sent by Tang Feng, who was in charge of guarding Dayton City. The king of Chu suddenly tore up the covenant and declared war on Dazu. The commander-in-chief of the Chu army, Zhu, who had attacked Hanmu city in the northern border of the Great Wall, led an army of 150,000 to besiege him. Lu King. The emergency military information presented by Feng Fu was based on a large amount of intelligence collected by secret spies lurking in various empires, and then analyzed according to changes in the situation. Several empires have a tendency to form huge coalition forces and declare war on the empire before declaring war on the kingdom of Jin. Even though the Emperor Yi Daishan predicted this possibility, but the thing really happened. His face changed suddenly. Mothers, the worst happened. Fortunately, Mu Chunfing was able to wipe out Nerchibus army outside Shengjing in time. The Black Wolf army was relieved of any pressure, and could safely die in Shengjing. When Gong Tangfing led the Flying Eagle Corps to withdraw from Chengbai Bay, he also sent people to tell Tang Feng to make various defense preparations, and at the same time closely monitor the abnormal movements of the Chu army in the northern border beyond the Great Wall to prevent accidents. Zuyan's bordering Pinyongguan Pass had previously suffered a fierce attack from Yan Guozen's national general Guan Mingkai. However, because the new king Cha Weihing who initiated the coup has just ascended the throne, he has not yet settled down and is busy purging the domestic opposition forces. Unable to provide logistical supplies to Guan Mingkai's subordinates, Guan Mingkai had no choice but to withdraw his troops. The Emperor Yi also sent someone to instruct Yu Tongleuo, the general of Zhengzhou who guarded Pingtung, not to attack. Defending Pinyong is a great accomplishment. Strengthening the city defense work, and at the same time guarding the city of Kaniyuan, which is bordered by Zhou and Chu, to prevent changes. At present, Yu Tongleuo's memorial report has not yet come, indicating that Kaniyuan city and Pingtungguan have not been attacked by the Chu or Yan army, and the formation of a coalition of several empires. The mobilization and assembly of the army will take some time, and a large number of them are accumulated. It will take a lot of time to ensure sufficient supplies of military materials for the Great Zhou Empire. For the Great Zhou Empire, there is still a lot of time to make preparations. Yi Daishanzi did not cancel the order of the imperial conquest. In any case, the kingdom of Jin must be destroyed. If Nerchi is allowed to breathe, the old fox will definitely make a comeback and pose a serious threat to Diezhou again. Of course, he did not dare to be sloppy about the coalition forces of several major countries. He issued a series of orders to deal with the pressure of the coalition forces. The call-up order for the Fourth National Mobilization was issued again, and it was exaggerated. Once the coalition forces of several empires break through the border, they will definitely rape and fornicate captives and slaughter my people in Diezhou, and everyone will take advantage of it, raise weapons and drive away the invaders. Most of the recruited new troops will be assembled in Pingtung and Kaniyuan, waiting for Yu Tongleuo's dispatch and command, and the remaining one will be sent to Zihan border pass and Zufu along the coast to strengthen the defense forces there to prevent the Stick army and the Japanese pirates invaded. The Dugakangsu department who ordered Jining to guard Jining attacked the border of the Stick, exerting pressure on the Stick, so that it did not dare to deploy too much force. Chapter 326 Royal Drivers Conquest 1. For the Japanese pirates who were rampant in the sea, the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help them for the time being, so he had to strictly order the coastal provinces to strengthen their defenses, and it was a great achievement to defend the city without losing. He sent special envoys out of the city overnight and rushed to Dayton City and Shengjing City respectively, and ordered Mu Chunfing's subordinate to trap Shengjing City to death, and guard against Nerchig jumping over the wall and desperately breaking through the siege. The Third Army was on standby to rest and reorganize. Gong Tangfeng's subordinate and the tribal coalition returned to their division to reinforce Tang Feng's subordinate to defeat Mu Yunfeng's army. The letter he wrote to Tang Feng was that Poxiguan could be given up, but Dayton City must be defended. Even if the battle reaches one soldier and one soldier, reinforcements will arrive soon. The Kotu Army Division Y Wushu was also left behind to assist Queen Jin and the Cabinet Chief Assistant Tan Zhao to preside over political affairs, and at the same time deal with the sudden situation of the coalition's pressure. Just before departure, The serious-faced Yi Daishan held Feng Fu's hands and stared at her clear eyes. "For me, look good at home." Feng Fu with the reddish cheeks took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "But please rest assured, the Emperor, only Fu is here, and the crumbs will not turn the sky." Yi Daishanzi patted her fragrant shoulder, then got into the carriage and set off with 3,000 Yilinwei. Feng Fu's lips opened, and finally pressed tightly. Seeing the narrow eyes cast by her younger sister, her jade cheeks became strangely red. There have long been rumors outside that she is the future imperial concubine. After the rumors spread, no man dared to confess his love to her, which made her helpless. It's awesome, but she really learned it. Feng Duwei, the stability of this capital depends on you. Empress Jin walked over and held her hand. She was standing next to Feng Fu. She heard the Emperor's instructions clearly. "Queen, but please rest assured." Feng Fu met Queen Jin's meaningful gaze, and her heart jumped. She wanted to explain that there was no such thing at all, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't say it. Sometimes, the more you explain, the more inexplicable you are. There is no wind and no waves. Who would believe it? The Black Guard, but a spy agency with the privilege of life and death. A civil woman with no fame or qualifications can take the lead. If the Emperor treats him differently, who will believe it? Moreover, she can freely enter and exit the palace without reporting. This privilege alone makes people believe that if it is not the concubine that the Emperor loves, can she be honored? Feng Fu couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh, and felt annoyed even after jumping into the Yellow River. On the flat official road, 3,000 Yuanwei guards Yi Daishanzi's carriage while running. Time is running out. Regardless of fatigue, Yi Daishan ordered to rush to the front line of Shengjing as soon as possible. He must rush to the front line of Shengjing before the situation has not developed to a serious point. Jingo smoothed it out. This time, he learned how to ride, and brought 4 palace ladies who usually serve, so as not to be wronged by the docile and pleasant Feng Nishang. These 4 palace ladies are divided into 2 carriages, and the other is equipped with a few empty carriages for the convenience of Leaf, Fairy Yan and Junki Tan rested. The big carriage he himself rides is specially made, widened and long, with thick mats on the inside. It can be used as an office or as a bed. The end cabin is a small bathroom. The wooden door was separated from the heavy curtains. Lying inside, did not feel the big bumps caused by the horses galloping. Of course, the compartments are reinforced with thick iron plates to prevent the assassins from assassinating. The coachman with the whip is also a first-class expert carefully selected from the inner palace guard. The little 5 and the little 6 sit on the shaft in turns. Coupled with the guards of god-level masters like Leaf and Yan, no matter how many assassins have come back and forth, although he was on the road day and night, it took Yi Daishanzi half a month to arrive at the front line of Shengjing. At this time, Gong Tangfeng had led the Flying Eagle Legion and the tribal coalition forces northward to reinforce Tangfeng's troops. Pojigwan was under the mad attack of the Chu army and held on for 10 days, and finally fell. The guardian of Pojigwan, He Jinming General Chen Kun, led the crowd to break through, holding on to the last moment, coexisting and perishing with the city. During the period, the Navy commander Lu Shaixun led the navy to land and wanted to reinforce Poligwan. However, his navy was all a single infantry. Zijiu did not hesitate to fortify and block, although the navy relied on it. Tanlai killed a large number of Chu troops, but the delay was too slow. After hearing the fall of Pozun Pass, Lu Shaixun led his troops to retreat. The warships cruised around the Tadakan River, imposing no control on the Chu army on the northern front. Little pressure. The outstanding Chen Kun led the remnants to withdraw to Tanda city. After that, Zijiu led his army to the city of Dayton. With the vigor of the victory, he launched a fierce attack on Dayton city. Tang Feng led his army to resist and stood by the danger and waited for help. Shengjing city was trapped to death on all sides and cut off all contact with the outside world. Nerchi did not know that King Chu had torn up the Zhu covenant and declared war on the Great Zhou Empire. He had sent several armies to try to break through, all because of the Black Wolf army. Excavating trenches outside the city, building arrow towers, coupled with the terrifying power of thunder chariots and thunders, failed. The Black Wolf Legion only besieged Shengjing City without attacking it. A large amount of grain and grass were accumulated in Shengjing City, which could last for about half a year. The military spirit in the city was still stable. The current situation, for the time being, is that the situation is still under control. Regarding He Jin's death in battle, Yi Daishan couldn't help but sigh. Loyal minister, what brother wants is such a loyal minister. Po Kwangwen was still in the hands of the Chu army. When he was recovered, he didn't know whether He Jin's corpse could be found. Yi Daishanzi ordered He Jinjian to build the crypt of the crown tomb and treat his family favorably, giving him money and a variety of brocades. Silk named his two sons as Captain Yanqi. Before heading to the camp of the 3rd Army Corps, Yi Daishan patted Mu Chunfing on the shoulder and exhorted, Lao Mu, we must not let the old fox Nurchi escape, otherwise, I will kick you pp. All the high-ranking generals of the Black Wolf Legion were jealous. Handsome, but the Emperor's most favored first general, Yi Daishanzi led 3,000 Yilinwai to the 3rd Legion camp. At this time, the 3rd Legion had been resting for nearly a month, and the war-damaged soldiers were added on the spot. The recruited tribes were scattered and organized into various camps. Less time for training and running in. The most indispensable thing in the prairie beyond the Great Wall is war horses. Nowadays, the major legions not only have mixed tribal warriors who are good at shooting, but the number of cavalry troops has doubled. The 3rd Legion has already been seriously overcrowded. Pure combat infantry, the number is 200,000, not counting the logistic heavy soldiers, medical soldiers, etc. The cavalry is as many as 60,000. Zheng Zixia divided the 60,000 cavalry into 6 brigades, 3 of which were incorporated into the Chinese army, and the other 3 were independent combat brigades and tribal combat brigades composed of fighters from the Kinai Color tribe. After many battles, the 3rd Army has exposed its glory and became the main force of the Great Zhou Empire. Huxion's Tiger and Leopard cavalry was also stationed near the barracks of the 3rd Army. His Tiger and Leopard cavalry is now 1 man, 3 horses, and a staff of up to 20,000. With the arrival of the sage, Zheng Zixia and Huxion both led their senior generals to welcome the camp. I know that everyone has worked very hard. I will remember your military exploits. Afterwards, I will give a lot of rewards. Yi Daishan patted the shoulders of Huxion and Zheng Zixia, and patted the shoulders of the generals. You are all pillars of the country. All the generals were so excited that their eyes turned red. The Emperor patted me on the shoulder. God, what an honor is this! Chapter 327 The Royal Driver's Conquest 2 In the Army Commander's Tent, Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, Commander Zheng, I want to seize your military power and demote you to Deputy Commander. Do you have any complaints? If he eats Guogo in this way, Zheng Zixia's heart is filled with incomparable warmth. The Emperor, this is a favor for him. The minister has no complaints. Zheng Zixia grinned. It is the Emperor's grace that he can achieve this now. It gives him a stage to display his talents. It is too late to be grateful. Why should he complain? Furthermore, he heard another deep meaning from the Emperor's words, depriving you of the commandership of the 3rd Army. That is because we have another arrangement. Anyway, after some time, there will be great benefits, and fools will be dissatisfied. Just wait for the benefits to come. The Emperor's words are the imperial decree. The former 3rd Army commander Zheng Zixia was relegated to deputy commander. Yi Daishanzi took over the command of the 3rd Army. People title. The next step is the military parade to inspire the morale of the entire army. Yi Daishanzi stood on the general stage, looked around at the soldiers, and said slowly, You are all my good soldiers. I was born and died for the Empire. I am grateful. From tomorrow on, I will rule you and control you. The prairie, dominate the world. Long live the Emperor. In the audience, hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared and shouted, and the fighting spirit of the whole army was extremely exciting. On that day, the whole army slaughtered cattle and sheep, ate a feast, and was going to march tomorrow. Alcohol was forbidden in the army. and only water was used instead. In the early morning of the next day, the Emperor Yi Dacian was promoted to the camp, and Zheng Zixia was the vanguard. He led 50,000 infantry and a brigade of cavalry to sweep the Dang to the west. To the west, there are more than a dozen large and small tribes. The largest tribe is the Naxi tribe. The patriarch Azasi, the seventh elder brother Agitai, married Zammushuo, the fifth daughter of Azasi. Agitai fled to Naxi at once, and the patriarch Ashi accepted him. Ashi is also ambitious and has the strength to aspire to the king of the grassland. He is only frightened by Nurchi's power and has been acting in a low manner. The old guy was quite discerning. He was interested in Agitai's talents, so he married Wang Jej to Agitai as his wife. Agitai's position in the Dajen royal family was very embarrassing and was excluded by the elder brothers. Suppressing, Ashi stretched out his hand at this time, which can be described as sending charcoal in the snow, which moved Agitai very much. If in normal times, Ashi is bold enough to not accept Agitai. Now, Nushi has been defeated in a row and he is not flawed. How can he have the time and energy to send a large army to indict him? Nowadays, Nushi is even trapped in Shengjing city, and Ashi's ambition to be the king of the grassland has expanded to the extreme. He took Agitai's suggestion and took advantage of the Zhou army's full effort to deal with Nurchi. He led the army to wipe out all the tribes in the west, and forced all the tribes to submit, taking the opportunity to expand his territory and power. To absorb some small tribes, that the whole tribe migrated in order to escape the war, and if they don't submit, they will be destroyed. How can these weak small tribes dare to resist, only obediently surrender? Ashi's power expanded rapidly, with 500,000 string-controlling men, and he was constantly recruiting troops, expanding his strength, and watching the changes in the situation. The king of Chu suddenly tore up the Zhou covenant and fought undeclared war against the Great Zhou. The alliance between the great empires and the formation of coalition forces was also spread outside the Great Wall. This made Azasi excited as if he had eaten dozens of Viagra, and the glory was revived. I was fortunate to have the two most beloved concubines that night. At this moment, the situation is changing, and the situation has undergone earth-shaking changes, which is very unfavorable for Dazu. For Azasi, it is great news. Now, all he has to do is to continue to expand his strength and watch the situation changes. However, the news that the lunatic emperor of Dazu came personally and was about to sweep the western part made him feel uneasy. Together with his son-in-law Agitai, Xingxi adopted Agitai's suggestions and deployed layers of defense, delaying time as much as possible. The longer the delay, the more disadvantaged it is for the Great Zhou, as long as the coalition forces of several empires are supported. Formed and launched an attack on the Great Peripheral Pass, the lunatic emperor of the Great Zhou will inevitably have to withdraw his troops because of the unfavorable situation. Agitai's strategy is undoubtedly correct, but unfortunately, he ignored Yi Datan's determination to destroy the Golden Kingdom, sweep the prairie, and unify the Great Wall. When Ashi ordered layers of defenses, Zheng Zixia had commanded the vanguard of the Third Army to advance all the way and launched a fierce attack on some small and medium-sized tribes who dared to resist. The vast prairie lacks not only food and iron, but also mountains and forests. The camp fortresses built by various tribes are mostly made of soil, which is naturally as strong as a city that cannot be built with a large blue stone rampart, equipped with 100 thunder chariots and a large number of thunder and explosives. The vanguard only needs to bombard them with the thunder chariots tied with explosives, and they can easily collapse the walls of these fortress camps, and then open the way with the thunder of the sky. The cavalry broke into the fortress camp at no cost, and then, it was a one-sided massacre. After the two stubbornly resisted tribes were eliminated, some weak tribes either fled or surrendered and sworn allegiance to the Great Zhou Empire. The vanguard continued to advance westward, and Zheng Zixia's troops were like snowballs, and they grew bigger and bigger, and their troops exceeded 100,000. The number of soldiers has skyrocketed, but the combat power may be affected. Zheng Zixia disperses all the young and strong tribes who have been requisitioned and organizes them into battalions, bringing the new with the old, combining the new with the old, and balancing them as much as possible. The vanguards advanced westward for more than 200 miles, and then closed to the Red Mud City before it stopped. Hongnai City is a big city with thick and strong walls. There are nearly 300,000 residents in the city, and there are as many as 80,000 string-controlling warriors. It is guarded by Ashi's second son, Mu Moyu. Zheng Zixia's vanguard army didn't have many heavy siege equipment. After advancing along the way, the soldiers were tired. He did not order the siege, but set up camp 20 miles outside the city, waiting for the arrival of the army led by the Emperor Yi Da. In the middle of the night, the gates of Red Mud City quietly opened. Teams of tribal warriors gushed out like tide water, gathered on the flat ground, and then quietly touched Zheng Zixia's camp. Pushing close to the camp, Mu Moyu shouted, "Warriors, kill Ziguang Nanban thief!" 50,000 tribal fighters rushed into the camp. If the camp was empty, there would be no one at all. Be cheated. Mu Mohu's face changed suddenly, hissing loudly, "It's in the count. Retreat, retreat." When the 50,000 army launched to charge, the formation had already become chaotic. At this time, they were all squeezed into a ball, and it was even more chaotic. Many tribal fighters were still at a loss and didn't understand why. What happened? Outside the camp, countless torches were suddenly lit, and a group of soldiers rushed in quickly, surrounding the camp on all sides. "Follow the arrow." Zheng Zixia gave an order, and he was determined that Mu Moyu was eager to do his work, and he would come to the camp tonight, and he had already placed a trap to wait for Mu Moyu to get on. Around the barracks, hay sprinkled with sulfur has long been piled up. In the flammable and empty camp, there are also altars and pots filled with kerosene. The archer shoots a rocket to ignite the hay. Within a few breaths, if a military camp is bigger, it will be enveloped by raging flames, soaring to the sky, red in the sky, and you can see it hundreds of miles away. In the raging camp, countless flaming people struggled and screamed, and then fell down. The body was still hissing and burning, emitting a disgusting and unpleasant scorching smell. Chapter 328. Soldiers approaching the city. The tribal warriors who were still squeezed outside the camp desperately tried to break through, but were unable to break through the dense defensive formations of the soldiers of the Third Army. They fell one after another under the rain of locust arrows, and then another round of bombardment. When the sky threw the thunder, Mu Moyu and his 50,000 tribal soldiers were all gone. The flames soaring to the sky and the roar of killing made the soldiers of the Red Niking tribes jealous. They failed to go out with the team to kill the enemy and take the spoils. It was uncomfortable for anyone to change. Before long, an army rushed towards the city in embarrassment, and someone ordered to open the city gate. The generals who stayed behind were quite careful, and did not open the city gate immediately, asking what was going on. Someone in the city replied that Zijun had already prepared, and the army failed to rob the camp. Prince Mu Moy led the army to break through the encirclement. He was seriously injured and must be given first aid immediately. The guard looked around and carefully observed Yan from the burning bonfire below the city. The people in the city were all tribal people, wearing cloth armor of their own clan, and various weapons. There was also a warrior on horseback holding it. One person seemed to be Prince Mu Moyu, who was seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment. Seeing no problem, the guard ordered the gates to be opened and let himself into the city. As soon as these persons entered the city, they immediately swung their knives and slashed them wildly. The tribal warriors guarding the aisles of the city gates did not have the slightest defense at all, and they fell in a pool of blood. Enemy attack, take back the city gate. The guard didn't react slowly, shouting loudly, but his roar was drowned out by the screaming roar. The 10,000 cavalry soldiers who had been ambushing outside the city rushed into the city like a tide of water. At dawn, The battle in the city had ended. Apart from the 20,000 tribal warriors who stayed behind in the city, they escaped from more than 5,000 people. The rest either surrendered or died in battle. Effortlessly, he occupied the Red Mud City. Zheng Zixia ordered the army to rest and wait for the emperor to lead the army to arrive. A few dozen miles further forward, it is Zamu City, an important habitat for the Naxi people, and the base camp of Azazi. At this time, the emperor's imperial conquest, of course, must show his bravery. You have to lead your troops to attack Zam City stupidly. Even if you don't lose a single soldier to capture Zam City, this credit is too great for you to bear. Collar. Zheng Zixia knows that great credit is to be left to the emperor, and you have to take the great credit from the emperor, so that the emperor does not have the opportunity to show bravery. This guy who eats on the neck is not so strong. The army rested for a day, and at the same time posted an admin notice to appease the residents in the city. Zheng Zixia left 50,000 infantry troops to defend the city, while he led an army and a cavalry brigade to sweep down the small tribes around the city. If the emperor wants to attack Zamu City with peace of mind, he must first clean up the small tribes nearby. As for him, he is now playing the role of errands to clean up minor troubles. 3 days later, the Emperor Yi led an army into the city of Hongnai. Zheng Zixia ruled the army strictly, and the vanguard did not cause any disturbance to the people. The residents in the city felt relieved. When the Emperor Yi led the army into the city, some tribal chiefs hurriedly presented various valuable gifts and the beauties of the race. The Emperor Yi Dacian never refuses to come, and you will receive as much as you want. If you don't accept it, people are still afraid. They will feel relieved when they see you accept the gift, like gold, silver and jewelry. The Emperor Yi Da gave a small amount of rewards to the generals who have made military exploits. Those tribal beauties are a bit worse than the 4 young ladies of the palace he brought to serve from the palace. It is even less admirable, directly rewarded to senior generals with outstanding military achievements. Zheng Zixia and Hu Xioi are now the highest ranks in the army. Of course, they were selected first, and then the other high-ranking officers. They were not very polite. They each chose a beautiful tribal beauty and placed them temporarily in the general's mansion. On the second day, the Emperor Yi Dacian raised his account to discuss matters. According to the dispatched scouts, the ranger reported that there were 200,000 tribal coalition forces stationed in Zam City, and another 100,000 army was stationed outside the city. According to reports, the city had accumulated a large number of troops. The food and grass were enough for the entire city's soldiers and civilians to eat for 2 years. Ashi had reinforced the fortifications of Zam City a month ago, and now he is holding on to danger and preparing for a protracted battle. Want to fix the risk and engage in a protracted war? Yi Dacian sneered. It was indeed possible before the black fire medicine was invented, but now with the black fire medicine, all dangers are clouds. On that day, the army advanced towards Zam City, and Hongnai City left 40,000 horses to garrison to ensure the army's logistics supply. In the evening, the army forced to the bottom of Zamu City and set up camp 10 miles outside the city. The barracks were endless, trapping the east, west, and south gates to death, leaving only the north gate. Only trapping the 3 city gates is a general siege strategy, which allows the defenders in the city to stay alive and not so desperately and tenaciously when resisting. Zamu City Palace Hall. Azaxis' worried expression. Look, his son robbed the camp in the middle of the night and died in the middle of the night. The news of the fall of the Red Mud City has just arrived. Azaxi is still mad, and the lunatic emperor of Diezu has led a large army to the city. Although the fortifications have been reinforced again and again, some sections of Zam City are only built with mud, which is not as strong as the stone city. The Great Zhou army has heavy weapons with terrifying lethality. He also heard that the city walls can withstand it. Can the city be held for a few months? Sweat. If we keep it for a month, the situation will change drastically. Agitai seemed confident. Outside the city, there are 100,000 troops to check, and inside the city, There are 200,000 people who control strings, plus more than 400,000 residents, sufficient food and grass, and sticking to the risk. How can it last for a month? With a loud sweat, Ashi screamed for a while. This son-in-law is not bad, knows how to judge the situation, and it is worthwhile to pull him at the critical moment. Okay, order the soldiers to pay close attention to the movements of the enemy forces outside the city. Bawang, there is a vibration from the ground. Zijun is digging a tunnel. A report from the soldier came from outside the door. Both Azaxi and Agitai sneered. The possibility that Zijun might dig tunnels to attack was already within their consideration. Yi Deshanzi was indeed on the night of the camp. He ordered the soldiers to start digging tunnels. Time is waiting for no one. He must step down in Zama City as soon as possible and destroy the Naxi people in Azaxi. As long as the Naxi people are destroyed, on the prairie there are only a few small tribes left, and they are no longer a threat. The soldiers of the empire took turns to dig the tunnels. Near noon, the tunnels had extended to the bottom of the city of Zamu. The tunnels were dug wide, and then a large number of explosive packages were transported and piled under the city wall. With an order from the Emperor Yi, hundreds of thousands of troops rushed out of the camp and lined up on the flat ground, ready to attack. The golden-colored dragon flag representing the Emperor was erected outside the West Gate, indicating that the West Gate is about to become the direction of the Great Zhou Army's main attack and breakthrough. Of course, may also be mysterious. The main attack direction is chosen in another direction. In short, the virtual reality is unpredictable. The Great Zhou Army had already put on a siege posture, and Ashi and Agitai, surrounded by the generals, boarded the seeking head to wait and see, preparing to supervise the battle, in order to inspire the soldiers to fight the enemy bravely. Outside the city, there was a dense phalanx of the Great Zhou Army, a large area of black crushing. The battle flag was flying like a sea, the steel knives were shining like snow, the spears were like forests, the army was prosperous, and the morale was like a rainbow. Half an hour passed, and there was still no movement from the Great Zhou Army in the lower line of the city. What are they waiting for? Ashi frowned, and a feeling of anxiety surged in Azita's heart. Chapter 329 Boom. The deafening violent explosion shook the earth violently, billowing thick smoke, covering the sky, and Ashi and others at their gate were shaken to stand unsteadily and almost fell. Fortunately, the guards helped him in time. What's going on? Ashi's face was pale, and the loud noise like thunder seemed to explode in his ears, scaring him out of his 3 souls and 7 souls. An officer guarding the city rushed forward to report, "My lord, it's not good, the city. The wall has collapsed." "What are you talking about?" As Ashi thought he had misheard, and the violent explosion made his eardrum sore. At this time, his ears were still buzzing. The city wall collapsed. Agitai was stunned for a while, then jumped up abruptly, and roared with great anger, "Quick, close the gap for me right away." The west city wall was blown down for a short period of time, and a large gap nearly 20 meters wide was revealed. Yi Deshanzi pointed his sword and shouted loudly, "Offensive!" He roared, but he had enough internal strength, and the sound broke through the sky, and the soldiers of the army could hear it clearly. The generals of the battalions followed the order and commanded their subordinates to launch a storm of Zam City. The Thunder Chariot, which was already ready to go, bombarded the broken city wall indiscriminately, and the already crumbling damaged city wall could not withstand the successive bursts of huge arrow bombardment, as well as the powerful air waves caused by the explosion of explosives. With a sound, it collapsed more than 10 meters, and the gap became wider. Amidst the screams of the sky, densely packed imperial soldiers stood up with knives and shields, pushing heavy siege weapons such as towers, arrow towers, and ladders to quickly advance down the city. The soldiers who attacked in this wave were the defenders who were responsible for containing the 2 sides of the broken wall. The attacks in the other 2 cities were also feigned attacks. The big gap was the real main direction of attack. On the city, arrows fell like a rain, and many Imperial soldiers fell from the arrows. Under the cover of the shield soldiers, the soldiers continued to advance, and the archers shot arrows toward the city to suppress the defending archers. I didn't see the loud bang falling from the sky, just shooting fireballs. Yi Deshanzi was relieved. The wall of Zama City was seriously inadequate due to lack of stones. Some parts were made of clay, but there were no stones. Blocks are used as stone bullets to shoot. Balls of burning fireballs shot from the city, fell to the ground, and exploded a ball of flames. Some unlucky soldiers were smashed into the front, and immediately turned into firemen, screaming and struggling, and soon fell down. The body was still hissing and burning, emitting an unpleasant scorching smell. War, unavoidable casualties. Yi Deshanzi sat on his horse, wearing an ordinary armor. His face looked stern and looked at the entire battlefield. Below the city on both sides of the broken wall, the heroic Imperial soldiers have put the ladder against the high wall and climbed bravely. The dense arrow rain sprinkled on the city's head, and many soldiers screamed down and pushed against the wall. The tower was ignited by kerosene rockets, and the soldiers hiding inside turned into flaming men and fell to the ground screaming. After just a few breaths of effort, hundreds of Imperial soldiers have lain down under the city. Thousands of Imperial soldiers still roared and continued to attack. At the gap, the urgently mobilized garrison formed a dense phalanx, intending to use a human wall to block the attack of the Great Zhou army. Many tribes desperately threw debris into the gap, trying to seal the gap. Yi Deshanzi gave the order again, and the second echelon, which was ready to go, shouted and rushed towards the gap. When it was about 20 meters away from the gap, it suddenly stopped. The soldiers in the first few rows quickly put up their big shields to cover the team tightly. In fact, the rain of arrows shot from the head of the city was nailed to the big shield. Thunder Chariot, send a shoot. With an order from the officer, 100 Thunder Chariots played out shot a giant arrow with a thick arm, and the giant arrow whizzed over the heads of the soldiers on the side and penetrated into the dense enemy formation. In the middle, a piece of blood mist was brought out, followed by a series of explosions, and the tribal warriors blocked in the gap were blown into blood, and the ghosts cried and howled. 3 rounds of shooting, the smoke filled the big gap, and it was no longer clear whether there were any living creatures inside. Under the command of the officer, the stopped soldiers of the second echelon shouted and charged forward. The Emperor Yi Deshan, who was supervising the battle in front of the battle, looked at Qiaolis concubine Li with a smile. "What is my trick?" Leaf gave him a swing eye-catching eye, and said softly, "Sonzo, Feng Nishang and Dan Junki have an expression of worship. If the second ladder rushes up directly, facing the dense enemy wall, it will be difficult to break through in a short period of time and will be in a state of gluttony. The casualties are bound to be heavy." After 3 rounds of bombardment by the Thunder Chariot, the enemy troops that lined up in the gap, even if they have been bombarded to the point that they will not be left behind, the second echelon will surely be able to enter the city smoothly. Yi Deshanzi smiled very heartily. As long as the attacking second echelon can break into the city for a little bit, things will be much easier. Behind the second echelon, he arranged a lot of bombardiers, who are protected by shield soldiers. In fact, there is no tactic to speak of, it's just using sky thunder to open the way. In this wild continent, the black fire medicine is a big killer. As Exaibu urgently deployed a large number of soldiers at the gap in the western city wall, using a dense human wall to block the attack of the Great Zhou army, and at the same time desperately tossing debris to seal the gap as soon as possible. However, the Emperor Yi Deshan played such a detrimental trick. 100 Thunder Chariots were bombarded in 3 rounds, and the soldiers stuck in the gap were bombarded to death and wounded. The soldiers of the second echelon braved the rain of arrows on their heads and quickly rushed into the city, but only advanced more than a dozen meters. The momentum of the attack was blocked by the influx of tribal fighters, and the 2 sides tore into a ball. Time is stalemate. The denser the crowd, the more terrifying the destructive power of the thunderbolt. The bombardier under the key cover of the shield soldiers quickly approached the gap, lit the fuse with a large incense, and then desperately threw it into the dense crowd. There was another burst of violent explosions. Large swaths of tribal fighters were blown up, and there were broken and incomplete corpses everywhere. In the second echelon that attacked the gap, some soldiers were also shot by iron beads that were fired everywhere. Call down. It is inevitable to be accidentally injured by throwing the bombing thunder at such a close range. There were also a few unlucky bombarders who were about to throw the bombing thunder that ignited the fuse in their hands. When they were shot by the rain of arrows sprinkled from the city, they screamed. When he fell down, thunderbolt exploded in the dense crowd, causing many casualties. The soldiers of the second echelon were attacking and advancing step by step under the cover of tunnel. A large number of soldiers had already swarmed into the city. Yi Daedanzi was about to order the third echelon to attack, and he heard Leaf's dangling mind-blowing. Zhao laughed, could not help but startled. Leaf looked at Yanai with a chuckle. The slave once heard a word like this from a chiming monarch. I started the war to eliminate the war, and the world is enlightened. Yanai was startled slightly. She couldn't digest the deep meaning of this sentence for a while, but Li Fei's eyes were full of provocation. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a frightening cold light flashed. Chapter 332 Empress's Hair Biao 1. Leaf giggled and said, "The killing in front of me is just to reduce more killings in the future." Hearing this, Yi Daedanzi went all over. He started the war just to eliminate the war. This was what he accidentally said when chatting with Leaf. Of course, he also plagiarized the words of a great man. Leaf suddenly said it at this time, wondering what she meant. Yi Daishanzi didn't understand what she meant for a while, but the sentence chiming June really made his whole body float. Leaf has cultivated to become essence, not soaked in oil and salt. However, after passing through that hurdle, her thoughts have become very obvious. It can be said with certainty that beauty is no longer defending against him, and she can pick it at any time. Yanayu Binksu is smart, and she understands what Leaf really means. She is killing wildly in front of her in order to reduce more killings. Do you dare? This is a provocation to eat Guogo. Yanayu raised her eyebrows again. Her cultivation level was already a qualitative leap. Furthermore, she represented the Xuanmen of the right way of martial arts, so how could she show weakness? After training to their level, even if they were mortal enemies, their hearts and minds were often connected. The two screamed at the same time and rushed out. "You two are crazy, come back soon." Yi Daishan's reaction was a bit slow. When he realized that Leaf was using the method to stimulate Yanayu, he was already a step too late. The two women rushed out and frightened him. It's a big jump. At this time, it was too late to chase people, and Yi Daishan yelled anxiously, "Dragon Tiger Guards, Inner Palace Guards, hurry up and protect the two empresses." Although the two women have cultivated as evildoers, they have no eyes on their swords, especially in the chaotic battlefield where martial arts are evil. No matter how evil martial arts are, they will inevitably be injured. He feels distressed. 4 guards from the 8 dragons and tigers guarding by his side immediately rushed out on horseback. Dozens of guards from the inner palace also rushed out with their horses. The Emperor Yi Darking still suspected that there were few people, and ordered 1,000 Yilinwai to follow up and protect, and at the same time order the third echelon to attack, and reinforce the second attacking echelon that has rushed into the city, and the fourth and fifth echelons are on standby, ready to attack. Behind him, Feng Nitong's eyes were bright and colorful, and the emperor would love people. Which woman can become his woman is a good blessing from the cultivation of the 3 lives. Tan Junki opened her attractive red lips. Although she was only a named disciple of Xuanmen, she was not an official intra-level disciple, but she knew all the rules in the door. Fairy Yan, but the saint of Xuanmen. Her status was second only to that of Xuanmen. Under the commander. When did you become Sumion's concubine? The saint of the Xuanmen is also the future head teacher of the school. Not only is she talented and intelligent, she must also be guarded like a jade. Could it be? Did Saint Yeon break her precept? It's 80%. No wonder that on the way, Saint Yan's expression is a bit weird. When facing someone, she seems a little unnatural. This should be an instinctive reaction of a guilty conscience, right? After breaking the ring, Sister Yan naturally can no longer serve as the saint of this sect, but someone really dares. Even the saint of Xuan sect dared to start. Really? What a super big perverted wolf. No, it should be a super big kinky gentleman. But then again, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and the 72 concubines of the 6th court of the Emperor Sangong are even more of course natural. But those concubines who live in the deep palace are not jealous. Xiaonis's big smart eyes flickered, and she was full of nonsense thinking, no, when she returned to the palace, she must ask to understand. After she and Feng Nishang abandoned their previous quarrels, they often ran to the palace to play, and because of this, they met Hongf, who was a few years older than her. When chatting, they talked more about someone, and they often mentioned something. People, Sister Hong immediately showed a happy look, not to mention Sister Nishang, who worships someone completely and faithfully. In fact, she used an excuse to enter the palace for the purpose of hearing and witnessing someone's glorious deeds. The image of someone in her heart had already grown taller unknowingly. In addition to the infection of Feng Nishang, she also unknowingly. It's just that Xiao Nizai was in the game and didn't feel it. Leaf and Yanayu rode horses at the same time, rushing towards the big gap, and occasionally there was a shot. The two of them either dodged their heads or waved them away. Behind them are the 4 dragons and tigers rushing forward. The guards, dozens of guards in the inner palace, and 1,000 Yulin guards, the emperor's holy mandate, must protect the safety of the 2 empresses. They complained one by one, and these 2 delicate and noble imperial concubines were too foolish. This is not a heroic Anian duel, but a chaotic battlefield of battles. Leaf and Yanayu rushed towards the gap. At this time, the arrows shot from the city became more and more dense, but they did not pose a threat to the 2. The big sleeves flicked, those shot arrows came. Sweep it all away. There are still more than 10 meters away from the gap. Leaf and Fairy Yan almost yelled at the same time, and leapt high from their horsebacks. With this leap, they had already leapt to the gravel pile, exhausting their breath. Pu fell from midair. However, the 2 of them only used their toes to touch the gravel. Their bodies rose again, stepping on the uneven stones and using force to raise them, and jumped directly to the top of the city. Leaf Iron was still in the air, the red shadow flashed, and the soft red hidden in the sleeve rolled out. The archers of the 2 tribes on the broken wall had not reacted yet. They had screamed and flung away. She leapt to the top of the city, and immediately rushed into the crowd. The Tenzhang soft red, which had been infused with 50% of the true essence of the inner family, flew up and down, and the red shadows passed by, and the dead bodies were tossed around. It is chilling. Fairy Yan is a virtual sword technique, using her inner strength to make the acupoints in the air. When she hits the ground, she has restrained the acupoints of 5 or 6 tribal warriors. She has a compassionate heart, and she has a very measured hand without hurting anyone. Li fused someone's words. The killing now is just to reduce the killing in the future. She also knows that war is inevitable and death is inevitable, but along the way, she hints that someone can avoid killing and try to avoid it. Well, God has the virtue of good life. And you are also doing this for yourself and accumulating merits and virtues for future generations. It is necessary to unify the mainland. Only when the mainland is unified, can there be no disputes between nations, and the people can live and work in peace. Master has always believed that she is partly motivated by such a mentality and partly motivated by Li Fei's radical law. 2 big beauties rushed across the city head, and they cleared an unmanned space while they were facing Pimi and breathing. Seeing Zijun rushing into the city, Azaxi, who had no face, no longer cared about how to preserve his strength, ordered all the soldiers in the city to go into battle, even if he paid a heavy casualty price. He had to use the human sea tactics to rush into the city. Zijun drove out of the city and sealed the gap. At this time, The second assault echelon that rushed into the city encountered a large number of enemies head, and soon there was a glue battle. There were a lot of enemy troops. If it weren't for the massive bombardment thunder thrown by the bomber to kill and wound the enemy, frighten the enemy, I'm afraid it will be pushed out of the city early. They had successfully occupied the southern city gate, but they couldn't open the city gate in a short time. Chapter 331 To Empress's Hebiautu Azasi was determined to defend Zam city forever, in order to cut off the idea of luck for the army and the people of Chengnai, and stimulate their will to coexist and die with the city. Not only sent people to spread rumors in the city, saying that once the city is broken, Zuzu will surely kill all the people in the city, and ordered the soldiers to block the city gates with cloth bags filled with soil. Although the soldiers of the second assault echelon occupied the city gates, they had to remove the cloth sacks full of soil one by one before they could open the city gate and the cavalry on the side could enter. On the top of the city at both ends of the broken wall, Leaf slaughtered, wherever her 10 feet of soft red was passing. There must be tribal warriors screaming and throwing away, and Fairy Yan relied on the deep inner family innocence and wonderful body lore. Live the acupoint meridians of those tribal warriors. She did not kill a tribal warrior, but it caused her a little trouble. The tribal warriors who rushed up were all caverns fixed, standing still like a stone sculpture, still maintaining the posture of attacking just now. In the coming days, the space for her to show and move has also become smaller and smaller. At this time, the 4 dragon and tiger guards rushed first. In pairs, they jumped on one end of the city, and the 2 dragon and tiger guards on the end of the city at the end of Fairy Yan didn't have the heart of her Bodhisattva to help them. After dialing, the tribal warriors who had been made acupoints fixed and obstructed the place were thrown down the city. Yanayu saw in her eyes. She could only sigh helplessly. These people are all guards around someone. Someone was worried about her safety but sent out to protect her. How could she blame them for being cruel? Then dozens of inner palace guards arrived, and then 1,000 Habayashi guards came. These guards and Habayashi guards rushed into battle in the battle between the 2 armies. Perhaps they were not as experienced as the experienced veterans, but the inner palace guards, they are all first-class masters, and Habayashi is also at the level of masters. For this kind of melee that shows personal strength, it is better than those veterans who have been fighting for a long time. Furthermore, they desperately must protect the safety of the 2 empresses, and they must not let her suffer any damage, otherwise it will be dereliction of duty. If you don't want to work hard, the combat power that they can stimulate is super level. When Kiani Ulinwai climbed up the broken wall, he couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. The 2 delicate and expensive ladies started to rush. It was really terrifying. The time for half a pillar of incense was not up. On the walls on both sides of the broken wall, there is no tribal warrior. This martial arts is really scary. They admire and fear it. The assault force consisting of 2 empresses, 4 dragon guards, dozens of inner palace guards, and 1,000 feather forest guards continued to rush towards the front of the city. Climbed to the top of the city along the ladders, towers, etc., some of which left guarding positions to cover the climbing of companions outside the city, and some of them rushed toward the depths. The soldiers of the second assault echelon used the terrifying lethality of the thunder to advance slowly into the city. In the face of the stubborn resistance of the tribal fighters, they would have to pay a lot of casualties every time they advanced 1 or 2 meters. With the reinforcements of the 3 attack echelon, the soldiers who were already exhausted were excited and roared and continued to charge forward. Azasi went violently, and the gap was the frontal battlefield. He invested most of his troops, but the thunder of the great Zhou army was too terrifying. He had suffered heavy losses and was retreating steadily. Now, the news of the loss of the West Gate is again. It was heard that he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. After carefully preparing for a month, with the 2 sides equal in strength, Zam City could not defend one day. In any case, we must recapture Xiking. Akangma glared at his beast-like old red eyes and roared loudly, "If you can't recapture Xiking, come see you." The generals only spoke, and the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. The reason why they couldn't repel the great Zhou army that had rushed into the city was mainly because those lethality was too terrifying. After a sound, they fell down a blockbuster. How many people can support it? All of them bowed their heads, but all their eyes were spinning, and they were thinking of small calculations in their hearts. The city walls had collapsed for such a long period of time. The great Zhou army had rushed into the city for 100 meters, and the west gate fell, and the iron cavalry soon they will come into the city, and by that time, the situation will be very bad. Of course, the Zhou army who rushed into the city was not advancing fast. It was only advancing 1 meter by 1 meter in depth. Soldiers could also use houses and other buildings to resist steadily. But how long can this last? The fall of the city is only a matter of time. People's army is still outside the city, and they have not entered the city. This is about to enter the city, and the battle situation is even more undecided. Khan, the minister, is willing to lead an army to retake Xikeng. After the high-ranking generals withdrew, Agitai, who had been silent, took the initiative to lead his army to retake Xikeng. Okay, it's up to you. Ashi patted Azita on the shoulder, as expected to be his optimistic son-in-law who can stand up at the critical moment. As long as Agitai led his army to recapture the West City, and then concentrated his forces to attack the gap, the Great Zhou army that had burst into the city would be able to block the retreat of the Great Zhou army and come to a close and fight the dog. In the decision-making, Azazi did not make any major mistakes, but miscalculated the power of the Black Fire Pill, concentrated the superior force to win the new West City, and then fought on both sides to block the gap. The decision was also correct. Agitai took the soldier amulet and strode out of the palace. The expression on his face seemed very calm. After leaving the palace, he whispered to the chief guard next to him, who nodded repeatedly, then took a dozen guards, mounted his horse, and hurried away. Accompanied by his personal guards, Agitai came to the East City camp, with Ashi's manuscript and amulet. He was able to successfully take over the 50,000 tribal fighters in the camp. Azita ordered his deputy Kulon to be the vanguard, led 10,000 troops, attacked first, regained Xikeng, and led 40,000 troops and then reinforcements. Kulon is one of the Naxi people's most powerful generals, Ashi's confidant, and Ashi sent him to stay with Agitai and follow Agitai's orders. In fact, it is also a disguised monitoring and restraint. Although Azazi admired the talent of this son-in-law, Azita was an outsider after all. His sweat status, but he was going to pass it on to his son. Of course he had many thoughts. Kulon has been following Agitai, having a painful idle time, and the sound of killings outside. He has long been itchy in his hands. At this time, Agitai will send him to lead the army. He is too happy to be happy. How can he think so much? At the moment, he ordered his troops and horses to kill Xikeng with a murderous spirit. Chapter 332 Female Killing God. As soon as Kulon left, Agitai immediately led his army to the East City Gate, and ordered the general guarding the gate to open the city gate on the grounds that he sent his army out of the city to attack the enemy. The general guarding the East City Gate is not a fool. He asked Agitai to show the arrow of the Great Khan. Zamu gave the order. Without his arrow, no one can leave the city, and offenders will be killed. Agitai stretched his hand into his arms and pretended to draw out the arrow. His guards swarmed down, restrained the soldiers guarding the city gate, and then removed the sandbags piled in the aisle of the city gate. As soon as the army arrived in West City, Kulon immediately launched a counterattack against the Zhou army who had attacked the city. He was worthy of being one of the Naxi tribe's most powerful generals. He was armed with a double axe and fought bravely. The soldiers of the 3rd Legion who died under his double axe, up to 10 people, greatly motivated the morale of the tribal warriors. The soldiers of the 3rd Army also fought bravely and did not retreat. As more and more soldiers poured into the city, no matter how brave Kulon was, he could only show a stalemate in a short period of time in this kind of melee. Seeing that Agitai's army had not arrived, the red-eyed Kulon was anxious, and asked the soldiers next to him, why did Agitai's army have not arrived yet? If at this time, Agitai's army can arrive in time and throw into the battlefield quickly, the morale of the party will be boosted and it is possible to retake the West City. During the melee, chaos suddenly appeared on the left rear wing of the side, and Cullen quit the battle, hissed and asked, "What's the matter, General?" "General, the left rear wing is attacked by the enemy. Follow me to kill the enemy." Cullen roared and led a team of soldiers to squeeze forward. When he saw that the so-called enemy was a beautiful and charming child, he couldn't help swallowing. "To live, I want her to warm the bed," Cullen shouted loudly, worried that his soldiers would hurt the charming beauty. "Oh, my lord, the slave has promised someone. How can I warm the bed for you?" "The charming beauty is Leaf. She is like no one. The 10 feet of soft red wrapped around her arms is flying up and down, dazzling red clouds." Passing by, the tribal warriors screamed and threw away. No one could stop her move. Leaf wiped out the tribal warriors on the head of Xiking, but she was still not satisfied, so she simply continued to rush towards Nanxing. The dragon and tiger guards, inner palace guards, and Yilin guards who came to guard them had to follow closely. This assault team composed of masters assaulted along the front and south of the city head all the way, and completely wiped out the tribal warriors on the southwest city head. Leaf saw Cullen led a counterattack on the southwest city. She was extremely fierce and immediately rushed down. The city was crowded with a large number of tribal warriors, but no one could stop her castration. On the contrary, she died countless, and she was killed by the following dragons and tigers. The guard, the inner palace guard, and Habayashi rushed to kill, and collapsed while breathing. Leaf was so sexual that she jumped onto the street roof and flew towards West Street Avenue. There were dozens of tribal archers on the roof, and none of them had time to shoot the arrows in their hands. Leaf faced 10 feet of soft red flapped flying, and she had already died when she fell to the ground. Seeing his soldiers screaming and throwing away one by one, Cullen's black face turned pale. This charming beauty is not a delicate flower in a greenhouse, but a demon from hell. Seeing that Leaf was killed, he yelled and slashed fiercely with a double axe. At this moment, he no longer wanted to warm the bed. This girl was terrible. In front of him, red clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by 2 deafening explosions in Dangling, and Cullen felt that the double axe in his hand seemed to be smashed on a hard iron plate, and the shock of the tiger's mouth was cracked. This power is terrifying. There was only time to flash this thought in his mind, and he felt a violent shock in his chest, as if he was severely hammered by a sledgehammer. The irresistible force smashed him into blood spurts, and his huge body smashed through a private house. With a bang, the house collapsed and buried him alive. His 2 heavy hatchets fell from the air and knocked down 2 tribal fighters on the spot. As soon as the main general died, the morale of the counterattack tribal fighters quickly fell. Faced with the fierce attack of the Third Army, they only resisted for a while before they collapsed. At this time, the sandbags in the aisle of the West City Gate had been emptied, and the city gate opened wide. 10,000 tribal cavalry forces gathered outside the city urged them to step down their horses, brandishing their sabers, and roaring into the city. At this moment, Leaf leapt on the roof of a private house, looked up and saw that Yanaya had left the battlefield under the guard of the Ilinwai. She stopped, and the dragon and tiger guards who rushed to the battlefield, the inner palace guard and Ilinwai arrived one after another, panting one by one. Their armors were badly damaged, and there were bloodstains everywhere on their bodies, both enemies and their own. When counting the number, the 20 inner palace guards killed 5 in battle, and 500 Ilinwai died in battle. Nearly 100 of them were killed in battle. There is still a lot of loss for a horrible master like Leaf. The enchanting level, and the fierce situation of the battle can be imagined. Many people have wounds on their bodies. Let's take a look at their noble concubines. Except for sweat on their foreheads, their armors are as clean as new ones. This martial art is really shocking. All the masters hissed and sucked in air conditioning. I admire it in my heart. With the 10,000 tribal cavalry rushing into the city like a tide of water, the battle has formed a one-sided situation. and then a team of infantry has entered and rushed along the major roads in depth. Leaf knows that it has been victory is already in hand. She is no longer needed here, and under the support and protection of the masters, she only withdrew from the city. Outside the South City, there was also a big battle. Ashi has an army of 100,000 people outside the city. The purpose is to put pressure on the Great Zhou army, so that they cannot attack the city with all their strength. However, he didn't expect that the Mad Emperor of Diaza would actually ignore the 100,000 army somewhere outside the city and launch a series of crazy attacks on Zam City. Xiuhemu is the chief general of that army. Zamu is confidant general, and also the most qualified veteran of the Naxi tribe, who is accustomed to fighting. And Zamu is so relieved to entrust this burden to him. Originally, Xiuhemu led his army hidden somewhere, planning to wait for the Zhou army to attack the city, looking for an opportunity to defeat the Dazhou army in one fell swoop. But the collapse of the Western Wall and the loss of the West Gate made the battle situation extremely serious. Mu was reluctant to look for a fighter, so he could only bite the bullet and lead his army to attack, desperately attacking the southern camp of the Zhou army, and exerting pressure on the Zhou army as much as possible. Yi Deshanzi is not the magic stick of 100,000 spirits. He naturally doesn't know where Xiuhemu's army is hiding outside the city. He can only sprinkle a large number of scouts and wanderings to search for it, and at the same time take all kinds of precautions to prevent support. Hemus' army burst out suddenly. The prairie is flat and vast, which is most suitable for cavalry to gallop, and it is not conducive to hiding the army. As soon as the army of Xiuhemu was dispatched, the large number of scouts and travelers sprinkled by Yi Daishan found it on the horse, and sent a signal of the enemy's attack. Seeking was the main direction of Yi Daishan's attack. The troops deployed outside the other two city gates were just feint attacks. As soon as the signal of the enemy's attack from the south came out, the soldiers of the Third Army outside the southern city gate immediately formed a battle. Yi Daishanzi issued a series of orders, and several generals led their orders to leave, mobilizing all battalions and horses to make a roundabout movement to the south. Savior Xiuhemu was eager, although he knew that under this situation, he might not be able to get the least bit of a bargain with his army, so Zamu City was in a hurry, and he could not tolerate any hesitation. Zujun, who had already prepared for the battle, repeated his plan, and a large number of thunder chariots blasted and shot, and the tribal cavalrymen who rushed over turned their backs on their backs, screaming incessantly. Later, covered by a long-range crossbow, within the range enveloped by the arrow array, the tribal cavalry who rushed were severely injured. The grass was full of human corpses and horses, and many tribal war horses who were wounded and undead were struggling and wounded. The horses of the earth made a painful hiss. Xiuhemu was anxious, and ordered the cavalry to launch a charge at all costs. Be sure to defeat the Zhou army outside Nanxing. A large number of tribal warriors roared, waved their swords in their hands, and urged their mounts to charge desperately. They crossed the death blockade formed by the arrow formation, and quickly rushed to the front of the Zhou army. The car array with long spears blocked the impact of the horses. If you want to rush into the array, you must first remove or destroy the two rows of thunder battles in front. The brave tribal warriors jumped off their horses and wielded their scimitars to fight with the Zhou army. Soon a large number of warriors gathered in front of the battle, and they were crowded together. Chapter 333. During the 2 years of preparing for the war, Emperor Yi Daishan ordered crazy mining of nitrate ore, and prepared a large amount of black powder. The sky bombardment and explosives were mass-produced, and the three main armies were generally equipped. In close combat, coupled with such a dense target, the lethality of Thunder has reached its limit. A round of Thunder throws, a series of ear-splitting explosions sounded, and when the choking gunpowder dissipated, the battle was in front of the battle. The tribal warriors who were torn and killed only had a thin layer or two, and the ground was full of incomplete corpses, and under the intensive rain of arrows from the Zhou army, the tribal warriors screamed and fell. The casualties were heavy. Xiuhemu's face was pale, but he couldn't help it. He had to attack desperately to put pressure on the sieged Azu army to relieve the pressure on the defenders in the city. A wandering horse hurried to report, and Zejun was found on the left and behind to be moving, fast approaching Nanxing. Qiuhemu frowned. Zejun, this was an army that wanted to encircle him, but for the hundreds of thousands of people in Zamu City, he could not retreat. Transfer my order. The first army stays and continues to pretend to attack. Warriors, follow me to attack west. Kill the dog emperor of Diezu. Qiuhemu raised his knife and screamed, leading his army to rush towards Xiqing. The lunatic emperor of the Great Zhu supervised the battle in Xiqing, and he must have a lot of troops. If he directly attacked, it would be difficult to win in a short time and reverse the battle. He originally wanted to defeat the Zhu army in Nanxing first, and then drive the defeated enemy to flee to Xiqing. Rushing against their defensive formations, he will use the chaotic army to rush to kill. If successful, this battle will surely turn the tide of the battle. However, he did not expect that this Zhu army in Nanxing had resisted so stubbornly, and coupled with all kinds of lethal weapons, it would not be able to get the slightest bargain, and it would have suffered heavy losses. Now, there are two more Zhu troops appearing on his left and rear, swiftly approaching in a trend of outflanking, and the situation is extremely unfavorable to him. Of course, before the Zhu army encircled him, he could take advantage of the cavalry to retreat first, but as soon as he retreated, Zam City was even more dangerous. Under the balance, this veteran who was loyal to Zamu would rather take the risk of attacking Zejun, who was in Xiqing. His life was a gamble, and he took his life to bet. Upon receiving the news that Qiuhemu led the army to kill, Yi Daishanzi smiled happily. He was also betting that Qiuhemu was loyal to Zamu, eager to protect the Lord, and led the army to attack his army. In this way, he can save a big trouble. After all, Qiuhemu is commanded by 100,000 cavalry. If he turns around and flees, he wants to be wiped out in the future. I don't know how much energy and time it will take. There is a proverb called one pot. Xiqing is the main direction of attack. The main force is naturally placed under Xiqing. Zamu City will continue to attack. The 5th and 6th attack echelons have been deployed. If there is no accident, street fighting has already begun in the city. In the cold weapon era, street fighting is not counted. It's hard to fight. The residents of the city have nowhere to escape. They usually close their doors tightly. The family hugs and hides inside, waiting for the end of the war in fear and helplessness. If the city has a new owner, they will wait for the unknown in fear and anxiety. Fate. The war in the city is progressing smoothly. Now is the time to concentrate on destroying Qiuhemu's tribe. The cavalry of the Third Army and the tribal cavalry are nearly 100,000 people, not counting the tigers and leopards of Huxian. Tai, Yi Daishan only sent 10,000 tribal cavalry forces to rush into the city, and the rest were all recharged, waiting for Qiuhemu's army. According to Zheng Zixier's proposal, the rear army should move to the right and become the front army resisting the enemy's attack. It only needs to hold on for a while, and the roundabout armies can successfully encircle and annihilate the Qiuhemu area. Thousands of cavalry under the command of Qiuhemu were pressed fiercely like a tide of water, and the rumbling hooves of thousands of horses galloping at the same time made the earth sway. In front of the Third Legion, hundreds of thunder chariots were laid out, and all the soldiers were standing in front of them. In modern times, artillery has the reputation of being the god of war. The thunder chariot made by the soldiers of the Shenji battalion is the artillery of the cold weapon era. Perhaps its deterrence is not as powerful as the one that fires and grinds the boulder, a rock dumper, but its lethality is definitely more terrifying than a rock dumper. It has a longer range, lightweight, convenient transportation, convenient repair, and low cost. Therefore, Yi Daishan ordered a large number of weapons to be deployed. Desperately armed the three main armies to the teeth. New weapons with terrifying lethality are not victory in all battles. The key lies in various factors such as the commander's strategy. However, when put into use on the battlefield, they not only greatly deter the enemy, but also boost the morale of the soldiers. and it is more likely to decide a battle. The outcome of the battle. Of course, Yi Dacian further hopes that the major generals in the army will not rely too much on new weapons such as the Thunder Chariot and Sky Thunder, but instead rely on real talent to defeat the enemy. The so-called military method and scheming are the truth. The enemy troops are fast approaching on the flat prairie, full of enemy riders, a large area of black pressure, under the refraction of the sun, the dazzling cold light of all kinds of weapons, and the sky shaking. The roar and the rumble of iron hoofs gave an extremely nervous and heavy pressure. Soldiers who have gone through many battles, big and small, have taken the test of blood and fire. At this moment, the expressions on their faces are calm, even indifferent, only their eyes are gleaming and bloody murderous, and the biting murderous intent burst out invisibly. Coming out, thousands of murderous auras gathered, giving people a chilling sense of killing. The enemy continued to approach quickly and had already entered the effective fire range of the Thunder Chariot. The commanding officer in front of the formation silently counted 5 sounds in his heart, and the cold light long sword in his hand slammed down. Shoot! A series of banging machine springs sounded, and the Thunder Chariot shot the first wave of giant arrows. These thick-armed giant arrows fiercely penetrated into the dense group of enemies, carrying a lot of blood fog, and throwing them away. With his stump and broken arm, the tribal warriors in the charge turned their backs on their horses, crying sorrowfully. Without waiting for the commander's order, the soldiers of the Shinji battalion quickly twisted the turntable to open the string, and loaded the Thunder Chariot with the second giant arrow. Emission. With the command of the officer, the second wave of giant arrows was shot again. At this time, the tribal warriors who desperately urged the mount to charge were pulled closer by more than 20 meters, but the number of rides has been reduced a lot. The second wave of giant arrows screamed, and many tribal warriors screamed and threw them. Their horses sighed and fell, and the number of horses to continue charging was reduced a lot. After the 3 waves of giant arrows were fired, the soldiers of the Shinji battalion quickly retreated. On the top of the Pikmin, they plugged the nearly 3-meter-long iron spear into the hole of the Thunder Chariot and lined up to wait for the enemy. Arrow formation. Get ready. With an order from the officer, thousands of archers sitting on the ground and stretching their strings stood up, their hands raised with crossbows, and the armor-piercing cones shining coldly pointed in the air. Emission. The bounce of the bowstring was accompanied by the swish sound of the powerful arrows flying through the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and then it turned back to the original brightness. Thousands of powerful arrows fell from the sky, and the tribal warriors in the charge were miserable one after another. The horse screamed, the horse sighed sadly, and collapsed with rumbling. The long-range coverage of the dense arrow rain is equally terrifying. After the arrow rain, fewer than 500 tribal knights are still charging. Chapter 334. The Emperor, crazy seeing the corpses on the ground, the wounded soldiers struggling to call out, and the masterless war horses running randomly. Yan Yu let out a faint sigh, although, on the way out, she implicitly hinted that someone could reduce the killing. Try to reduce it as much as possible, but wars are often like this. If you don't kill people, others will kill you. If you let these tribal cavalry approach, it will be the imperial soldiers' turn to be slaughtered. Once successful, the bones will die. At this moment, when she was on the front line, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sometimes, she really couldn't be blamed on him. These slaughters were also helpless. In the tearing and killing of the broken wall in Seeking, she did not hurt anyone, but only restrained the meridian acupoints of those tribal warriors. However, the inner palace guards and Habayashi guards who followed to protect did not have the slightest bodies at the heart. Many the tribal warriors who were given the acupoints of the meridians kicked them down the city. Most of them fell down and were killed directly. If they were lucky, they broke their hands and feet. Although she didn't kill anyone, those people died unexpectedly because of her action. After all, she died indirectly in her hands, which made her uneasy heart again chaotic. Many. Fairy Yan's sighs and sighs. Yi Dacian's current energy is all on the battlefield, And no matter how beautiful this is his first prince's personal expedition, if he wins the battle because of carelessness, it's a battle. How many soldiers will be killed or injured if the reversal is not mentioned? This battle must be won anyway. Chuo Hemya was loyal to Zamu. In order to alleviate the tremendous pressure on Zamu city, today, he desperately ordered a fierce attack at all costs, putting the front defending army under great pressure. Although both Arrow Array and Sky Thunder had terrifying lethality, facing the frenzied attack of brave and fearless tribal warriors, the soldiers of the 3rd Legion who fought on the front line also suffered a certain loss. Looking at the large number of wounded soldiers carried by the field medics and the remains of many soldiers who died in action, Yi Daishan's heart was a bit heavy. But how could there be no casualties in the war? Today's casualties are in exchange for tomorrow's peace. The fighting situation in the city kept coming. The army had completely penetrated into the city. The street fighting was still in progress, and the southern city gate had been captured, but the enemy's resistance was extremely tenacious, and the army was steadily advancing deep into the city. Outside the city, the cavalry troops who had outflanked Chuo Hemya's first section from the rear had rushed to the southern city, and launched a devastating attack on the 30,000 cavalry troops who had stayed in Chuo Hemya. The Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help but feel refreshed. That is to say, the encirclement of the Chuo Hemya subordinates by the cavalry that was outflanked had formed, and it was time to launch a general offensive. He once again ordered 3 attacking echelons to attack and enter the city, to reinforce the combat troops already in Zamu city, and to end the battle as soon as possible. After giving the order, Yi Daishan patted Zheng Zixia on the shoulder. "Zheng Shuai, you are in charge." Zheng Zixia didn't react for a while. Yi Daishan reached out his hand and grabbed an iron gun, pointed forward, and shouted loudly, "You Lin Wei, follow me to fight and kill the enemy." At the moment when Leaf and Fairy Yan made their move, the partner had long been itching and wished to follow suit, but when the battle was still not clear, the partner desperately held back the beating heart that was eager to try. Now, the battle is clear and victory is only a matter of time. It's time for him to take action and show the Emperor's bravery. Well, it's my favorite, hee. Not to mention that Zheng Zixia and others were shocked, but Leaf and Yan Fairy couldn't help but change their faces slightly. The Emperor, crazy, actually went to the battle to kill the enemy himself. The 2 women seemed to have grabbed 2 irons at the same time, urging the horses to rush out, one right and the other, guarding someone on either side. Leaf knows someone's sexuality well, and she can only helplessly mess with him once. Yanayu is even more helpless. She was ordered by her teacher to go down the mountain to protect someone's safety, so she had to do it again. However, this way fortunately, someone personally went to battle to kill the enemy, and even raised the morale of the whole army to the limit, and the war would soon be over. As far as Yanayu is concerned, it can reduce the killing a little bit. Fortunately, try to reduce it as much as possible. The war will end sooner, and fewer people will die. With her and Leaf guarding on both sides, he will definitely not be surprised. 8 dragons and tigers guards, hundreds of guards from the inner palace and more than 2,000 Heron guards hurriedly followed the horses to follow the guards. Zheng Zixia also dispatched all the guards around him to keep up, plus the 5,000 in the Chinese army. The cavalry, under the guidance of the golden color dragon flag, is like a torrent of rolling steel, unstoppably rushing towards the handsome flag of Chuo Hemya. The Emperor personally went to battle to kill the enemy. The officers on the front line were shocked, but the fast-moving golden color dragon flag has shown that this is not a joke. Brothers, the Emperor has committed suicide. Follow me and charge. The officers raised their gleaming long swords and rushed out first. Behind them were thousands of zealous soldiers. The Emperor personally went to the battle to kill the enemy and gave them incomparable encouragement. Their morale rose to the limit in an instant, and they roared. Brandishing the weapon in the hand of the army, he rushed forward desperately. Lunatic, all lunatics. His wooden face was like ashes, and the infantry dared to take the initiative to attack the cavalry. Under normal circumstances, it would be a suicide, but the current situation is extremely unfavorable to the party. There's a June who had been copied from the bread has already been killed, and the encirclement has been formed. The 30,000 cavalry he had left outside the southern city have completely collapsed, and he is being driven by the densely packed Zejun cavalry, which is bound to chaos his rear army. Zejun's infantry now took the initiative to attack like a tiger. The encirclement quickly shrank and the space was compressed. His cavalry force completely lost the space for maneuvering. At this time, it was impossible to turn around and break through. He held up the scimitar, hissing loudly, "Warriors, for the Naxi people, follow me, rush." Chiwahemu had a desperate heart. He took the lead, leading tens of thousands of remaining tribal warriors, rushing to the oncoming torrent of steel. When the two armies meet, the brave wins. After the two torrents of steel went through a full sprint, they finally collided fiercely, and sparks appeared in the air, followed by a stern cry and blood bursting out. Leaf and Yanai were originally guarding both sides of Yi Daishanzi. At the moment when they collided with the oncoming enemy rider, they seemed to have a sharp heart, and suddenly both shouted, focusing on the unfathomable Nagia Zeniyun. When it came to the war horse, the war horse that looked like a goat-assisted quickly surpassed that of the Emperor Yi Da, and instantly turned into two forwards and rushed to the forefront. Followed by the 8 dragons and tigers guards, they also quickly advanced, guarding Yi Daishanzi tightly in the middle. The Emperor is crazy, but they are not crazy. Protecting the Emperor's absolute safety is their first duty. Chapter 335 I have no opportunity. The head coach Yiki takes the lead and rushes to the forefront, able to motivate the morale of the soldiers to the limit. Of course, the premise is that you have to have a strong martial arts and be brave. Chiwahemu is a well-known veteran of the Naxi tribe and a warrior with outstanding martial skills. In terms of personal strength, he ranks among the top 3 in the Naxi tribe. With him as an assault arrow, he can cut through the waves and rip through the great Zhou army. The lunatic emperor who beheaded Diezu, as long as the lunatic was won, he would surely be able to turn the whole battle. This is also the battle for Chiwahemu to break the boat. The abacus was crackling, but unfortunately, this time, he encountered 2 beautiful beauties, one of the enchanting level, and the other, a beaut-like existence in the wild continent. Although the 2 women followed someone to the front line for the first time, it was the first time they charged into the battle. Before they charged, they also heard about some customs of the Cypriot ethnic group. Like the great empires, the Cypriot tribes are also distinguished from high and low, with strict levels. The most obvious distinction is the hair that plugs in the helmet on the head. The more the color and the color of the feather, the more it represents. The higher the status. Chiwahemu is wearing a Mudai yellow color battle armor, and the helmet has 5 colors and 6 colors of peacock feathers and hair, which shows that his status is very high. At least he must be a general king. The level of the phase. Those who can have this level are either members of the royal family, or they are promoted with outstanding military merit, and their personal strength is extremely high. As soon as she met, Leaf felt the murderous aura emanating from Chiwahemu's body, which was the terrifying aura only possessed by powerful masters who had been fighting for a long time. Of course, with Chiwahemu's murderous aura, she couldn't shake her mind at all. She gave a sweet cry, and the iron spear pierced out of her palm. In this kind of melee of thousands of horses, you are an invincible master in the world, or you may accidentally be injured by an ordinary soldier. Therefore, she has no reservation at all with this shot, so she can kill with one shot. What's more, the opponent is still a master of extremely high military value. How can Chiwahemu be able to resist a single shot that has been devoted to 100 magic power? Chiwahemu, who rushed forward, only felt that Leng Xing flashed sharply in front of him, and his face changed drastically. The shot that was pierced was so fast that he didn't have the confidence to stop him at all. The sound of wind and thunder tore his eardrums. Before the scimitar in his palm could be smashed out, he suddenly felt a sudden shock in his chest, followed by a boundless wave of pain invading his nerves, causing him to instinctively let out an extremely painful cry. Li Fei's hand with the gun shook sharply, and Chuohima's huge body was picked up and flew. At the same time, the iron gun in Yanayu's palm also slammed the other tribe down, and the iron hoof stepped on the horse. At that moment, it became a meatloaf. She sighed helplessly in her heart. She originally didn't want to kill someone, but the person was still dead, and the death was extremely miserable. It would be better to kill with a shot and live and die. Although Yanayu was distracted, she did not hesitate to take her shot. As she rushed in, she sprinted with an iron spear in her palm, picking down a tribal warrior who had come. After looking away, she did not hesitate at all. Every shot must kill, so that the dead souls under these guns will be reborn as soon as possible. There are two great evil masters who attack the sharp knives. The gods block and kill the gods, and the ghosts block the slaughter of ghosts. They cut into the tribal riding array like a wave and cut the waves, killing those tribal warriors and screaming. The two heroines are brave and invincible. In addition to the death of the coach, those tribal warriors have been weakened and their morale is low. After the battle, the tiger and leopard cavalry are crushed fiercely by the tiger and the leopard. The left and right wings are the other of the 3rd Legion. The two cavalry forces were like two sharp knives with incomparable fronts, and suddenly cut off the cavalry of the tribe. The most important thing about the confrontation between the two armies is morale, which is doomed to defeat. Chuohimu died on the spot. The dragons had no leader and were trapped in a heavy siege. The great Zu army was on all sides, and the blow to these tribal fighters was extremely heavy. On the other hand, the great Zu army, the emperor personally went to the battle to kill the enemy, where the golden color dragon flag passed, slashed the waves and cut the waves. The gods blocked the gods, the ghosts blocked the ghosts, and gave the soldiers incomparable incentives. You lose my strength and win or lose. The riding formation was cut into several sections. The head and the tail could not be looked at each other, and the coach was killed. These tribal warriors finally collapsed after barely resisting for a while. Some war horses wanted to break through the encirclement, while others turned their heads and ran backwards, and some simply throw down the weapon in his hand, raise his hands to surrender. Morale is so strange. Once it is affected, it will spread rapidly like a plague. When it starts, people will follow. Soon, there are tribal warriors who throw down their weapons and raise their hands to surrender. The recalcitrants all died under the chaotic knife, and those who lay down their weapons and surrendered had their vitality. The war outside the city soon ended, and a large number of tribal prisoners of war were escorted away in despair. The battlefield was full of people and horses. Except for the field medics looking for the treatment of the wounded, there is no time to clean up the battlefield. The war is not over yet. Some guards presented the battle report that just came from Dongqing, the emperor. The situation in the east. Yi Deshanzi coughed a few times. He was drinking water desperately right now. Feng Niking was using a cloth to wipe the bloodstains on his armor. Of course, these bloodstains could not be his. They were all enemies. Although he personally went to the battle to kill the enemy, he pierced Chuohima's riding formation back and forth, but from beginning to end, he had no chance to shoot, let alone kill a tribal warrior. Almost all of them were given by the two female killers holding it, and with the 8 dragon and tiger guards on both sides, sandwiching him in the middle. He didn't even have a chance to make a shot. How embarrassing did this make him? The laryngopharynx was roaring, and there was smoke. This time, I was desperately pouring water into my mouth. When the army was besieging the city, there were no troops on the east city gate, but it didn't mean that tribal fighters were allowed to enter and leave freely. At the small hill 10 miles northwest of the city, Yi Deshanzi still put an army there. Prevent Zamyu and Ajitai from escaping from the city. As far as the current situation is concerned, the defeated tribal remnants can only flee north or west. To the north, they can only take refuge in the kingdom of Chu, or go west and escape into the vast desert. No matter which side they flee, they must pass through that one. In a small hill, of course, you don't have to take the small hill. It's okay to go around it. It's a little bit more. Under normal circumstances, the ambush is ignored for the small group of remnants who fled the city. but if it is a well-equipped and neatly organized enemy army, it is necessary to launch an attack. After Agitai received his wife Zamaheshuo from his guards, he led 30,000 tribal fighters to sneak out of the city. He had the heart to escape, so how could he go to support the Chiwahemu tribe? He led 30,000 soldiers to flee in panic. How could he have thought that the Emperor Yi Daishan had ambushes on the small hills? Under the cover of thunder chariots and arrow arrays, he suffered heavy casualties, and only more than 2,000 horses stood out. Agitai ran away. However, I don't have time to bother now. It is still important to capture Zam City. Let's destroy the Naxi people first. Yi Daishan murmured to Quanbing for a while, and then led the whole army into the city. Chapter 336 I want to reward my concubine well. At this time, the battle in the city continued, but the resistance of the tribal warriors had been significantly weakened. The news that Agitai opened the east gate and fled, made all the Naxi people gritted their teeth and wanted to kill him alive. The east city gate opened, and many residents in the city took the opportunity to escape from the city, and some timid tribal fighters also took the opportunity to drop their weapons, mixed into the crowd of people and fled. Had it not been for Zamu to get the news, he ordered the city gate to be sealed again. I am afraid that more residents and soldiers will flee. Under the fierce attack of the Zhou army, coupled with the terrifying lethality of the sky bombardment, the low morale of the tribal fighters retreated steadily, and news came that the Chiwahemu army was annihilated, which suddenly defeated their remaining fighting spirit. The resistance turned into a rout. Sweat, it's too late if you don't leave. At the east city gate, a group of palace guards forced Zamu to support the war horse, protecting a group of princesses and fleeing in panic. While the guards of Habayashi followed behind the palace, Zamu's escape also triggered the entire city's military and civilians to flee. Hundreds of thousands of people crowded and rushed for their lives. The originally large city gates immediately became crowded, trampled on each other, causing countless deaths and injuries. The general situation is over. Those tribal warriors who have not had time to escape have thrown down their weapons and raised their hands to surrender. A very small number of stubborn tribal warriors have been quickly beheaded. The war in the city has been completely controlled except for sporadic resistance. Zamu escaped from the east city gate and ran into Fox Xion's tiger and leopard cavalry, as well as several Third Army cavalry and tribal cavalry. Zamu died in the Chaos Army. This son was also beheaded by the tribal cavalry. Those palace guards and Yulin guards died, and no one could escape. However, when some people from Naxi City and a few soldiers fled, the Diezu army ignored them and let them go. Escape. The luxurious palace of Zamu naturally became the temporary residence of Yi Daishanzi. The soldiers of the Third Army were busy cleaning the battlefield, posting admin notices, and counting the spoils. Yi Daishanzi was served by Feng Nishang. Soak in warm water to enjoy, drink wine to enjoy it. If there is a magnificent palace, Habayashi has searched again, and after confirming safety, they dare to welcome the emperor into the palace. Each palace gate is guarded by guards, and Habayashi has chosen the emperor's autumn. The Higong is surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside, and the inner layer is guarded by the guards of the inner palace. There are many noble concubines and maids in the harem of Zamu, and they are curled up in the palace tremblingly, waiting for the unknown fate in fear. The emperor, how to deal with it? Xiao Luzi asked cautiously. Well, let me take a look. After Yi Daishan put on his clothes, he was guarded by the 8 dragons and tigers guards and the inner palace guards. He went to the palace and took a look. Although the women have good looks, none of them can compare to Rong Rui. Reward all to the meritorious serviceman. Yi Daishanzi didn't see anyone he liked. He flicked his sleeves, turned around, stopped suddenly, and said, "Go on and let them treat me well. We are not a beast." His words made those women grateful and all knelt down and thanked them for their gratitude. Before, there was a rumor in the city that after the Great Zhou army broke the city, they would be massacred and looted. They were all scared to death. Now, there is a big Emperor Zhou said that even if he served as a slave servant to those great Zhou army masters, his life would not be miserable. Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly in his heart. The war is like this. In the end, the people and women who suffer are all the people and women who suffer. Now there are soldiers and horses everywhere. These people are sometimes more ferocious than the robbers who block the road. Let these women leave. Going will only harm them. They are rewarded to soldiers who have made military exploits. Although they are strong with mandarin ducks, at least they have arranged a place to stay and live. Plus, he has made a message, and the future will not be miserable. Oh, the emperor would have pity for the fragrance and cherish the jade. Amidst the sweet laughter, Leaf walked along the willows in the wind. She had just showered, and the green silk was still wet, with the fragrance of after the bath. Yi Daishanzi looked at her with a smile, and said confidently, "I am the most pitiful gentleman in the world." Leaf covered her mouth and chuckled. This person's face is really not so thick. Is there such a boast? Besides, I will pity and cherish Jade the most. This, so counts as one, but if he is a gentleman, the sow will go up the tree. Feng Nishang, who was beside Qiao Li, had a very agreeable expression. Her adoration and loyalty to someone had reached the point where it was hopelessly medicine. In her impression, the emperor did not forcefully marry any woman as the emperor. They all couldn't help but like the emperor. Although the red concubine was plundered by the black guard, she was in the country of Chu. Cherish the playboy was overwhelmed by his outstanding talents. I'm afraid that at that time, I had already acquiesced in my heart. Concubine Rong was an exception. Although she was a prisoner of war, the emperor treated her very well, at least without any compulsion. Concubine Rong took the initiative to attend the bed. Looking at Concubine Rong now, I don't know how happy she is. Woman, isn't it just such a beautiful and happy day? The emperor, of course, is the most pitiful gentleman in the world. After Leaf had laughed enough, the emperor Yi Daishan naturally stretched out his hand, held her gentle little hand, and said with a smile, "Ai concubine, you have done a great job in this battle. I am very grateful." Speaking of making great contributions, of course there is also a copy of Fairy Yan, but at this time, the fool will mention Fairy Yan's name in front of Leaf, which is simply a trick. Although she was a little accustomed to this intimate little gesture of someone, Li Fei's jade cheeks still inevitably showed a blush of shame, but she did not break free, but let someone lead and step into the inner hall side by side. When someone made Tan Labao sanitary napkins and sent them to her, she was already moved in a mess, but she was not completely lost and lost her mind. If it weren't for the acquiescence of her heart, how could someone take the opportunity to take advantage of it? Well, in this world, I really can't find a man she can see. The one in front of me can only be regarded as a so-so, and I have to feel wronged. After she looked away, she basically acquiesced to some small actions. Of course, the feeling that she had never experienced was strange. At least, she didn't hate it. Ai concubine, you made a great contribution. I will reward you well. Yi Daishanzi smiled and hugged her. The smile on his face is as evil as it is. Li Fei's jade cheeks are even redder, her eyes are like silk, and her heart is stunned. Just looking at Sumion's evil smile, the so-called reward, she understands what it is. This matter, sooner or later, is the same thing. No matter what, let him. However, she was still a little nervous in her heart. Her back became a little stiff, and her heart jumped suddenly. Such a big scary guy. I don't know if it will kill anyone. Chapter 337. The Emperor is not doing his work. Yi Daishanzi is already a master. In his warmth offensive force, Leaf is already weak, like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. What's terrible is that at the critical moment, she refused. The Emperor Yi Daishan would have an arrow, and if he didn't send it, it would be terrible. What he was most worried about was that Leaf would become dead, and he would have no time to regret it. The slave. The slave is not unwilling, but the slave feels. Leaf, who was blushing with jade cheeks and full of spring, hesitated to say something. Yi Daishanzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Leaf would leave again, and she might not come back once she left. It was very uncomfortable. but he could only endure this meeting. Yi Daishan embraced her and said softly, "I'm listening." The slave must enter the palace as a witch. The stone that Yi Daishanzi got stuck in his throat slammed down. It turned out to be just this small request. It was easy. The only trouble was Queen Jin's side. What Leaf meant was that he wanted him to marry herself into the palace grandly. Firstly, to fulfill the master's last wish. Secondly, she was more or less attributable to Empress Jin's psychology. Back then, she lost to Empress Jin, something to earn some face. Yi Daishan naturally understands that, therefore, the only trouble with this matter is that Queen Jin will marry concubine Li and enter the palace. The specifications of this wedding cannot be low or high, but must be right. The status of concubine Li must also be higher than that of the concubines. This matter really has a headache. However, at this time, no matter what the headache is, you must first agree to it, sign a blank check, and then talk about it. When you go back, you can discuss it with the dog-head soldier Ywazi and come up with a good way to please both ends. In front of him, what caused Yi Daishan's headache was that he was uncomfortable, but he couldn't eat. Leaf had tacitly agreed with him, but for a man with excess energy, it was a terrible torture. Kingja, following the call of Leaf, a young and beautiful palace maid walked in and bowed to her blessing. Slavery. Kingja is waiting for the Emperor's Empress to send her. The Emperor, Kingja, will follow the slave from now on, so she will serve the Emperor as a slave for the time being. Leaf gets out of bed and dresses. From now on, she will be in the palace. How can there not be a close-fitting palace lady by her side? Besides, Kingja has good bones and is also a good material for martial arts training. Although it is a bit late, she can still be trained. It came out. Another reason, she was still a little nervous. Sumion's guy was too scary, so I asked Kingja to wait for her to sleep, and then asked her how she felt. Slaves dare not. Kingja knelt down in fright, but she was delighted in her heart. The maid who was chosen as a personal servant by the Empress could almost be regarded as a sparrow turned into a phoenix. Now she has more chances to wait and be pregnant. Fortunately, the dragon seed has truly become a phoenix. Many of the sisters in the palace tried their best to attract the Emperor's attention, but I don't know how much they were tricked. Such a good thing fell to her head in a daze. It's hard for her to be happy or not. Yi Daishanzi scratched his head. Kinga's appearance is also considered the best choice, but is he too bad? Okay, it doesn't matter if you have one more. Anyway, brother is the Emperor, so you can do whatever you want. The evil is evil. Who makes brother the Emperor? Leaf gave him a fascinating eye, twisted her waist. Liu Feng swings the willow out of the bedroom. Looking at Kingja, who was still kneeling on the ground, Yi Daishanzi coughed slightly. Get up. Yes. The Emperor. Kingja stood up, but still lowered her head. She could feel her cheeks burning like fire, and her head was so nervous that she jumped like she was about to jump out of her chest. The palms of his hands were even more damp wet, and beads of sweat seemed to ooze out on his forehead. Khan, so nervous. Yi Daishan smiled bitterly, patted the bed, and said softly, "Come, sit next to me. Let's talk about the ideals of life." I accidentally spit out the internet terminology of picking up girls in later generations. Yes. The slave servant obeyed. Kingja took off her embroidered shoes and climbed up cautiously, sitting next to the Emperor. She was still so nervous that she bowed her head and did not dare to look at the Emperor. The Emperor of True Dragon, in the hearts of ordinary people, it is a godlike existence. Kingja has never seen a big storm. So nervous and shy, it is also a normal reaction. Yi Daishanzi scratched his head. Xiao's eye was still too nervous. He had to endure even if the worms were on his head at the moment, and he had to eliminate Kingja's nervousness before he could get things right. Kingja, where is your home? In reply to the Emperor, Kingja is from Chengzu. Well, don't be polite, I don't like it. Yes, the Emperor. Is there any brothers and sisters at home? Back to the Emperor. Yi Daishan was speechless again, so he had to raise his face, talking to Lian. Don't have to be so complicated. I don't like it, and you don't have to worry about it. Just treat me as ... Yes, cough. It's you. Yes. The emperor. The so-called emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. Outside the palace, Leaf is listening in ears, but she didn't hear what was expected to happen, and she heard some irrelevant conversations. Hey, this person is really true, and he doesn't do business matters. How can he go so far as to talk to King Ja? What kind of routines are you talking about at this time? Her patience is not comparable to that of ordinary masters, but, today, she has completely lost patience with someone who is ridiculous and not doing business. She can't wait to rush in to remind someone that it's time to do business. Up inside, she was still talking about family affairs, from her usual hobbies to Kinga's brothers and sisters, so that she who was eavesdropping outside heard the thunder rolling. This guy is really an awful monarch. In the palace, the Emperor Yi had spent a lot of saliva and finally made great progress. At this moment, King Ja was already in his arms, no longer sweating as nervously as before, but how much a little bit ashamed. Because because the Emperor's dragon claws penetrated into her chest. The feeling is weird, but she likes this feeling, but she blushes so hard, her heart beats so hard, she doesn't have a trace of strength. King Ja, I will give you a poem. The Emperor Yi also sacrificed his super killer against talented women. A girl is not an ordinary woman who can be selected. Most of them are selected from the daughters of petty bourgeois families. Kinga's father and brother are in business and have a good family background. When she was a child, she was also considered to be full of poetry and books. She was a little talented. In Chengzu City, she can be regarded as one of the best beauties. And she is a small and famous talented girl, and she also organized a Lotus Poetry Club with some sisters. A talented woman, of course, she loves masterpieces and she admires talented talents very much. Emperor Yi Dacian may be so-so in other aspects, but in this respect, she is definitely a master in the middle, a master of masters. I have approved the girl's sex preferences, and I will do what I like, one at a time. Chapter 338. Leaf, who was eavesdropping outside the palace, felt like she was about to faint again. At this time, she still chanted poems. It's really maddening that someone is really yaxing. It's simply not doing business properly. To use a vulgar analogy, it's like a hungry and thirsty man who hasn't had that much for n years, rushing to the brothel, looking for a prostitute, what he wants, but not doing business, wanting to reward the prostitute. The culinary skills of prostitutes are so mediocre. I just want to listen and understand a little bit more. This dead man is really mad at procrastinating, not doing his job properly. Leaf stomped bitterly, flicked her sleeves, and turned away angrily. The little six on the side of the patrons looked at a loss. What's wrong with Empress Lee? It was pretty good just now. Why are you angry now? The people in the city survived a long night in panic, but after reading the admin notice, and seeing that the soldiers of the Third Army were disciplined and did not disturb the people, they felt a little settled. Before the attack on the city, the Emperor Yi Da had repeatedly issued orders. Those who did not abide by the military order, no matter how old the officer, would not be wrong. Those tribes who surrendered did not dare to go crazy. Fortunately, a large amount of spoils were seized and all tribes could be allocated a lot. What Yi Dacian is most concerned about is the granary and vault in the city. During the fierce battle, those tribal fighters did not set fire to the granary. Otherwise, he would really have a headache. There are too many residents in the city. It was transported quickly from the rear, which was also taken out of his pocket, which is not a pain. The treasury showed that there were more than 2 million tals of silver left, as well as a lot of valuable jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and painting, and more than 2 million discounted silver. He gave a fraction of the reward to the soldiers who did meritorious service. Give some to the patriarchs of the tribes, which can be regarded as comfort. Knowing that several empires have formed alliances and are forming coalition forces, they will attack the border at any time. The pressure on Yutongliu must be very high, but the city has just been captured and needs to be stabilized. For a while, it will be impossible to withdraw troops and reinforce Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf army. Siege of Shengjing. After Hu Xiaoyan and his tiger and leopard cavalry encircled Zhuo Hemus' 100,000 army, they had pursued along the direction of Agitai's fleeing. This can't be blamed on Yi Daishan's rush to kill. The so-called wildfires are endless, the spring breeze blows and regenerates, but the blame can only be blamed on Agitai as Nurchi's son. After learning that Agitai had escaped, the Emperor Yi Daishan asked people to let out the wind. He only needed Agitai's head, and he offered Agitai's head, rewarded with 10,000 silver, and was promoted to the 3rd rank. Anyway, the news has been released. As to whether it is effective, it is just as if the fox Xiaoyan and his tiger and leopard cavalry can chase Agitai's remnant enemy with nowhere to escape. The Emperor Yi Daishan threw the burden on Zheng Zixia again, and became a hand-handling shopkeeper himself. But he didn't have time to get away except for Xing Qingja once that day. The battle report on the northern front came. Gong Tangfing led the Flying Eagle Corps to force the Posu Pass, and the 300,000 tribal coalition headed by Bo Lingxian detoured to the city of Dayton, and started with the Chu army commander Zijiu outside the city. A big battle. Bo Ling first defeated Zijiu's Taoind cavalry with the superior cavalry, and then used the cavalry to attack the Chu army's large formation. The Chu army, which rarely fought against the Cypriot tribe, finally paid off the terrible impact of the Cypriot cavalry war. The formation was smashed, which led to the collapse of the entire army. Bo Ling first took the lead in the cavalry and then covered and killed. Under the cover of the guards, Zijiu fled in panic. There were hundreds of thousands of cavalry troops, and only less than 3,000 cavalry troops fled back to Chengbiwen. Only one day later, Gong Tangfing regained the Poju Pass, joined forces with Bo Ling, and marched into Chengbai Bay with great momentum. Wu Jiu relied on the 3 fortresses left by the Flying Eagle Legion to hold on. Gong Tangfing put out a thunder chariot, equipped with explosives, and bombarded indiscriminately. Seeing that the situation is not good, Zijiu hurriedly led the army to flee. Gong Tangfing and Bo Ling took the lead in chasing after them and took advantage of the momentum to capture several cities. Zijiu fled back to Hanmu City and stood by for help. Gong Tangfing set aside the army, severing Zijiu's help of retreating into the pass. During this period, a Chu army attacked from the border in an attempt to open a channel for Zijiu, but was defeated by Bo Lingxian's cavalry and fled. Exit again. There was no food and grass in Hanmu City, and no aid outside. After half a month, Zijiu offered the city to surrender. So far, the northern border outside the Senegal was occupied by Dazu. Shengjing and Nushi sent troops to attack several times at night, but Mu Chunfing only ordered to stop them according to danger. In several failed night attacks, the Jin army lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Mu Chunfing did not attack the surrounding area of Shengjing City, and Nushi repeatedly failed to break through the siege, so anxious that he vomited blood on the spot, lingering on the bed. Despair enveloped the entire Shengjing City. On the 7th day of occupying Zam City, Hu Xiaoyan and his tiger and leopard rider finally returned, accompanied by hundreds of Naxi warriors, who presented the heads of Agitai and Zamaheshuo. When Agitai came to Naxi City, there were more than 30,000 tribal warriors with him. Zamu used and guarded this son-in-law, so he naturally incorporated more than 30,000 tribal warriors and dispersed them among the troops. Of course, although Agitai regrets and is angry, he can only endure and wait for the opportunity. During this period, he did his best to help Zamu expand his power and prepare for war, in order to defeat the Dazu army. But he didn't expect Zijun's gun-pill to have such a terrifying power, blasting the walls of Naxi City. Before Zijun broke into the city, Xiking fell. Feeling bad, he immediately moved the idea of fleeing. After deceiving the token to mobilize soldiers and horses, he ordered his guards to sneak into the palace secretly, pick up his wife Zamaheshuo, dismissed the henchman of the Zamu faction who was watching by his side, and forcibly opened the Dongqing gate and escaped. He didn't want to seek refuge in the Chu kingdom, but chose to flee westward, intending to enter the vast desert, conquer the small tribes in the desert with his 30,000 horses, and create another big golden empire. However, after passing by the small hills, he was ambushed by the Zhou army and suffered heavy losses. In the end, he broke a bloody road and fled to the west. The army he led, except for his guards, was all Naxi people. After learning that Agitai was going to take them into the desert, these Naxi fighters quit. The harsh conditions in the desert made these Naxi people die. I don't want to go in. It happened that Fox Xion led the tiger and leopard cavalry to chase and kill them all the way, and they didn't even have a chance to catch their breath. The tiger and leopard cavalry rides 3 times per person, and the blood cavalry rides on 1 person and 4 riders in turns. Agitai and the others are riding 1 person and 1 rider. How can they escape the chase of the tiger and leopard cavalry? Azita threatened and killed several Naxi fighters who yelled the most. He didn't want to arouse the indignation of these Naxi people. They rallied and attacked, beheading Azitafu's women and his guards. With their heads surrendered to Huxion. Seeing Agitai's head, the Emperor Yi Daishan was finally relieved. The next day, he left 20,000 horses to guard Naxi city and led his army to Shenjing. Chapter 339 Queen Jin's resolute decision. The imperial city of the Great Zhou is as lively and prosperous as it is usually, and it seems that there is no impact due to the alliance of several major empires on the mainland and the gathering of heavy troops to conquer the Great Zhou. Of course, a careful person will find that the number of guard posts at the city gate is a bit more, and the traffic check is much stricter than before. The city guard patrol seems to have increased by several teams, and the number of patrols has also increased. Before the storm came, it always seemed very calm. Royal Palace, Royal Study Room. The Emperor Jin, dressed in a lavender color palace costume, sits in the middle at the back, graceful and luxurious, with a lot of demeanor, but the color looks extremely serious. Sitting on both sides are the cabinet chief Dan Jiangmin, the Black Guard vice supervisor Feng Fu, the Fuguo's wife Yan Empress, and Yi Daishan's dog-headed sergeant Wei Wuxiu. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 4 are all it seems so serious that there is a dull and suffocating sense of depression in the entire study. The imperial city is the center of political power, culture, and economy. Officials, large and small, can easily grab a large number of them. There are also more students and more businessmen. Of course, as the eyes and ears of the Emperor Yida's eyes and ears, the secret spy in black is also the same. A lot of. Since discovering that the kings of the great empires offered to reward the emperor's head with a lot of money, the desperados of the entire continent were all about to move, and Feng Fu had been paying close attention to this matter. According to the secret spy report, a large number of gangsters, desperados, and even many gangsters and ancient fiends who have retired from the rivers and lakes have sneaked into the imperial city, waiting for opportunities. Those whom the black-clothed secret spy had detected people have been closely monitored, let alone how many have not been discovered. After all, these arena martial artists are only a few, and they are fairly easy to deal with. The headaches are those of the aristocratic families who participated in them. According to reports from the insiders who got in, these people had already got in touch with the enemy's secret agents lurking in the city. When the coalition forces were under the imperial city, they would unite inside and out, open the city gates, and let the coalition forces into the city. There were many aristocratic families who participated, and these powerful clans were dissatisfied with Yi Daishan's suppression, and only then gave birth to a heart of rebellion. It was just that the terrifying killings that were frightened by Yi Daishan's before, for the time being tolerated. Of course, the patriarchs of these aristocratic families usually don't dare to do this kind of rebellious act of robbing their families and extermination. Instead, several empires are allied, and news that 1.5 million coalition forces are being assembled has spread to the world. The 1.5 million coalition forces, this kind of momentum, can scare people to death. These rebellious patriarchs believed in their hearts that Dai Zhao's army could not stop the coalition forces at all, and they would surely perish the country, so they made up their minds and made such a risky decision. Indeed, The three main armies of the empire are all trapped on the prairie beyond the Great Wall, unable to get out at all. How can the pitiful little force of the frontier army be able to stop the attacking momentum of this 1.5 million coalition army? The ruling and opposition parties are now in panic. Many people have already made small calculations in their hearts. The rich are better prepared to escape from the imperial city. Not only a large number of aristocratic families participated in the rebellion, but there were also many officials in the DPRK. Among them were high-ranking officials such as the Ministry of Rights, Shang Xiu of the Ministry of Industry, and ministers. There were also several high-ranking officers in the army. Few middle and lower-level officers participated. The right servant of the Ministry of Rights, Bang Yu, married 3,000 gold duga from the Duga family. Empress Jin had the best relationship with the third sister, Foxgu, before entering the palace. Regardless of whether Duga participated or not, she would be involved. The so-called city. This is the reason why the door caught fire and caused the fish in the pond. Feng Fu entered the palace this time to report the matter to Queen Jin. For such a major matter, Queen Jin had no idea for a while, and urgently summoned Tan Jiangmin, the chief minister of the cabinet, to enter the palace for discussion. Empress Yan was the female emperor of the Great Yan Kingdom, not a small one. I have also been invited, and Wai Wuji is a cool-headed sergeant whom someone relies heavily on. How can he be missing for such an important thing? Now, there are differences of opinion. Empress Yan and Tan Jialao suggested to continue to put the long line to catch the big fish. Catch the big fish behind the scenes and then close the net, while Wai Wuji and Feng Fu suggested to close the net immediately, because the current situation is not for the big fish. Zhu is extremely unfavorable, and the Million Coalition may have launched an attack in the near future. Rushing to close the net before the coalition attack can play a role in stabilizing the people's mind and deterring Xiao Xiao. As long as the coalition forces are retreated, those who conspiracy will die, and they will not dare to make trouble again, and they will miss the internet cafe, because the status of the insiders who have been mixed in is not high. It is impossible to get a list of people involved in the rebellion, but there are all blackguards who are forced to confess under torture, or they are used to frighten some well-known guys. Techniques can also dig out those guys hiding behind the scenes. It has to be dealt with in extraordinary times. Queen Jin hesitated for a long time with a bit of silver teeth. Supervisor Feng, you are solely responsible for this matter. You would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. The official will follow the decree. Feng Fu stood up, received the tokens and the talisman for mobilizing soldiers and horses, and immediately went out of the palace for deployment. Queen Empress is wise. Wai Wuji missed the opportunity to flatter him. He also admired Queen Jin's decisiveness. There were many family members who participated in the conspiracy. These private armed forces really need to be combined, so it might not be possible to get together an army of 10,000 people. Seeing that the conspiracy was defeated, those people must be dying and struggling in despair. A bloody storm is inevitable. This time, the heads dropped maybe several times more than the rebel generals who were recruited in the last massacre. The calm Queen Jin stood up and said calmly, "Send a handwritten letter from the mourning family, call 100 officials into the office for discussion." With a phoenix, the eunuchs in the palace had to get busy. They were sent to the palace to inform the civil and military officials to enter the palace to discuss matters. It was noon at this time, and Queen Jin's sacred decree came. Naturally, there is an urgent matter. How can the civil and military officials dare to neglect, put on the court clothes, and hurriedly enter the palace? In the hearts of most officials, they all thought of a peace. The coalition army has attacked. Jin Huang, who had been put on a phoenix robe, sat on the high platform at the back of the hall, graceful and luxurious, with a demeanor of Fengqian. If you look closely, you might still see the frightening cold light flashing in her half-squinted phoenix eyes. Next to her, there is a large chair covered with thick yellow brocade cushions. It is the dragon chair of Emperor Yi Daishan. Even if she is favored, Queen Jin dare not touch it, so as not to lose the population. Let those who are interested take advantage of this matter to make a fuss. Kneeling to salute the Queen Empress after the chitters, the civil and military officials stood in line according to the ranks. Although the Department of War Shangsu Dukjin was a father, at this moment, he had to kneel down and salute his daughter obediently. This is a savagery. The strict hierarchy of the mainland. Empress Jin, sitting on the phoenix chair, stood up and looked down at the 100 officials in the hall. Tang politely said, "The Emperor's imperial driver will ask the AI's family to take charge of the government temporarily, and the political affairs of the Great Zhou will all rely on the homes of the officials." Sorrow. The family is here, and the Emperor on behalf of the Emperor first thanked him. After all, she bowed down to the 100 officials in the temple. Chapter 340. All the civil and military officials were shocked, and they hurriedly returned the courtesy. They did not dare to even bow, but were uneasy in their hearts. The noble Empress and the Empress bent herself so solemnly for her blessing. It's too abnormal. Things are abnormal. There are demons. Queen Jin's phoenix eyes were half squinted, and a breathtaking coldness flashed. Her pretty face was frosty, and she said in a deep voice, "However, some people deceive a female stream in the family, dare to betray the country and seek glory, and the king thinks, what should we do? Crime?" As soon as these words came out, the ministers with ghosts in their hearts couldn't help being frightened. Many ministers changed their faces slightly. Who is so bold? Traitor to seek glory, that is the top crime of treason, ransacking the family and annihilation. At this time, they realized that inside and outside the Golden Liuang Temple, the number of Jieshi was like a forest, and the number of people was much larger than usual. When these civil and military officials were anxious, a bloody storm was set off inside and outside the imperial city, and everyone was proud. Feng Fu returned to the Black Guard office, immediately set about arranging something, and then holding the soldier charms given by Queen Jin, he went to the 4 major camps to mobilize soldiers and horses. With her order, some blacklisted middle and lower level officers from the 4 major battalions of the city guard were taken down. After that, the army was dispatched to block off the main traffic routes in the city. After several cavalry drove out of the city, the 4 city gates were immediately closed. Seeing that the city guards were dispatched, the people knew that something big was going to happen, and they hurried home one by one, closed their homes tightly, and waited anxiously. The mansions of some aristocratic families were surrounded by the city guards. Everyone in the mansion was taken down, and the mansion was sealed. There are also some quick-reacting families hurriedly summoned the family members of the family and the dead men to fight desperately. The city guards who were ordered to carry out the arrest mission did not hesitate to launch an attack directly, and the recalcitrants were killed on the spot. Fires ignited in several places in the city. Fortunately, Feng Fu had prepared for it. When the fire broke out, the government officials quickly mobilized water wheels and used water wheels to pressure the fire. The raging fire burned only a dozen buildings. Private houses. There are no houses that stretch across the entire street. Some inns and even houses were also attacked by the city guards. Those who were on the blacklist of black guards, staying in inns or hiding in the houses were arrested. No one was willing to suffer. All of them showed that the guys were resisting arrest. The guards shot with a strong bow, which inevitably affects the innocent, but the edict of Queen Jin would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss one person. In addition, some gangs in the city have also been destroyed. In short, they are bound to be unfettered and killed on the spot. However, these city guards did not dare to take the opportunity to disturb the people. Deputy Superintendent Feng was notoriously denied by the 6 relatives. Moreover, there had been rumors outside that she was the emperor's favorite future empress, plus Queen Jin's handwriting. Who would dare to touch the dragon phosphorus and pull out the hair of the phoenix? Inside the city, there was a bloody wind, and outside the city, some of the noble families' farms were also mercilessly attacked by the city guards. The noble families in the imperial city had certain farms outside the city, and there were a large number of dead family members. The patriarch called for a private armed force of 1,000 to 2,000 people at any time. However, Feng Fu suddenly acted to strike at those dissident families with a powerful force of thunder. At the same time, the city gate was closed tightly. The news could not be spread. The family of the farm outside the city was bound to be unaware of it, even though there were a large number of families in the village. Without the slightest preparation, coupled with the fierce killings of the city guards, most of these families did not dare to resist, and the degree of resistance was not as fierce as the city. According to incomplete statistics, that day, the number of people killed on the spot in the city exceeded the 3,000 mark, and the number of people arrested and imprisoned reached tens of thousands. All the large prisons were overcrowded, and several additional cells had to be temporarily added. Important criminals, all detained in the big prison of the Black Guards. The criminals were interrogated on the spot. All kinds of hairy horrified, regretted that the big punishment in this world is enough for you to pay for each one, even if it is out of life and death. The dead man can't stand it. What's more, even if you can survive it, there are still masters who are good at fantasy spiritualism and deterrence. Spit it out. In the Jinlian temple, the civil and military officials were trembling one by one, and those with ghosts in their hearts were even more unfamiliar. At this time, Empress Jin was no longer in the temple. People left, but did not announce her retreat. No one of the officials dared to leave without authorization. All around was guarded by wolf-like soldiers. It was late in the evening, and some court ladies and eunuchs filed in, placed a few short in the hall, and served steaming and appetizing food. The food was quite rich, at least, more abundant than the dishes when the banquet was set by the Emperor Yi Daishan. However, it was not that Queen Jin was more generous than Yi Daishan, but that they were all under house arrest in disguise. Outside, something big must have happened. Queen Jin will only be like this. These civil and military officials, even if they are hungry at this moment, but how can they be in the mood to eat? Of course, the loyal royalists headed by the chief minister of the cabinet, Tan Jiangmin, enjoyed the royal meal without anyone else, and watched the rich expressions of certain colleagues comfortably. With the emperor's stinginess, there were very few opportunities to eat for nothing. Some were calm, while others were nervous with beads of cold sweat on their heads. Their official clothes were soaked with sweat, and the hands holding the wine glasses kept shaking. Inside the main hall, there was a sense of oppression that was so heavy that it made people suffocate, and even people with a keen sense of smell felt the hostility of the coming killing. When Empress Jin appeared again, she had changed into a pale blue palace dress, smiling like a flower, and she seemed to be very happy. But for some ministers, Queen Jin's smile more and more exposed a chilling murderous spirit. However, no one knelt down and confessed their guilt, and they all had a fluke mentality in their hearts. Dongguang. It may not happen. Queen Jin looked down at the 100 officials in the hall, smiling more intensely. Agai, I have already given you a chance. As soon as these words came out, some of the ministers with ghosts in their hearts jumped suddenly, their faces changed again, and they became more uneasy. Wai Wuji, with a wry smile on his face, came out from the inside with a smile. At this moment, he was still in the mood to watch the magnificent, solemn Jinlian temple. He was amazed and sighed. At the same time, I sighed that I can finally browse the Jinlian temple. Up, looking at the anxious civil and military officials in the hall, Wai Wuji grinned. His wretched smile on his face grew thicker. He touched a piece of paper filled with a long list of names from his sleeve, and coughed. After attracting the attention of the civil and military officials, he smiled and said, "The adults who read the name, please make an example." The word adult in this servant's mouth makes people feel awkward no matter how they hear it, and the irony is too obvious. It is the calm look of the cabinet chief assistant Tan Zhao cannot help but frown. This guy is still a scholar. Insulting gentleness. What about the emperor's most favored military division? When the emperor returns, the veteran will join you in the same way. Ding Binghua. The official book of the Ministry of Etiquette. Chapter 341. Iron-blooded heroic soul. The ministers who were named came out tremblingly. These ministers were all ministers who participated in the rebellion. Some ministers who had named their names were already ashamed, and the timid was even more of a psychological breakdown. They fluttered and knelt on the ground, kowtow desperately, begging for tolerance. However, it is too late now, and Queen Jin has given them a chance. The wolf-like armored soldiers stepped forward, stripped off their official hats and official uniforms, and dragged them away like a dead dog. There were bursts of heart-piercing wailing and begging for mercy. The blackguard is very efficient in interrogating criminals, but the executioner's head-cutting knife is sharper, and the action of the knife is faster. At Kshiku, groups of criminals are tied up by the 5 flowers. The executioner's head is hit with a wave of the executioner's knife. Roll on the ground, clean and neat. There were a lot of onlookers. The citizens living in the imperial city have long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and they even regarded this kind of thing as a gossip after a meal. Every 5-flowered convict was taken to the execution platform, and all kinds of gritted teeth and curses from the crowd were greeted. Rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves were flying all over the sky. This was achieved by Wazzy sending people to spread the news among the people. Effect. Several great empires are gathering heavy troops, preparing to attack the side, and the coalition forces will slaughter the people in the city, rape and prostitutious plunder. These beheaded guys are all traitors, and death is not a pity. In fact, the news of the coalition's impending attack has spread throughout Dazhu, and there is panic throughout the country. This is for sure. Y has no plan to spread the news. Although it may add fuel to the fire, the panic can also make it happen. The soldiers and civilians all over the country burst out of anger and fighting spirit in despair. In order to defend their homeland, they took up arms and fought. There is a bloodbath going on inside and outside the imperial city. At the front line of Pingtung Pass, Dazhu soldiers are also fighting bloody battles. Soldiers, you are all good. The empire will remember you. In the general's mansion, Yu Tongluo, the great general of the country of Pillar, swung his sword desperately to kill the enemy. Hiss at the same time, his mouth roared, and his damaged armor was covered. The bloodstains are of their own, and more are the enemies. The exhausted soldiers shouted loudly, desperately beheading the enemies who rushed to the head of the city, but more and more enemies, and less and fewer companions. But the soldiers did not retreat until they died in battle and fell, because they have no retreat. Moreover, they gave up the opportunity to break through with the main force, voluntarily followed the old General Yu to stay behind the palace and cover the main force to break through, and they had a decisive heart to coexist and die with the city. Yu Tongluo was responsible for guarding Pingtung, a border fortress on the border between Zhou and Yan, and at the same time guarding Yulenqing, a border town between Zhou and Chu. Soon after the famous Dayan General Guan Mingkai withdrew, there was news that several empires were allied and the million allied forces were being assembled. Yu Tongluo did not dare to be sloppy and strengthened his guard. 5 days ago, 1,000,000 coalition soldiers came down to Linpingyong Pass and launched a fierce attack on Pingyong. Yu Tongluo led his army to resist desperately. Mu Yunfeng, a famous general in the country of Chu, suddenly led an army to surprise Yulenqing. With the help of secret spyware lurking in the city, and the betrayal of some family members, Yu Yuanqing fell after only 1 day. The door opened and Mu Yunfeng led the army around, behind Pingtung Pass. Pingtung Pass received the enemy back and abdomen. There was no food and grass inside, and no reinforcements outside. The fall was only a matter of time. Yu Tongluo acted decisively and ordered his deputy Ning Zongyin to lead the main force to withdraw from Pingtung and retreat to the Fanqing area for defense. Layers of interception delayed the advance of the coalition forces. Speed, buy precious time for the empire to prepare for battle, and lead a small number of death squads to stick to Pingtung, coexist and die with the city. Yu Tongjuan led the death squad to persist in the isolated city for 3 days and 3 nights. Until the large number of firearms accumulated in the city were exhausted, he ordered the burning of heavy weapons such as thunder chariots and giant crossbows. In the early morning of the 4th day, under the frenzied attack of the 1,000,000 coalition army, Biqing was the first to fall, followed by Mu Yunfeng leading his army to break through Nanqing. Yu Tongliu led the remaining death squad into the general's mansion and made the final resistance. Mu Yanfeng led his army to break through the general's mansion. Yu Tongliu died of all the soldiers and the guards, and was seriously injured. He still wielded the bladed longsword and killed more than a dozen enemy soldiers. The sword snarled itself. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Mu Yanfeng's heart was quite heavy at the moment. A small Pinyong Pass actually blocked the million allied forces for 3 days and 3 nights. The resistance of the Zhou army was so tenacious, unbelievable. All of them died in battle. No one put down their weapons and surrendered. Those who were seriously injured and fainted and captured could not be counted in it. According to the news from the secret spies lurking in the territory of the Great Zhou, when the million allied forces assemble, the whole territory of the Great Zhou will be panicked and the coalition forces will collapse without fighting. The body of the old General Ho Xingyan, buried thickly. Mu Yanfeng commanded in a deep voice, leaving the badly damaged general mansion with a heavy heart. When Yulinqing and Pingtung Pass were lost, 1.5 million coalition forces swarmed into the territory of the Great Zhou and advanced to the hinterland of the Great Zhou. After Ning Zongyin led the main force to withdraw from Pinyong, he deployed defenses around Fanxing and blocked them layer by layer to delay the advance of the coalition forces as much as possible. On August 1, after Ning Zongyan's tribe held on to Fanxing for 20 days, Fanxing finally broke, and Ning Zongyan died in battle. Subsequently, in the face of the frenzied offensive of the millions of coalition forces, cities such as Pingjin and Suning fell one after another. The coalition forces came under Linzhang City. Linzhang City is the western gateway of the Great Zhou state capital. If Linzhang is defeated, the door will open. The capital is in danger. The coalition forces will go south and north, sweeping the Great Zhou, and the country will be destroyed. At the moment Yu Tongliu died in battle, the 800 Li Express Tangbao had been sent to the palace, and Queen Jin and the others were all pale with shock. In the Jinliuan temple, the officials all spoke out, persuading Queen Jin to move and withdraw from the capital. The Great Purge of the imperial city has caused anxiety throughout the city. At this moment, the millions of coalition forces are attacking several important towns, and their soldiers are near Zhangqing. It caused more turmoil, and withdrew to the north of the Yangtze River. With the natural danger of the Yangtze River, it was enough to defend against the enemy. By then, the emperor's army must have returned to the division for reinforcements, and the divisions of the kings from all over the country have also arrived. The army has gathered to fight the allied forces. The royalists headed by the cabinet chief Dan Jiangmen opposed the retreat and insisted on defending Linzhang City and fighting the coalition forces to the death. The imperial capital and the empire's spirit is where the spirit of the imperial capital and the empire lies. How can it give way to the enemy? Wouldn't it cause greater turmoil, instability with the people? Some ministers also made peace. As long as they give more gold, silver, brocade, silk and beauties, the coalition forces may withdraw. Most of the ministers chose to be silent. They don't know what they think. Queen Jin stood up, her pretty face sank, her phoenix eyes sullen, and she said coldly, "The AI family is determined to coexist and die with the city. Whoever makes words, don't blame the AI family for not being affectionate." Chapter 342 I know you are good to me. Queen Jin's decisive decision won the full support of the royal faction headed by Cabinet Chief Dan Jiangmin. Those surrenderers who advocated peace can only follow their support at this moment, and they can't help but choose. Before the imperial city fell, there were still grasshoppers tied to the same rope temporarily, and no one could escape. Of course, if the city was broken, it would not be too late for them to surrender. The national mobilization order was issued a few days ago. The rumors that Wei Jiwu had sent before, and the millions of coalition soldiers who came to Linzhang City, the effect was obvious. Countless young people enlisted in the army. But the elderly women all took up various weapons to prepare for war and defend their homes. The governors of the prefects of the provincial governors are conscripting the army, forming the division of the King of Qin, and are moving closer to the imperial city. The whole area of the Great Zhou was fully prepared for battle in an atmosphere filled with fear and anxiety. Outside the customs, Dayton City. Yi Daishanzi led the Third Army and the tribal coalition forces arrived in Dayton City yesterday. The army rested for a day, understood that it was starting to move, and withdrew from Human Pass to the pass. Under the city of Shenjing, Mu Chunfing commanded his Black Wolf Army and the coalition of 100,000 tribes to be responsible for the death of the city. When Yi Daishanzi led his army to leave, he left behind all the explosives, bombing thunder and other firearms. Let Nurchi and all his sons escape. Even if Yi Daishan was not guilty, Mu Chunfing would have no face to see people, so it would be better to apologize. Yi Daishanzi led the Third Army and the 200,000 tribal coalition squad division back to the direction and walked in the direction of Human Pass. In northern Xinjiang, Gong Tangfing has received the imperial decree. In addition to leaving the 30,000 horses and 30,000 tribal fighters of the Flying Eagle Legion to guard the city, he is leading his headquarters with 150,000 horses and the tribal coalition forces with 200,000 retreats at Human Pass join the army of the Emperor Yi Da. Several great empires are allied, and millions of armies are being assembled. Emperor Yi must be ready to fight. The Third Legion has 200,000 people, the Eagle Legion 150,000, plus 400,000 tribal coalition forces, which are enough to join the coalition forces of several empires. World War I. On the battlefield, the number of people does not determine everything. There are too many factors combined to determine the outcome of the entire battle. Morale is particularly important, but this thing, like a plague, spreads quickly. Unfavorable factors. When the morale of the impact becomes low, the morale of the whole army also declines rapidly. The so-called defeat is like a mountain, which is the reason. And the army of great victory, often thousands or hundreds of people, dare to chase the defeated number like a tide. Wanda Jun. Yi Daishanzi is having a headache, not only because of the alliance of several empires and the imminent pressure of a million army. The Great Zhi has no way of retreating, and must do all of the country's efforts to tide over the difficulties. There is no need to mention all kinds of military supplies. Even if the millions of coalition forces of several empires were repelled, Diezu would be greatly injured. Without a 2 or 3 years of recuperation, it would be difficult to do anything. The governance of the Cypriot ethnic group is even more a headache. It is easy to capture a city, but it is very difficult to manage a place. This is related to the people's livelihood. The prairie is too vast, there are few people, and there are few rivers. It is suitable for planting various crops, and the food supply is basically dependent on the supply inside the customs. It's not unsuitable for planting, but the prairie is too close to the desert, and the turf is the last fortress to prevent desert invasion. Once it is overdeveloped, the trouble will be big. At least, for now, it is only suitable for grazing. At the edge of the desert and prairie, it is necessary to plant shelter forests. Population migration is a must. The Emperor Yi Da didn't have any ethnic groups. He wanted to assimilate all the tribes into a big family. Too much work needs to be done, and these can only be implemented after repelling the millions of coalition forces in several empires. The army marched for a long distance. The general was exhausted and needed a rest. Emperor Yi Daishan ordered the Third Army and the tribal coalition to camp outside Dayton City, and waited for the arrival of Gong Tangfing's troops. After that, they joined forces and moved to Pingtung via Human Yulingwan, to resist the attack of the million coalition army. In war, if you want to minimize losses, it is best to ignite the war within the territory of the enemy country. In this way, your own country can avoid great losses. Yi Daishan prayed in his heart that the coalition's actions would be slower. Tong Liu was able to hold Pingtung and Yulin Pass, and blocked the coalition forces outside the city, until his army arrived. Of course, the worst estimate has also been considered repeatedly, that is, the imperial city is trapped, and the armies of both sides are engaged in a decisive battle under the imperial city to determine the survival of the Great Zhu. At least, Yi Daishan didn't want this very unfavorable situation to occur. Linzhang was the west gateway of the imperial city. Linzhang city was built on their mountain. The terrain is difficult and easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as Linzhang's defense will deal with it properly and tightly close the city gate and guard against danger, should be able to support his army to come back. For this reason, after hearing the news of the alliance of several empires, he urgently replaced the defender of Linzhang city and was guarded by Ding Rengai, a veteran of North Korea, while strengthening the fortifications of Linzhang city. Ding Rengai has served as a military service throughout his life and has made great achievements in warfare. He is one of the 3 remaining veterans of the Great Zhou army. With strong recommendation from Tan Jiangmin, Ding Rengai had the opportunity to regain military power and conquer the battlefield. Handing Lin Jiang to such a veteran, of course, the Emperor Yi Da is relieved. His only concern is Ding Rengui's body. General Ding is currently guarding the city with illness, fearing that his illness will suddenly occur. The more you think about this kind of thing, the more headaches you get. Dan Zi is an optimist, and soon put these troubles behind him, and stayed in Fairy Yan's room on the grounds of thanking Fairy Yan for helping the army win. He had a serious and sincere expression on his face. Fairy Yan, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the soldiers of the 3 armies. Without the reinforcements of the fairy, this battle may not have been won. The emperor has been praised. Yanai was helpless. This servant said too exaggerated, even if she did not take action. Once the walls of Zem city collapsed, she had already announced that Azasi would be defeated. Her assistance was insignificant. Moreover, she didn't want to fall into the prestige of the mysterious door in front of Leaf, and hoped to reduce some of the killings. How could someone say such an exaggeration? Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, this is what it should be. The fairy does not need to be too modest, but a show of pride. You are good to me, I remember it in my heart. Yanai was speechless. Can she understand this as molesting? No one had ever said this to her in such a tone. How embarrassing did it make her? She explained, Yanai just wants to reduce the killing. Yi Daishan rushed and said, well, I know, so I remember it all in my heart. Yanai was very helpless. This person, going around, could get involved in this aspect. How could he not have the authority of a true dragon emperor? It really made her wonder what to say. Chapter 343 Unfavorable situation in Leaf's temporary dormitory. She is teaching Kingja the inner martial art of the magic door. Kingja has now become her personal maid. In the beautiful harem, a little palace maid can climb to this point, which is considered to be outstanding. Plus the emperor's luck. If you can be pregnant with a dragon seed, then the sparrow will fly on the jade branch and become a phoenix. Kingja didn't know how happy she was in her heart. Naturally, she devoted herself to serving this unique concubine in the harem, and even the emperor dared to assassinate the emperor, who is still very beloved by the emperor. Regarding the questions raised by Empress Li, even if she was a little embarrassed, she knew everything, and was a little curious at the same time in her heart. Could it be that the emperor hadn't been lucky enough with Empress Li? She is completely correct. Leaf is still a virgin body until now. After her heart knot was resolved, she had completely acquiesced in Sumyeon's Mao hands and Mao feet, but at the last moment, she was afraid of being nervous. Kinga's mentality is that Kingja is allowed to serve in her place. At this time, she is shyly asking Kinga's feelings. Niang, it's just a little hurt. Kingja also blushed, although she is already a person, but she is still a little bit ashamed of the problem of eating fruit like this. Really? Really? It doesn't hurt? Leaf asked again in a low voice. How this kind of question makes her, an unmanned woman, feel so embarrassed, but she will have to face it sooner or later, so you must ask clearly before you can be psychologically prepared. In response to Niang's words, what the maidservant said is all the truth. Kingja answered cautiously. How dare she not tell the truth? She is now the maidservant of Empress Li. The master and servant share the same honor and disgrace. Her life is also held in the hands of Empress Li. If she is offended, the consequences will be serious. In fact, at the beginning, she was both surprised and nervous. However, after chatting with the emperor, the tension gradually disappeared. In addition, the romantic atmosphere created by Sumyeon's engraved opinion was on the harem concubines. Can the unmanned little girl like Kingja be able to resist the various methods he has learned? Kingja was quickly lost in it. The spring tides surged and flooded, and all she felt in her heart was Sumyeon's tenderness and happiness. Naturally she didn't feel much pain. Leaf nodded thoughtfully. It's no wonder why someone didn't do good job at the time, but brought up shocking topics like homework. It turned out to be to eliminate the tension in Kingja's heart. I blamed him. After listening to Kingja's account, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Unexpectedly, it is rare for someone to be so careful. In her mind, Sumyeon's image unknowingly improved. At the moment, Yi Daishanzi was enjoying Feng Nishang's kneading massage comfortably. He suddenly felt itchy nose and sneezed fiercely. Who is cursing, brother? Yi Daishanzi rubbed his nose, and was about to stretch out his wolf paws at the charming Feng Nishang. A report from the little five came from outside the door, and the emperor came from an urgent report from the 800 Li, 800 miles in a hurry. Yi Daishanzi's heart suddenly jumped, and he couldn't wait to flip through it. His face turned gloomy and scary in an instant, and the most undesirable unfavorable situation finally appeared. The millions of coalition forces formed by the alliance of several empires finally launched an offensive against Daesu. What he didn't expect was that Mu Yunfeng, a famous general in the country of Chu, would choose to break through from Yulinqing, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and then robbed Pingtung from the back. Turn off. When the two passes were lost, the 1.5 million Imperial coalition forces drove straight in. Even the most important town, the Imperial Emperor, was threatened. There are many emergency reports sent from the Imperial capital. Queen Jin stated clearly in the letter that a nationwide mobilization order has been issued to recruit a large number of recruits to reinforce Linzhang. The army blocked the Linzhang city and prevented the war from burning to the imperial city. Queen Jin's decisiveness and deployment made Yi Daishan's heart a little wider. In extraordinary times, he had to take extraordinary measures. Of course, some of the careful deployments were indispensable to the helpless advice of his cool-headed Sergeant Y. Fortunately, he did not bring this fellow. It is correct to let him stay in the imperial capital to assist Queen Jin. Yu Tongluo, the great general of the Zhou state, and some of the governor-prefects who guarded the important towns were killed in battle, and there were also many parents in Zhufu counties and towns who defected to the enemy. These are clearly written in the memorials of Fengfu. The martyrs who died in the service will be commended and sealed in the future, and those who rebel against the enemy will settle their accounts in the fall. The top priority is to withdraw as soon as possible and concentrate their forces to defeat the Empire's millions of coalition forces. Only then can the safety of the Great Week be guaranteed. Now, it is critical for survival. The essential. The commander of the Third Army, Zheng Zixia, and Dayton City Guard Tang Feng, had arrived by order. He had seen the Tang newspaper handed over by Yi Daishan, and his face turned pale and bloodless. No one had expected that the coalition forces of several empires would attack so fiercely that they would approach Linzhang city in just 1 month and threaten the imperial capital of the empire. The three lay on the military map and studied for a while. At present, they have not worked out a good strategy for retreating the enemy. The most urgent thing is that the army first withdraws to the pass and marches from Human to Zhangluo city to rest. The military's good strategy and fighter opportunities. Rescuing soldiers is like fighting a fire. There is no delay. With an order from the Emperor Yi Daishan, the army immediately pulled out of camp and retreated into the pass, marching towards Zhangluo city. Tang Feng left 30,000 horses to suppress Dayton city, and his troops also withdrew back to the pass. Relying on Human, they deployed defenses around Dufeng city to prevent the collapse of Zhangluo city. The coalition forces took advantage of the trend to seize the Human pass while ensuring the army's logistical supplies. The Emperor Yi Daishan successively issued several imperial decrees, and together ordered the Gongteng Feng department to speed up the march, and rushed to Zhangluo City as soon as possible to meet, and together ordered the human weapon building agency to work day and night to rush to produce a large amount of gunpowder, armor-piercing cones, and bows, waiting for military supplies. At the same time, a large amount of grain and grass previously accumulated was moved to Dufeng City to ensure the supply of hundreds of thousands of troops. An imperial decree was sent to Linzhang City, ordered Linzhang defender Ding Rengai, and ordered him to defend the city firmly. The reinforcements arrived soon, and they were sent to the imperial capital. They told Empress Jin that his army had withdrawn into the pass and was heading for Zhangluo. Cheng asked her to continue to implement the various measures previously set to prevent the enemy from sneaking into the imperial city as much as possible to reassure people, and at the same time, she had no choice but to come to Zhangluo City. This guy's head is very easy to use, and there are many slanderous ghost ideas. Such a big battle, his advice is indispensable, and it is necessary to transfer him. This time, God didn't seem to be helping Yi Daishanzi. The army suddenly changed during the retreat. The downpour fell on the head. The generals wore hats and draped on the rein to march hurriedly. Gong Tangfing's Eagle Legion and the Tribal Coalition were also marching in the rain. When the messenger conveyed the emperor's imperial decree, it was already 3 days later. He suppressed the news that the coalition troops were coming to Linzhang City to prevent the army from being unstable. In a critical situation, he ordered the entire army to march quickly and quickly rush to Zhangluo City to join the emperor's army. Chapter 344. 5 days later, the exhausted soldiers arrived under Zhangluo City. A messenger had rushed to convey the imperial decree. The prefect of Zhangluo City Mark Sin had ordered the young man to build a number outside the city. This is a large barracks, and when the Emperor Yi Daishan arrives with his army, the army can directly enter the camp to rest. At this time, the million allied forces had besieged Linzhang City for 5 days and launched a 4-day and 4-night attack on the city. Linzhang defender Ding Rengai led the entire city to fight against it. In addition, a large number of guns and bombs were accumulated before. Military supplies such as tanlai and arrows repelled dozens of storms by the coalition forces, and both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the huge number of coalition forces rappelling vehicles caused extremely serious damage to the city wall. Several sections of the wall were severely damaged and could collapse at any time. The day and night attacks by the coalition forces made it even more difficult for the soldiers and civilians to defend the city. A little bit of breathing time, let alone repairing the broken walls. Fortunately, after the coalition forces broke into the territory of the Great Zhou, they burned, killed and looted. In addition, Why was he sent people to spread rumors that the coalition would kill the people of the Great Zhou? Under the despair and righteous indignation, they aroused the courage of the soldiers and civilians to resist and defend their homeland. Even the elderly, women and girls, and children organized spontaneously to help carry weapons and carry the dead bodies of the wounded. As soon as Yi Daishanzi led the army into the barracks, Zhang Liu watching Prefect Mark Sin immediately rushed to see him, and at the same time presented all kinds of information that the Scout Ranger had inquired about. A coalition cavalry of 50,000 people is burning, killing, looting in the Hen County and Feng County areas, and they can reach the city of Zhangluo within 2 days at most. In fact, the journey from Hengxian and Fengxian to Zhangluo takes at most 1 day, and the cavalry only takes half a day. However, these coalition cavalry are busy looting and burning, so their actions are slow. According to the information sent by the Black Guards, it has been determined that this 50,000 cavalry unit is a mixed cavalry composed of Japanese pirates and sticks. Outrageous. Although Yi Daishan had long known that the Japanese pirates were so ferocious that they would want to destroy their clan, he still couldn't help but smash the case table with a fist after reading the information. He gritted his teeth and roared, "If you don't destroy the Japanese, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart." The emperor calms down his anger. All the senior generals in the tent were shocked. Chi Su knelt down, and the Northern Democracy did not see the emperor so angry. This time, The emperor was really furious. Several tribal generals rushed and said, "The emperor, the minister is willing to lead an army to attack." Yi Daishanzi waved his hand, half-squinted eyes flashed with a cold and murderous intent. "The army is working day and night, very exhausted. Now I am stepping up to rest and replenishing energy." These Japanese pirate sticks are really hateful. He wants to wipe out this cavalry, and he will not let any of them go. Presenting my will, the whole army will take a rest and prepare for war. Whoever strikes without authorization will kill without mercy. Yi Daishan suddenly remembered something, and then said, "As much as possible to resettle the people who fled. Who dares to disturb the people, violate military discipline, kill?" In order to escape the war, the people took their wives and children and fled everywhere. Refugees from the nearby area are rushing towards Zangliu city. It is important to prepare for the war. They cannot be taken care of, but they must be placed carefully to avoid confusion. Of course, there must be a lot of enemy countries' secret spies mixed in, and this must be carefully guarded. This work can only be handed over to the Blackguard's secret spies. They are experts in the field. Yi Daishan remembered the matter again, and immediately wrote an imperial decree and sent people to Jining city, ordering Jining Guard Duga Kangxu to take the initiative to attack and capture some of the cities of Bangtsai. It would be best to pose a threat to the Emperor Bangtsai, forcing the king who forced the stick to recall the combat troops deep in the territory of Dazu. There is an old saying called "settle the accounts after the fall." When my brother repulsed the 1.5 million coalition forces and recuperated for 2 or 3 years, when the time comes, the big and small accounts will be settled together, not even the benefits will be recovered. Say brother's name upside down. In the evening of the next day, the dispatched scouts reported that the 50,000 coalition cavalry was less than 30 miles away from Zangliu city, and was currently burning, killing and looting in Yuningji. They should be camped there tonight. The Emperor Yi ordered the scout to continue to closely monitor the enemy's movements, and at the same time promote the account so that the generals could discuss how to fight. His condition was to wipe out this coalition force and none of them were allowed to let go. Night attack. That was a resolution passed unanimously after the generals discussed it. The Emperor Yi Daishan ordered Zheng Zixia to take charge of the military operation, leading the Third Army with 50,000 cavalry and tribal cavalry with 50,000 cavalry, and Fox Xion assisted with 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. In order to avoid the cavalry of the brigade galloping and alarming the enemy rangers, the cavalry who set off can only travel slowly, and can't light the torches at night. Therefore, they must set off immediately, and the horse's hoof must be wrapped in cloth to avoid too much vibration. Zheng Zixia received the military order, and found a few locals from the fleeing group of people as guides, leading the cavalry brigade to set off quietly. After the army set off, under the escort of the Imperial Guard, Dan Ziyi inspected the terrain outside Zangliu city to see if there was an open terrain for a decisive battle with the main force of the Allied forces. Make all kinds of arrangements here, and then attract the main force of the coalition forces to conduct a decisive battle here. In this way, you will have a good time and place. If there are no accidents, this battle will be won. Wu Ningjai. This quite affluent Jiangnan town has now been destroyed beyond recognition. 50,000 Japanese pirates and stick cavalry camped in the market town. They drank and had fun, counted the looted gold and silver jewelry, and the officers clasped the beauties. Enjoy. When Zheng Zixia led the cavalry to outflank it, such as a torrent of iron and steel breaking through the periphery and rushing into the market town, these Japanese pirate sticks were scared to the face. When the 1.5 million coalition forces entered the territory of the Great Zhou, the force was like a broken bamboo, and they had counted several important towns. They were advancing thousands of miles. The Zhou army was defeated like a tide. Many defenders of towns fled after hearing the wind, and many defenders of cities. The surrender of the city and the inability to organize a decent resistance at all showed that the Great Zhou Empire was already in disarray, and it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. The three main armies of the Great Zhou Empire were all fighting outside the Great Wall. They were dragged by the kingdom of Jin and could not get out. Even if they could get out and return to the division for reinforcements, time was too late, and pride had already grown in the hearts of the coalition forces. The commander of this 50,000 cavalry army was one of the Xiaofan kings of Nagasaki in the Yanri Empire. He was ordered to lead his army to sweep down the counties and towns in the Linsang city area, and took the opportunity to burn, kill, and looting. Made a huge fortune. He believed that the Great Zhou army had been frightened by the empire's huge army, and did not dare to attack. What's more, there are troops deployed outside the market town, and there are many ranger scouts outside. If there is an enemy, he naturally knows. However, he didn't expect that the ranger scouts sent to the outermost periphery all let Zheng Zixia send out military masters to hunt down. No one would be able to come back alive to report the letter, and he did not expect Zhu Jun to outflank his horse's hoof with several layers of cloth and war horses. There was no too much noise when Zheng Zixia led his iron cavalry to break through the outer line of defense. The two beautiful women who had been snatched were hugged by Sun Shaiji. Chapter 345. Pour out all the bad water in the belly. The unprepared Japanese pirates and the stick army hurriedly challenged. The tribal cavalry who charged in the front exerted the terrible power of shooting. The enemy army who only hurriedly mounted the horse was shooted by a wave of arrows. After 2 waves of arrow rain shooting, the tribal knight roared and urged the mount to attack. Every cold light flashed, blood bursts out, and the Japanese pirates and the sticks rushed into the chaos. An organized team. There were Daezu and tribal cavalry in all directions, and Huxion's tiger and leopard cavalry was more like a sharp knife, slashing into the enemy's formation, splitting the chaotic enemy army into 2 pieces. The tiger and leopard cavalry's charge seems messy, but in fact it consists of 3 people in a team, 6 horses in a group, 9 horses in a team. 1 rushes to the front block, the second one suddenly surpasses, and 1 slashes the enemy. Sankey closely followed the sword attacked by another enemy beyond the barrier, and they cooperated very tacitly. For actual combat training and battle formation, all the soldiers of the tiger and leopard cavalry have endured all the hardships. Now, after the tempering of blood and fire, the mature tiger and leopard cavalry has exerted terrible power. The tribal cavalry with the strongest field combat capabilities are all timid when they hear their name. These Japanese and stick cavalry are the first time to learn how powerful tiger and leopard cavalry is. Suddenly attacking with superior forces, coupled with tiger and leopard cavalry and tribal cavalry who are good at shooting, the 50,000 coalition cavalry only resisted half a blow before they collapsed and fled in all directions. But under the heavy encirclement of the iron cavalry, who can escape, even if they lay down their weapons and surrender? The red-eyed knights still relentlessly wielded the steel knives in their hands and chopped people off their horses. 3 hours later, Zheng Zixia led the army to evacuate. The captured horses were all carrying the remains of the dead soldiers and wounded, as well as a large number of spoils, and another 50,000 bloody heads returned to their lives, and the people who had been suffering. They supported each other, followed behind, and left their homeland where they had lived for many years. Huxion led the tiger and leopard cavalry to the direction of Nandan city. He has another important task, which is to harass the long supply line of the coalition forces. This time he is fighting in the country, and he cannot implement the strategy of fighting to support the war. The soldiers are fully equipped, dry food and water for 20 days. This was a beautiful battle of annihilation, with 50,000 heads of enemy soldiers, which aroused the high morale of the whole army. During the extraordinary period, the military merits of the soldiers on the expedition were recorded first, and the merit awards were awarded after the end of the war. 2 days later, Gong Tangfing led the Flying Eagle Regiment and the tribal coalition forces to arrive, and Wei Wuji also arrived on the same day. This gang rushed all the way, and even the guards of the Yulin Guards, almost tired to get down, drank a few sips of water, and gasped for a while. The gang was led by the soldiers and ran to Yide Shanzi. The Emperor, you are finally back. God bless me Diezu. When we met, the squad was a flattery after the ceremony. Yi Daishan kicked him, pointed to the flat and open ground in front of him, and said proudly, I want to decide the victory or defeat with the coalition forces here. The Emperor's wise and martial arts will be able to win a big victory. While Yi was flattering, he stood up proudly, allowing the Emperor to kick the Emperor. That is an incomparable glory, he. Yi Daishan glared at him, and said solemnly, this is not a trivial matter. Pour out all the bad water in your stomach. It is the responsibility of the minister to divide the worries and solve problems for the emperor. Wai Wuji replied with a smile. The servant has no official position yet. That little minister also hinted at the emperor Yi Dai. The emperor, do you remember what you said before? What's the matter? Yi Daishan gave him a whip, and said with a smile, I will solve the matter first, otherwise, I will chop off your dog's head. Wai Wuji's mind was playing with him. How could he not hear it? I said before, let him enter the Royal Institution of Higher Education, and after he came out, this bastard would dare to question his words, which is really hateful. The Emperor, here is the terrain, the minister has to check it out first. Wai Wuji said cautiously, but his heart was overwhelmed. The Emperor did not forget what he said. After this battle is over, I will be the majestic court. An official, and it must not be an ordinary official. Yi Daishanzi took Wai Wuji around and carefully inspected all the terrain. This is a flat and open ground, which is really suitable for the formation of a million army and a battle of life and death. Wai Wuji walked up to a small hill and looked up in the distance. This high ground can overlook the entire battlefield. Yi Daishanzi heard what he meant. In fact, he had also considered it before. If it was him, he would also choose to stand here and look at the entire battlefield, see any movements of the enemy army, and quickly make corresponding movements. Since it was anticipated that the enemy's commander would choose this place as the headquarters of the battlefield, a large amount of explosives were buried underneath, and with a bang, all the people on the hillside were blown up into the sky. The coalition forces who lost the main general must be very strong. Chaos, morale is low. This big decisive battle, brother has one more chance of winning. Wai Wuji pointed to the dense forest on both sides of the hillside. The emperor, if the minister is the commander of the coalition army, he must leave an ambush in the forest, attack at a critical moment, and the battle will determine the universe. Yi Daishanzi nodded. He also thought about this, but he didn't think of a way to crack it. The heavy rain stopped shortly, the road was muddy, the sky was still gloomy, and it might rain again at any time. It seemed impossible to use fire attack. Although the Human Weaponry Administration was rushing to work day and night, he was worried that the gunpowder produced was still not enough. After all, there were too many places where explosives needed to be buried, giving the coalition forces one after another surprise. Wai Wuji gave a light cough and added his lips, showing a look like the wine bug in the belly of a drunkard was hooked out. The emperor, the minister's wine bug was suddenly hooked out. The minister will run away first. Mouth. This servant carried a wine gourd containing Tanyun wine with him, and drank a few sips in front of Yi Daishanzi. The aroma of the wine was overflowing for a while, and the generals who accompanied him couldn't help but swallow. Yi Daishan knows that this guy is flattering, but he doesn't point to it. He wears a lot of clothes, doesn't wear flattery, and flattery makes people feel comfortable. High alcohol can burn. Bury the sealed spirits in the woods, collect the fire oil from the whole city, and detonate them with a small amount of explosives. The wetwoods can also cause skyrocketing fires. People burned into roast pigs. It seems that my brother has another 10% chance of winning. The flat and open ground is suitable for the formation of the army. It can also be used to bury explosives in important parts and detonate at critical moments. It also has an unexpected effect. Of course, the premise is that the surface camouflage must be done well and the enemy cannot be allowed. See it, otherwise, all previous efforts will be lost. Wai Wuji pointed to the large open area behind the hillside. The emperor, if there is an ambush here. Yi Daishan's eyes lit up. It's good to pay attention. This Fuma suddenly appeared in the enemy's rear, and the shock effect caused by it was also miraculous. However, it was quite difficult to dig tunnels and let the soldiers hide inside. Great. After all, if the soldiers hiding inside spend a day and night silently, I wonder if they can hold it up. Chapter 346. I am a little sleepy. The coalition camp. The commander of the Chinese army, Mu Yunfeng, as the commander of the coalition army, had a gloomy face. The coalition forces' non-stop attack on Linzhang city resulted in heavy losses. Zhao's resistance and exceptionally tenaciousness caused him a headache. Of course, under the violent bombardment of a large number of slings by the coalition forces, the city wall was damaged in many places and might collapse at any time. It was only a matter of time before the city of Linzhang was captured. However, there are already 1.5 million troops, and with the vigor of the winning streak, the price paid to conquer Linzhang city is inevitably too great for him. Even if he captures Linzhang city, his face is no brilliance. What gave him the most headache was the military discipline of the coalition forces. In name, he was the commander of the coalition forces, but he could not command the armies of the empires, and he needed the coordination of the deputy commanders of all countries before they could be mobilized. He is very aware of the powerful relationship. Fortunately, the three main armies of the Great Zhou Empire were dragged on the vast prairie by the Great Golden Empire. Even if they can get out and retreat, there is not enough time. Furthermore, they hurried retreat. The army hurriedly marched back to aid. It was also a tired division, and its combat power was reduced by at least 30 to 40%. Originally, the coalition forces advanced in depth and pierced the heart of the Great Zhou, threatening the imperial city. The soldiers and civilians of the Great Zhou were frightened and surrendered to the city. However, the soldiers of the Korean Empire burned, killed, looted, and did nothing. Not only extremely bad, it affected the demeanor of the coalition army, destroyed the image of the coalition army, and forced the desperate soldiers and civilians of Daezu to rise up to resist and defend their homeland. The soldiers and civilians in Linzhang city resisted stubbornly and kept on resisting until they died in battle. Example: in Yanri, the soldiers of the Korean Empire robbed a lot of gold and silver jewels, and looted a lot of women. In the barracks, the soldiers of Yan Kingdom also started looting, and the officers could not suppress them. Although Chu Jun was still able to maintain his original military discipline under his repression, the soldiers must be extremely complaining that this commander of him was unreasonable. Think about it, too, the same as the coalition forces. Why can people looting everywhere, but the soldiers on the other side look at others like a fool to count money and play with women? What made him even more troublesome was that the 50,000 cavalry sent to the Zhangluo city to sweep the sweeping area were slaughtered overnight. After the scouts found out, it was known that the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire had led his army to retreat from outside the Great Wall to Zhangluo Cheng. The speed of retreat was staggering, and he even ate his 50,000 Qingkai. He has ascertained that the commander of the Third Army of the Great Zhou dynasty was Zheng Zixia. The former general of Chu state was implicated in the defeat of the invasion of Dian. Although he did not become a scapegoat for being beheaded, he was dismissed from the military and left his home idle refuge in Daezu and become the commander-in-chief of the Third Army. He still appreciates Zheng Zixia's military talents. Given time, there will be achievements. Unfortunately, King Chu's tolerance is still a bit low. Such a good general will be discarded. He believed that the masterpiece that ate his 50,000 Qingkai must be from the hands of Zheng Zixia. The fainted monarch had no such ability at all, but his vision was still quite formidable. At least, with this tolerance, the king of Chu couldn't match it. According to the scouts, the Black Wolf Legion of the Great Zhou Empire was still stranded outside Shengjing City, trapping Shengjing City to death on all sides, and Nushi was still undefeated. In Zhangluo City, only the Third Legion of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Flying Eagle Legion, and the coalition of 400,000 tribes, with a strength of 800,000, was defeated by the coalition. Two of the three main armies of the Great Zhou Empire have returned, and the faint lord of Great Zhou wants to fight under Zhang Luo City. That's good. It solved the main force of the Great Zhou Empire, and directly defeated the last trace of illusion and will of the soldiers and civilians of the Great Zhou. When the time comes, then swept across the entire territory of the Great Zhou, and the situation will be much easier than the current attack on Zhangqing. After Mu Yunfeng made up his mind, all his unhappiness was forgotten, and he ordered an account promotion to discuss the military situation. During this discussion, the deputy commanders of the three empires of Yan, Yanri, and Dahan unanimously agreed with his views, and they all fully supported him to first defeat the main force of the Great Zhou Empire, and then swept across the whole territory of the Great Zhou Empire afterwards. After the resolution was passed, Mu Yunfeng ordered the siege to stop, leaving an army of 100,000 people to continue besieging Linzhang City, and the main force pulled out the camp and marched towards Zhangluo City. The defenders of Linzhang City finally got a chance to breathe. Ding Rengai ordered the soldiers and civilians in the city to step up to repair the damaged walls and strengthen their guard. At the same time, they sent messengers to Huangqing and Zhangluo to report their military situation. Under Zhangluo City, surrounded by guards, Emperor Yi Da was patrolling in the mud. The traces excavated on the ground have been carefully processed. Just like the original, no traces can be seen. The only worry is gunpowder. When wet, the fuse point will not burn. The general of Shenjing, who was in charge of burying the explosives, hurriedly explained that all the explosives buried were sealed barrels of explosives. There were several layers of waterproof greased paper inside and outside, and the fuse was also wrapped. Several layers of oiled paper are inserted into the long bamboo that has been opened up, and there are many fuses to ensure that it can be detonated. Only then did Yi Daishan feel relieved. The gun pill, but he currently relies on the big killer to defeat the enemy. If it fails, it will be miserable. Now that everything is ready, only how can we attract the main force of the coalition forces to start the decisive battle of sex here? Under consideration, the scout came to report that the main coalition force had moved in the direction of Zhangluo, advancing extremely fast, and could arrive in the evening. Ha! God is helping me in Great Zhou. Congratulations to the Emperor, congratulations to the Emperor. Wai Wuji cried out strangely, and there was another round of flattery without losing the opportunity. The great achievements of unifying the mainland can be waited for today. The Emperor's wise and martial arts dominate the mainland for thousands of years. The high-ranking generals around him, as well as the guard Yulin standing all around, shouted in unison. Yi Daishanzi felt that the bones of his whole body were lighter, as if he was about to float up, wearing thousands of pieces. Not flattering. Now, it seems you can get a good night's sleep, right? Yi Daishan suddenly felt unspeakably relaxed, and there seemed to be nothing else to do except order the scouts to closely monitor the movements of the coalition forces and strengthen the defense. Although he is in charge of the three armies by himself, he usually acts as a handoff shopkeeper. Zheng Zixia and Gong Tangfeng are not responsible for handling all kinds of affairs. Many of them just look at the military reports they submit. These days, the psychological pressure is too great and I have not been able to sleep well. At this moment, it seems that he has been relieved of the heavy burden. He feels extremely relaxed, and also feels a little tired, and now he wants to scream. Yi Daishanzi looked around, and there was no other beauty except Feng Nitung. Miss Dandin now gave instructions on martial arts, and she stayed beside Fairy Yan all day long. Qingja became Leaf's personal maidservant. She also had to serve with Leaf, who was also teaching Qingja martial arts, and she seemed to have no time to accompany him. He held Feng Nishang's soft little hand, and said with a smile, "Nishang, I'm a little sleepy." Feng Nitung's pretty face turned red and rose, and she lowered her head shyly. The Emperor, This is for her to wait in bed. Chapter 347 almost scared. The important battle that will determine the survival of the Great Zhou dynasty is about to kick off. Zhangluo City and the nearby villages and towns are all under military control. Zhou Jin is not allowed to go out. A large number of explosives are buried under the predetermined battlefield. It was Yi Daishan's victory over the enemy assassin. In order to prevent leaks, various confidential measures have been taken. The soldiers of the Shenji battalion responsible for planting explosives are placed under house arrest in separate barracks, and all soldiers are strictly ordered to stay in their respective barracks and are not allowed to go out. Those who violate the order are regarded as secret spies of the enemy country, and there is no amnesty to kill them. With such strict protective measures, even if there are enemy agents lurking in the city, it is impossible to transmit the information. During this period, the black-clothed espionage also arrested and killed some enemy agents who had leaked in Tibet. Some the rape rule is because of sneaky whereabouts, caught or reported by local residents. Reported 1, rewarded 100 taels of silver. For the poor, they have not made so much money in a lifetime of exhausted work, so just report 1. Dead. Why not do it? The whole city was shrouded in the dark clouds of war, and inside the palace, which had become the temporary residence of the emperor, the spring was boundless, and the emperor Yi Da was soaking in the warm water comfortably, humming ha and enjoying the intimate service of the phoenix garments. At this moment, Tan Junki Miss Tan was killing her aggressively, with an unhappy expression looking for someone to settle accounts. Miss Tan, the little six who was waiting outside the emperor's bedroom, hesitated for a moment, and reached out to stop people. Get out of the way, this lady wants him to reason. Tan Junki, with a pretty face, glared at the little six who dared to block the way. She wanted to go to the street to play, but was blocked by the Yulin guard who was guarding her at the gate. Half angrily, the emperor. Xiao Luzi scratched his head. For this old lady of Tanj, he really had a headache. The emperor seemed to be very ambiguous with her, and seemed to have the possibility of being promoted to a noble concubine. To stop it is not to stop it is not. If it is normal, this Miss Tan has always been unimpeded. He had never thought of blocking it, but this time, what the emperor is inside. Just so stunned, Xiao Luzi suddenly felt a tingling in his waist, and Miss Tan gave him an unintended point, so angry that he almost vomited blood. He could only watch this headache-prone little Nizai triumphantly break in. There was also a pretty maid who was brought by the Emperor Yi Daishan from the palace to serve. She was waiting here to be summoned. When Miss Tan broke in, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Miss Tan poked out her acupuncture points with a single finger. Xiao Nizai just learned the orchid brush points with Fairy Yan. This forehand is itchy, and she is quite talented. I soon learned that even the little six who was many times taller than her was unprepared, let alone the little maid. Tan Junki chuckled and rushed in, but the bedroom was empty and there was no one. But some strange noises faintly came from the side room. Xiao Nizai was curious in her heart. She tiptoed closer, and when she listened, her pretty face changed suddenly, and she kicked the door without thinking about it. With a bang, although the wooden door was sturdy, it couldn't stand her implied skill kick, and should collapse. Feng Nishang's voice full of pain came from inside. The Emperor. Nishang is going to die. Ouch. Someone actually killed Sister Nishang. Xiao Nizai has always been a chivalrous heart. Hearing these words, is it worth it? Under the anger, naturally he didn't care about anything and kicked the door. However, what caught your eye was a picture of a humiliating goblin fighting. What? Xiao Nizai instinctively raised her hands to cover her eyes, and let out a earth-shattering scream. Yi Daishanzi was in the mood. She was taken aback by her reckless behavior and earth-shaking screams. She almost wilted with fright. She couldn't laugh or cry for a while, but Feng Nishang was so embarrassed that she screamed. Are all indented into the water. The Emperor, forgive me. The little six who rushed in hurriedly dragged Miss Tan away. There was such a big noise inside, and the guards who were guarding outside had been alarmed early. Someone discovered that Liu Gonggong was holding the acupoint and hurriedly solved the acupuncture point. The guards thought that an assassin had sneaked in and rushed in. Xiao Luzi was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped, and rushed in to drag Miss Dan away who had caused the disaster. After such a disturbance, naturally all interest was lost. The unhappy Yi Daishan came out in a robe, and the restless little six knelt down and bowed desperately. "The Emperor forgive the sin! The Emperor forgive the sin!" Yi Daishanzi flew up angrily. Xiaoluzi let out a miserable cry and turned into a ground gourd, then climbed up again and knelt on the ground. The slave and servant thanked the Emperor for not killing. "Fuck off." Yi Daishan couldn't laugh or cry. That's why he usually spoils Xiao Nizai too much. Normally, Xiao Nizai just breaks in without any notification. Who wants to be at a critical juncture of business affairs this time? It's really life-threatening. Xiaoluzi crawled out, obediently guarding the door, wiping the beads of cold sweat on his head with a handkerchief. Alas, he was almost killed by this troublemaker. In the Korean Empire, by the Yao River, Jining Commander Duga Kangxu sat on his horse, looking across the river. On the surface of the river, the continuous Daizu army is advancing quickly along the 7 pontoons erected toward the depths of the Korean Empire. Since the day of receiving the imperial decree, he led an army of 150,000 to attack the city of Bingjan. Explosive medicine package. Toss shoot into the city, blowing up fire and billowing smoke. There are 80,000 stickmen in Bingjan city, and they can hold on for a day or two at the worst. Unexpectedly, the stone dump truck only threw 2 rounds of explosives, and the 80,000 stickmen abandoned the city and fled. Duga Kangxu suffered 0 casualties. The price occupied Bingjan city. Early the next morning, apart from leaving 20,000 soldiers to guard the city, he continued to advance with his troops, even several counties and towns. In fact, those great soldiers had long been panicked and rushed to flee for their lives. There was a small battle during the period, because a 3,000-man stickman ran too slowly and was overtaken by the Dazu cavalry. The battle that took place did not even last for half of the time. After hundreds of people died, and the rest surrendered in full, Duga Kangxu continued to march forward and conquered Pinayuan city in only half a day. A general said, "General, these hand sticks are not hit at all." Duga Kangxu smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the stick to be so inadequate. Except for a bit of loss in the strong attack on Pinayuan city, the stick army ran faster than the rabbits as the army advanced deep, and had no sense of resistance at all. A senior general slapped his chest and yelled, "General, as long as his subordinates only need 50,000 soldiers and horses, they can swing the country of the stick." Duga Kangxu said a little helplessly, "You only need to attack the city of Seoul, the capital of the stick, and that's it." What? The high-level generals around him all opened their mouths, with expressions that they thought they were misheard. Chapter 348. The decisive battle won. Duga Kangxu smiled bitterly and explained that this is what the emperor meant. Just give the stick a severe lesson. The army marched into the city of Bangtsi's capital, Seoul, and made the king of Bangtsi feel terrified, and recalled the 300,000 troops who had attacked Dazu. What the emperor meant was just to frighten the Bangtsi, and did not intend to occupy the Bangtsi country. This made him a little puzzled. Taking advantage of the emptiness of the Bangtsi country's troops, he could destroy the Bangtsi country without any effort. He is also aware of the difficulties he is facing. At present, Dazu has reached the critical point of survival. The divisions of the kings of Kinlu are constantly gathering at the imperial capital. All military supplies are concentrated in the imperial city. He can only raise food and grass by himself, and without any backup, he can only go deep alone, but the stick's combat power is so low that he is full of confidence in winning. Withdraw. The officer who was stunned for a long while reluctantly said, "Then the city we have captured, won't we have to give it back to others?" Duga Kangxu's slightly squinted eyes flashed a cold and terrifying cold light. "This Pinayuan city was originally us. At the beginning, Emperor Taizong lent the stick. Now, let's take it back. With Yalujiang as the boundary, relying on the natural dangers of Yalujiang, he can easily block the stick that has always been dishonest and often plays small moves on the other side of the river. He will never give his hands and give in again. Swallowing the fat in his stomach is a must. The count can't spit it out. This is also what the emperor meant. As for further advancement, the occupied city must be handed over. However, before withdrawing the army, how can you get a right to be compensated? Otherwise, the lieutenant soldiers will complain. However, this stick country is so poor that people vomit blood. In addition to kimchi, kimchi is still fresh. It can be fresh for the first few times. It is life-threatening to eat for many years. The smell is everywhere in the city, which makes people smell. It's all uncomfortable. 5 days later, Duge Kangxia led his army to conquer Black Mountain City, and then advanced 50 or 60 miles, and then he could force to the city of Bangtsai Kingxua. At this time, the ruling and opposition parties of the Korean Empire shook, and hundreds of civil and military officials were chaotic, and the entire royal city was chaotic, a miserable situation that the world would soon arrive. At the same time, in the Great Zhou Empire, Mu Yunfeng led on $1 million coalition to arrive under Zhangluo city in the evening and set up camp 30 miles outside the city. Early the next morning, Mu Yunfeng inspected the terrain under the escort of the guards, and at the same time made various preparations for the decisive battle. In the early morning of the third day, the million allied forces gushed out of the camp like tide water, and slowly poured into the flat ground. In the middle is a phalanx with dense numbers of people. There are cavalry wings on the left and right wings, and the flat ground is full of black pressure. The tide of the people, the battle flag is flying like a sea, the steel knife is shining like snow, the spear is towering like a cloud, and the momentum is so great that it makes people chilling. At the same time, Emperor Yi Da climbed to the top of Zhangluo city, and the golden-colored dragon flag fluttered in the wind, hunting. Below the city, Gong Tangfeng's Eagle Legion is the former army, the Third Legion is the middle and rear army, and the two wings are the guard formation of the tribal cavalry. The army is full of strength and morale is like a rainbow. With the sound of the earth-shattering rumbling drums, the decisive battle that determined the survival of the Great Zhou Empire kicked off. The former phalanx of the coalition forces is slowly advancing forward. The first two phalanxes are composed of a mixture of heavy infantry from Yan and Chu, forming the backbone of the assault. The cavalry on the two wings also began to start under the command of Mu Yunfeng. The horses needed a certain distance to run up before they could exert their terrifying impact. This kind of head-to-head battle of ancient positions. It is impossible to force a breakthrough from the front to the crowded phalanx. Generally, they seek breakthroughs from the two wings, and use cavalry to attack the enemy's Chinese army. Then they can conceal the enemy and completely defeat the enemy army. A battle will determine the universe. The 3,000 heavy infantry of the Flying Eagle Legion, as the front army, only advanced 15 steps forward, and stood still, waiting for the enemy to charge into the battle. The distance of 15 steps. That is the previously calculated position, but from the military point of view, this is a defensive performance, but also a performance of weakness. The heavy infantry of the Zhou army's front army did not continue to advance, which undoubtedly aroused the fierce fighting spirit of the coalition forces. They roared, and stepped forward in a uniform rumbling step. It's not surprising to think about it. The Great Zhou army had only 800,000 people, while the Allied army had 1.5 million people. Except for the damage to the fortified battle and leaving a small number of troops to defend the captured city, the number of people participating in the war this time is still 120. Of the 100,000 people, there are 100,000 cavalry, 15,000 heavy infantry, and 10,000 heavy cavalry. The momentum is so great that it scares people to death. It is not surprising that Diaza put on a defensive posture. In the middle, the infantry phalanx was still advancing slowly, and the cavalry attacking on both wings had changed from a Unip to a Mercedes-Benz, and the rumbling sound of thousands of cavalry shook the ground. The Tained cavalry on both sides sent 10,000 cavalry to try out. Dazu's attack is a single-color tribal cavalry. The Golden Cavalry is known for its field battles. The impact of these tribal cavalry may be slightly inferior to the Golden Military Iron Knights, but they are all born warriors who have grown up on horseback since childhood, and they are skilled in bow riding. The two cavalry have not touched yet, and the tribal warriors in the charge have taken off their bows and shot a wave of arrows. Under the arrow rain shoot, blood bursts out. The allied cavalrymen in the charge turned on their backs, and in the blink of an eye they fell over 100 knights. After the tribal warrior fired the second wave of arrows, he retracted his bow, drew his scimitar, waved his mount, and made a loud roar in his mouth. Two torrents of steel clashed fiercely, blood burst out, and sorrowful screams were endless, and the knights who lost their lives fell like wood, their iron hoofs stepped down, and there was no bones left. As the commander of the coalition forces, Mu Yunfeng stood on the hillside, looking at the entire battlefield. As soon as the two winged cavalry faced each other, he could see the strength and weakness. The combat ability is indeed great. He gave an order, and the left and right wings put in two more 10,000 cavalry teams at the same time, in order to regain the disadvantage with the advantage in numbers. Yi Tanzi stood under the city head and saw that the two wings of the coalition forces were increasing. He also ordered 10,000 additional cavalry forces to attack each. They were still all tribal cavalry forces. The tribal cavalry is well known for its field combat ability. Of course, they must let them give full play to his specialties. Of course, he also has the selfish desire to weaken the tribal forces through battle. If you want to control these tribes well, you must not let them have a strong power, otherwise it will be difficult to control. The cavalry on both sides were still smashing and killing, and then, the heavy infantry of the coalition army shortened the distance as they advanced. In the Flying Eagle Legion's phalanx, 10,000 archers followed the command of the officer and sat on the ground, kicked off the bowstrings, and filled the armor-piercing cones. This thing can penetrate heavy armor and is specially used to deal with heavy equipment. Cavalry infantry. As the distance shortened step by step, the commanding officer in the formation slashed down with his sword, and shouted loudly, "Fall arrows!" The whistling sound of the Jin arrow breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and 10,000 armor-piercing cones whizzed into the air. The sky was like a dark cloud drifting by, and it was suddenly dark. Chapter 349 The decisive battle. 2 arrows rained down, marking out blossoms of blood. The advancing allied heavy infantry screamed and fell down, and the neat formation became a little chaotic. The heavy infantry in both Yan and Chu were the elites of the army, and soon adjusted the formation again, braving the locust rain to continue to move forward. 3 waves of arrow rain fell, and the coalition's heavy infantry lost more than 2,000 to 3,000 men, causing Mu Yunfeng, who was in command on the hillside, to frown. Whether it is a heavy infantry or a heavy cavalry, the impact force in front of the battle is very terrifying, but they are all expensive arms that are very expensive. Otherwise, they would have been equipped in large quantities. The infantry of the two armies have not contacted, and the already lost is not small. This battle is probably not easy to fight. However, at this time, it is too late to adjust, and it will affect the military's morale. He can only order the heavy infantry to speed up. As long as they are attached to the Zhou army's infantry, the terrifying arrow rain of the Zhou army will be lost. Power. Behind the coalition's heavy infantry were tens of thousands of archers. They were responsible for collecting shooting toward the Zhou army's phalanx and covering the advancement of the infantry. However, the average longbow shooting could not be as far as Yi Shanzi, the invented crossbow. These archers have not yet entered the effective shooting range, but first entered Zijun's long-range covering arrow array. The intensive rain of arrows fell head, and there were thousands of archers who screamed and fell down on the spot, and every corpse was shot into a big thorn. The archers behind couldn't help feeling frightened. Fortunately, shield soldiers stepped forward to support the shield in time. However, with every wave of arrow rain, There were still many unlucky ghosts who screamed and fell. However, the casualties were reduced a lot. The heavy infantry of the two sides finally collided. Amidst the roar of killing, the iron weapon slammed into a violent fire, and the soldiers on both sides were torn and killed until they fell. The gap that was vacated immediately left behind. Companion made up for it, and it was in a state of holding for a while. On the flat ground, the soldiers from both sides squeezed into a large group. The black and heavy piles all over the flat ground, suddenly thrown out of the Zuami array, smoked sky bombardment thunder, fell into the dense phalanx of coalition forces, and then exploded. Groups of dazzling fire, as well as billowing smoke of gunpowder, caused fragments of heavily armed infantry to fall. These heavy infantry were wrapped up in thick and heavy iron armor. Those who were close to the explosion were killed and wounded by the blasted shrapnel that penetrated the iron, and were also stunned by the blast of the explosion. Yes, all fell on the ground. Such a terrifying lethality is chilling, but this heavy infantry squad is an elite of the elite. Although it suffered heavy losses, it did not retreat, and still desperately attacked. On the hillside, looking at the commander, Mu Yanfeng's brows furrowed. He knew that Zijun was equipped with the horrible firearms such as the Sky Thunder, but he had no good solution. It seems that today's battle is a bit bad, and he is fighting with Zijun. Positional decisive battles are really unwise. Try again with heavy cavalry. If the trained cavalry of the Zuami cannot be defeated in a short period of time, they will immediately retreat. Mu Yanfeng, a famous general in Chu country, was determined and courageous. He made up his mind and was about to order the heavy cavalry hidden in the woods on both sides to attack. Hearing the violent explosion sound one after another, the whole earth shook violently. Mu Yanfeng's face was terrifyingly pale. He divided the 10,000 heavy cavalry into 2 brigades and hid them in the dense forests on both sides of the hillside. They were then attacked at critical moments, playing an important role in determining the battle. Who would think that Zijun had expected that gunpowder was buried in the dense forest, and the 2 dense forests almost simultaneously exploded, a cloud of fire and billowing smoke. The explosives exploded, detonating the buried kerosene tank and the wine jar filled with spirits. The sparks fired, igniting the entire tidal wet woods, and the soaring fire enveloped the entire dense forest. The billowing smoke covered the sky and the sun, mixed with bursts of heart-piercing sorrowful cries. One by one the firemen and fire horses struggling to run out of the sea of fire, and then fell to the ground. The dead bodies still burning, exuding disgusting burning smell. Mu Yanfeng's face is ugly, but it's 10,000 heavy cavalry, the most terrifying offensive force in the entire continent, and the most expensive army. The Great Chu Empire has a force of 1 million, and only 15,000 have been formed. Reloading the iron cavalry, this time he set out. The King of Chu gave him the greatest support, and he allocated 5,000 heavy cavalry in one breath. Who would think that he hadn't been put on the battlefield, so it was burned out? This is a trap set by Zijun, and he has taken care of it for a while. In this battle, the enemy has suffered heavy losses, and morale must be low, and he can no longer fight. It is better to retreat before the army's spirit is too chaotic. Fang Xing, the retreating mind, suddenly felt his feet sway violently. Following him, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful wave of air flying him into the air, and the boundless pain wave flooded his consciousness. The hillside is the place where the coalition commander commanded the battle. At this moment, the earth-shaking violent explosion sounded, and all the people standing on it were blown to pieces, and the handsome flag that was erected high slammed and collapsed. 10,000 heavy armored cavalry ambush in the dense forest is the highest military secret. Ordinary soldiers cannot know that even if the entire army is annihilated, it will not have any effect. It makes them feel uneasy. At this moment, the hillside explodes and the commander is killed. Handsome. The collapse of the flag caused an incalculable blow to them. The soldiers acted according to the command of the officers, and the officers obeyed the command of the commander. The commander of the First Army is the soul of the whole army. Without the soul, the morale of the soldiers of the whole army was hit very hard. At this moment, The morale of the coalition army quickly fell to the freezing point. It seems that at the same time, a series of violent explosions sounded in the far rear. A Zhou army emerged from the ground and appeared in the rear camp of the coalition army, throwing thunders in the sky throughout the rear army to blood and flesh. Flying horizontally, the stumps and broken arms were thrown around. Yi Daishan stood on the top of the city, condescendingly, looking at the entire battlefield. The morale of the coalition forces had been low and there was chaos. He hurriedly ordered 10,000 heavy cavalry to attack. The 10,000 heavy cavalry iron equipment blasted out from the back formation, like a torrent of iron and steel, smashing a group of allied light cavalry, unstoppable, rushing into the allied Chinese large array. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood flew across and blocked. Paimi. The terrifying power of the heavy loaded cavalry impact was no less than hundreds of thunderbolts exploding at the same time, and the coalition forces collapsed in an instant. The whole army is attacking. Yi Daishanzi shouted loudly, and the voice that penetrated 10% of his internal strength pierced the sky. The morale of the Zhou army was like a tiger out of the gate, bravely attacking. After the formation, tens of thousands of tribal cavalry rushed out and rushed into the crowd of chaos and fleeing. The 1.2 million coalition forces completely collapsed and fled in all directions. The entire flatland was full of black and oppressed people, like a large ant colony that had blown up their nests. Allied soldiers rushed for their lives, only hating their parents for losing 2 legs. There is no sense of fighting in his mind to resist at all. The decisive battle that determined the survival of the Great Zhou Empire evolved into a pursuit battle, which was a complete slaughter. Yan Yu, who was on the left side of the big Emperor Qiao Li, sighed quietly. For such a killing, she couldn't do anything at all. Even if she could do it, she couldn't do anything about it. She only hoped that someone would kill less in the future. Chapter 350 Eternal Romance. The pursuit is still going on. 1.2 million coalition forces, but a huge number that can scare people to death, scattered in a rush, fleeing everywhere, and can't catch them. All the cavalry troops of the Eagle Legion and the 3rd Legion that were ambushing on the left and right flanks have all attacked, and followed the fleeing allied Qingkai. The battlefield was defeated, and the fastest escape was the light cavalry. These fled allied light cavalry had a huge number and still had a certain fighting power. They still had devastating damage to the place, and they had to chase them until they didn't even have a chance to breathe. The tribal cavalry were also in large numbers, but Yi Daishan would only throw them into the battlefield and crush the fleeing infantry, instead of sending them out to chase the fleeing allied Qingkai, for a reason. The prairie resources are extremely scarce. Whenever the Cypriot tribes harass them, they all implement the 3 light strategy of fighting to support the war. It can be said that the robbery becomes sex. Although they are returned to the Great Zhou, the bad habits are difficult to change. Let them go out, and it is inevitable that incidents of disturbing the people will occur. The millions of coalition forces have entered the territory of the Great Zhou and have caused great harm to the people. If these tribal fighters are allowed to disturb the people, it will increase hatred and arouse public anger. I love concubine. How did we command this battle? Yi Daishanzi had a triumphant expression on his face. Just so. Isn't it a wise martial arts? Li Fei's jade cheeks were reddish, and one of her hands was tightly held by someone, and she shook her hand. There were some small movements that made her scratching her palms slightly. Human, not honest at all. However, I had known that he had such a bad habit. Anyway, sooner or later, it would be his person, so he was left to lick the oil and eat tofu. So wise and martial. Then, should AI concubine give me some rewards? Yi Daishanzi salivated his face, and that smile was full of evil that made him blush and heartbeat. Leaf, whose jade cheeks are full of rosy clouds, can't help turning her white eyes. This foolish lord, it's nothing more than stealing tofu. No one has noticed this yet. She even molested her in front of so many people. How could she hate her? Teeth itchy? You are the dignified king of a country. In the presence of the soldiers, can you have the majesty of the emperor? The Bti's shy and humiliating demeanor is especially attractive. Yi Daishan's heart is so sad, when it turns out that you were all so shy. At this time, the battlefield shooting under the sun's rays. There are people and horses everywhere, broken weapons, broken armor and battle flags, and the horses that have lost their masters are wandering and neighing, and the blood flows into a stream, and in the distance, still the killing sound shook the sky, and the coalition forces fled in all directions, and they were chased and killed bravely. The key battle for the survival and death of the Great Zoo won a decisive victory. The millions of coalition forces were wiped out in a flash. The heroic spirit in Yi Daishan's heart surged, and he couldn't help but roar. The great river eastward, the waves are exhausted, and the eternal lover. To the east of the ancient rampart, humanity is the wild Yi Lang's Hangliuo. My motherland wanders, loves to laugh at me, be born Hua for early. Life is like a dream. Su Shi's poems were all of a sudden, and he casually took Su Shi's masterpiece Nian Nu Jiao. Chibi nostalgia has been plagiarized and tampered with, of course, in front of several beauties. It also means deliberately showing off. After this battle, Diezu, who was badly injured, was given a chance to recuperate, and he only needed 2 or 3 years to recover. At that time, who would fight for the Bingfeng? Brother will dominate the world, for thousands of years, be with God, Amitabha. Although someone has the suspicion that Huang Po sells melons, as soon as this poem comes out, let alone Yan Weifang, who is proficient in poem adjustments, is shocked. It is also shocked by the guards who don't know anything about the poems around them. Sun Yiren's poem is an overview of the ancient and modern, majestic and desolate, majestic, high-spirited, and energetic. It brings people into the picturesque country, the majestic scenery and the profound historical contemplation, giving people the soul of regret, artistic power. The singular song of the ages, the all-around, the man who has read the book, and the literacy is shocked and admired, and the talented woman is shocked and kneels down. At this moment, Yan Yu's phoenix eyes gleamed brightly, and the look in Sum Yon's eyes was very different. Leaf smiled beautifully, her eyes were as silky as silk. This famed king, she was really amazing, extremely powerful, and she was not in vain to commit herself to marrying. Feng Nishang was originally Sum Yon's loyalty, and that expression of admiration and worship. It is unnecessary to go into details. Tan Junqi is also fascinated by her beautiful eyes, and her whole heart is completely fascinated at this moment. Although she is naughty and active, she comes from a scholarly family, and Dan Jiangmen is just and rigorous. This family is naturally very strict. Even if Miss Tan is ranked in the talent circle, she has read a lot of books, even if she can't write poetry, can chant poems, and feel the quality of the poems. If we say that she was only influenced by Feng Nishang before, now she is a true worship from the heart. In ancient times, when men and women were incompatible with each other, it was not like in modern times that men and women held hands and patted their mouths on the street, cohabiting trial marriages, and dividing if they didn't fit together. This kind of worship already contained an uncontrollable love of affection. Yi Daishan's heart was sore when Sun Yi's big killer came out. No matter what fairies, witches, ladies, naughty girls, all fell under the brother's dragon robe. At this time, the pursuit war is still continuing, and the people in the city have already rushed out of the city, began to clean the battlefield, and condense the corpses. These corpses must be cremated or buried, otherwise, waiting to rot will cause a plague. In the dozens of Lee Company camps of the coalition forces, a large number of weapons, grains and grass and other military materials were accumulated, and there were also a lot of looted gold and silver jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings and other valuable stuff. All of these were first charged into the national treasury, and other military achievements were counted. Come up, talk about rewards again. According to a rough estimate, the value of the stuff captured from the barracks alone is no less than 10 million silver. For Yi Daishanzi, that was a huge fortune that fell from the sky. The expedition outside the Great Wall has already exhausted the country's efforts. With the invasion of 1 million coalition forces, the already ample treasury has long been defeated. According to Li Jinzu, the official book of the Household Department, If all kinds of huge expenses are paid, the finances will be again. There is a deficit, and with such a large amount of extraordinarily windfall to fill it, these days are somewhat easier. In this guy's mind, the first thing that comes to mind is this question, and then he considers other questions. There are so many problems to be dealt with after the war. The distribution of trophies, the rewards and promotions of meritorious soldiers, the help of refugees who have escaped the war and were displaced to rebuild their homes, and the crops they have planted have been destroyed. They have to be given food, funding, etc. At least allow them to have the minimum funding that can survive, the provocation of the dead soldiers, the placement of disabled soldiers, and so on. There are also a large number of problems to be dealt with outside the Great Wall. Population migration and resettlement, desert management, etc. are also big headaches. In short, the problems to be dealt with later make Yi Daishanzi groan in pain. No matter it is Ming Jun and Yun Jun, this dragon chair is not easy to sit on.